Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Hey, good morning and welcome to Justice Serve TV. You can see the feed there, the judge already on the bench, so we'll keep an eye out to see if anything is happening before the jury.
In which the principal instruction is proposed as it applies to intent. 777.011 requires that the intent to commit the crime, it's in the plain language. Let me start over. So in other words, in order to be a principal, Ms. Adelson had to have conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and that she did some act or said something intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to commit the crime. Sorry. Removing the intent to commit murder, we believe, in the proposed instructions runs counter to that. So specifically,
well, as it relates to the intent to commit the crime, but there does not have to be an intent that a death occurred with either second-degree murder or manslaughter.
I think the way it's written, Your Honor, is confusing. That's my concern with the jury.
Mr. Evans, Ms. Capelan.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. Second-degree murder, it's, I think, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear, the standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
He always needs a moment. He definitely needs a moment. This relates to the lesser included, which I'm a little surprised they're getting into such nitty gritty here. They have to, of course, prove that Dan Markel was intentionally murdered.
Ms. Fulfer is explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with it.
Intentionally murdered for the top charge, but for second degree.
Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, look at the charging document briefly.
I mean, is anybody going to find that he wasn't murdered versus manslaughter or second degree? I mean, that's the underlying crime.
As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
So, as I understand it, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first degree murder or not guilty?
No. Mr. Evans to omit the lines pertaining to second degree murder and manslaughter in the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking at the moment, Judge.
Huh?
We're fine with doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call clear from the defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand, if you sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser included crimes.
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is.
Then Ed, you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second degree murder and manslaughter as options.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
We'll remove any reference from second degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
Get through that, Judge. I did have one side. Let's to change that thing that I'd like you to consider. On principal instructions, the last line.
Give me one moment.
Now, you might be hearing that male voice when he's talking to the state. I think it's Mr. Evans. I may not have that right, but he clearly has been involved with the jury instruction verdict issues in the case. I didn't hear him talk yesterday either. Thanks, Joy Kane, and also thanks, Aaron, I think, nice enough to make a gift as well this morning. Thank you so much. When this first came up yesterday during the jury instruction conference, which...
Two principal instructions after count one, Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Give me one moment.
which can be a sleeper. Number one reason for appeals. Number one reason cases are reversed on appeal. Jury instructions. So they started going into lesser included. I'm thinking the fundamental facts supporting the shooting death of Dan Markel are undisputed. So unless you're going to find that Sigfredo Garcia just, got in a fight with Dan Markel and that resulted in the shooting.
Right. Concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count 2. We would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the request to change. Let me repeat it once again. So this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor. And given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more it would be more consistent with the fact that principal applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be after, it will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes. Right. As to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness, after reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold, as that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those 2 items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach.
Demonstrative, though, is not a.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
You'll remember this was a big deal yesterday, late in the afternoon, about getting these extended versions of the calendar in, not just the page that shows the license plate for Dan Markel, but some other references to this party. And I'm thinking that maybe they plan to argue that part of the reason that plate information was on the calendar was an access issue for the Adelson's building, that, you needed cars, license, and car descriptions for any cars, because it's a very Tony building. Wendy Adelson's actually, I think, on the title of the building at the time, so she could have access as well. Just the thought that they wanted to water down the fact that license plate is listed in Donna Adelson's book. So as I mentioned earlier, these lesser included, I was surprised they were going to get to them, because this is the jury. Is the jury going to, any chance in hell, going to find that it wasn't a murder?
One was the one with the
First degree?
Tag number. I don't see that here, Your Honor.
May I show?
Exhibit 142, Your Honor. And the reference is on the Friday, June 13th. It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
And thank you, Donnie, not Wahlberg. Appreciate that. Justice Third TV membership. And this one I missed as it zoomed by. Aaron Panner, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And of course, it's Joey King. Gifting
As to this particular page,
and another.
Making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this as completeness?
And it's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we the jury find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and additionally the conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment. So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
So count the lesser included from the discussion yesterday, which we were confused about. Critical that Donna Adelson had to waive the exclusion of those because they provide a lesser penalty in theory.
Right, that stays with the evidence.
Theoretical. But she had to go on the record and acknowledge that they were being removed. She had to approve that, give her permission, because now it's an all or nothing at the top charge, murder in the first degree. Again, is the jury going to find that there wasn't a murder? That's not going to be the issue they're wrestling with. It is whether she was involved in the conspiracy to have that committed or the solicitation of those who did commit it. So, but all very critical because, you know, you're looking down the road.
Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Cover that. Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection which says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment. First degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the, change that to indictment, not information. Count 3 of the indictment. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments, as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all three counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. Our investigator was able to, an investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible. And that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
That's a little CYA for the record there. Remember, there was a big issue yesterday morning about getting this witness. They even brought the sheriff in to say, is she on leave? Because she was going to talk to the defense, this officer, Franklin. And then he said, I don't think she's on leave. So they track her down. They talk to her, or at least the investigator does, and find out whatever she had to offer was probably not going to be admissible. But at least he covered that base. It's not dangling out there. And a lot of little CYA moments today in this early morning activity. We are within. You notice I'm wearing my Justice Watch shirt. I'm going to wear this only when we're going to be in Justice Watch, which I fully expect within the next few hours. We're going to have the instructions, which have now been hammered out yet again. And then we're going to have the closing arguments. They'll go prosecution, defense, prosecution. Each side has requested 2 hours. Defense only gets one shot. So however much they use is going to be one lump. Prosecution can break down their 2 hours however they see fit. They could do an hour and a half and a half. That's kind of what you might expect. Could be 150 and 10. Don't know. But that's the kind of the parameters for the closing. So we're figuring, and again, you never know how much goofing around there's going to be. The jury is now there, but not in the courtroom. They were supposed to be there at 8:45, ready to go at 9. And so if they do sit down, welcome everybody, and get started, instructions might take half an hour. Then we'll go into the prosecution's first closing argument. That could take us to either an early lunch or a break. We're not sure how the courts wants to break things up. I don't think you want the defense to start and not be able to finish. So that means either an early lunch or a late lunch, the way I've kind of penciled it out in my head. And then you'd have the prosecution rebuttal at some point after that. I'm thinking the jury gets this case by 3 o'clock at the latest, somewhere between 2 and 3, perhaps. So remember, as you're listening to these, these machinations of, what's going to be on the verdict form and how that's all related. Donna Adelson is being charged as a principal, right? And so in Florida, the principal acts can confer on the defendant the same liability, the same guilt as if she pulled the trigger herself. That's the way it's set up. So that's why you have a distinct murder 1 count. And then you have the conspiracy to commit and the solicitation to commit. So that's how it's going to break down. I think the jury gets that. If they don't, I'm pretty sure the prosecution is going to reinforce in their closing that that's why the form is how it is. And thanks. This came zooming by as I was listening. I don't like to interrupt anybody when they're talking in there, unless it's Linda. I'll interrupt her. Gifting 10 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you. She's like Texas. Appreciate that so much. And we know that those who get them, it's like a little present. Hey, look what showed up on my doorstep. And Donnie, not Wahlberg, with the 1 Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you so much. I think I did get Joey. I think I got the others. Okay. So I was going to, I haven't even had a chance to use this. I did this, but I should just set this up here. Thank you for joining us today.
As the Adelsons turn on one another.
Okay, well, at least got to use it once. So that's how we expect the day to play out as we get into this final sidebar. And you see the gentleman there, the white hair, tallish guy, that's Mr. Evans, who has been on the prosecution team, but had a very focused role in dealing with the instructions and the jury verdict form, because he was the one responding to the court, and he's the one in the sidebar on this topic right now. So I wanted to play. We're not going to have a chance to do it right now because I know I get started and would get interrupted as they get into what they're about to start. But it was so important yesterday when Donna Adelson was asked over a period of different moments if she was going to testify or not. And of course, we were wondering ourselves. We had our little poll. Should she testify? Will she testify? Those who said she will was about 70-some%. Those that said she should was about 50-some%. But she struggled with this. And it was clear she was having some internal issue with, what she wanted to do versus probably what her attorneys suggested. So I want to watch some of that because there is an issue that this judge pressured her to make a decision. And that's a legitimate.
Before we bring the jurors
huge
in,
issue.
we
Don't
will
poo-poo
have
it.
a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements. You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
All right, why don't we just call it 9:28? Okay, it's going to be 9:30. We know that. It's going to be 9:30. So anyway, so now I'm recalculating my estimate of time here. So again, I'm assuming he's doing instructions first. I was led to believe that by what was going on yesterday. So if he does that from 9:30 to 10, then it really works out much better. You have the prosecution doing their opening, which will go at least till, you got to figure 11:30. Have your early lunch. Come back, defense, rebuttal, jury gets the case. So I'm still going with my 2 to 3 window, maybe closer to 3 now. Thank you, Kay Schmidt, 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. We appreciate that because I'm going to overuse this because I kept forgetting that I had done this. So those just joining, we are just hours from the jury getting this case. Justice Watch will begin, so welcome.
As the Adelsons turn on one another.
Okay, let me show you now what I was going to get into and talk about Donna Adelson's her constipation. She had an issue trying to make a decision as to whether or not she'd testify. And of course, we knew it was huge. We knew it had been represented from the beginning that she would, but until it happens, you never know. And yesterday was a perfect example of that. It did not happen. So the important part of this is, as you listen to the court and to Ms. Adelson in this back and forth, it's very clear she wasn't ready to make a decision. Now, should the defendant have forever? No. I've seen a lot of people commenting, both in the chat and in the comments after the fact. They had all the time in the world. They knew what was coming on. No, that's not the proper analysis. Sorry, it's just not. The analysis should be, has everything that's come into this case by the state against her been evaluated and reviewed and available to this defendant before making that decision? It would be foolish to say from day one, I'm testifying, no matter what the evidence is, and be alternatively foolish to say I'm not testifying, no matter what the evidence is. You have to see what it is, live with it, roll with it, move forward with it. I think in this case, a little more exaggerated issue because of client control, that the Adelsons think they're smart and they're right about everything. So I have a feeling she was really busting to tell this jury what really happened. And I have a feeling too that her attorneys were continually suggesting to her that could go horribly wrong. Just a clue, Charlie. All right. Of course, she may think Charlie did a great job and that the jury got it wrong. Who knows? Well, you could tell. So let me look at some of this with you. This is it really went on for quite a bit of time, and I know I'm going to get this. I know I'm going to try and get this right, but I have a feeling I'm going to screw this up. I always get the audio messed up when I'm trying to load something from this area. Hold on, stand by. Okay, I know I can get it on the screen, right? Oh, it looks like I have to, Missy. I have to remove the. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Missy's reading my mind, and it's a short story. Okay, let me see. Please let me know if you're hearing this or not. I'm going to back it up a little bit just in case I've screwed it up. Are we hearing audio or not? It's so low, I will give you that much. It is super low, and I will back it up again so we can hear it. Let me make sure. Let me go to this here. Okay. Oh, that's a good question, Joey Kane. I will get to that in just a minute. I want to watch this. Okay, so are we hearing this or are we not? Give me a something. Give me a something here. It looks like a yes. Okay, good. Okay, so now let me back it up just because it's so low that I can't do much with that. Maybe Missy can. This is kind of the culmination of the back and forth between the judge, who's already talked to Ms. Adelson at least once, and he's getting more and more stern about whether or not she is going to make a decision on testifying.
Mrs. Adelson, I will advise you concerning your rights. You understand that you have the right to remain silent, and the jury will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in determining the merits of this case. Do you understand this?
I do understand.
Do you also understand that you have the right to testify as a witness in your case in chief on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
You understand if you do choose to take the witness stand, you will be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
You understand that your credibility will be placed before the jury like any other witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Have you been able to discuss with your attorneys the two rights that the court has placed before you?
Yes, we discussed the rights.
Concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify, have you made a decision concerning this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision. This decision affects the rest of my life.
Mrs. Adelson, you're in the same position as every other criminal defendant who faces trial. Ultimately, you must decide whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. But ultimately, you must choose whether you will testify or not.
I don't have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak to my attorneys.
This has already been discussed, ma'am. What is your choice?
Judge, since I was handling prior witnesses while Ms. Fulford was speaking with Ms. Adelson, can I have a few minutes, please?
What exactly are we going to accomplish that we have not been able to since the trial started, pre-trial, the long recess yesterday, or even the lunch break today?
That's what I'm trying to determine, Your Honor.
I will give you exactly 5 additional minutes. From there, Mrs. Adelson has to make a decision whether she will testify or whether she will not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If anyone in the gallery needs to use the restroom,
Oh, it's the
stretch
restroom
your
break.
legs, this is your
Every day is the
opportunity
same
at
with the
this
restroom
point.
breaks. Okay, so there's you know, she still hasn't decided. I know people are like, she was listening to the trial all the way along. That's not the point. Think about the downside here of this of affecting this constitutional right to testify on your behalf or not, right? What's the harm at the end of yesterday, going forward as they did, let's say it gets to this point where she isn't ready to make a decision. Move forward with everything else. The only thing you don't do is you don't say defense rests in front of the jury. So what? So what? Put that aside. You go through the instruction conference, you go through the verdict form. The only thing to be decided first thing this morning, that's it. You've given her overnight, that more than sufficient, because now all the evidence is in, and even the cop that ultimately didn't testify could have been an issue if she was brought in and they reopened the defense case and they brought her in to testify. That would have been a different issue. That didn't happen. Give her the overnight. She gets there in the morning. First thing the court asks is, are you going to testify? At that point, she says yes or no. If she says no, jury comes in, defense rests, you're ready to roll. You've already done all the verdict and instruction issues. All of that's done. If she says yes, well, obviously she testifies, and we're off to the races. This is a huge appellate issue, so don't poo-poo it. No poo-pooing this. This could come back to bite the judge in the ass, because it seems unreasonable what is the downside? There is no downside to making sure that this defendant knows and has had the time to reflect on the evidence as it's been presented, not what's on the drawing board, not what might be, not what could have happened, what actually has come in and is now in front of this jury. That's what she has a right to see before she is pressed to make that decision. And yeah, 5 minutes, is that enough time? I don't know. I personally hope I'm never in the position where I have to make that decision and do it under the time constraints the judge has put upon her. But if there's any chink in the judge's armor, it's this, because I love this guy. I think he's great. But I just don't understand why he was so intractable on whether or not she could have a couple of extra minutes.
I am not talking for the sake of talking. Before we have to move into any contempt.
Now, hold it right there. Before we have to move into any contempt, are you kidding me? And I'm assuming he's talking to Ms. Adelson, not her attorneys. You're going to hold a defendant in contempt because they won't make a decision on whether or not to testify as quickly as you'd like them to? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, that is trouble, man. That's front page of the appeal.
We do need to move on.
Oh, there. By the way, that bailiff right there, the woman, she's
the question remains.
She's the monitor of the phones and things. If your phone goes chirp, she will find you and she will kick your ass out of that courtroom. It happened on one day 3 times within a pretty short period of time.
As it relates to your right to remain silent and your right to testify, what is your decision concerning these 2 rights?
This time I don't want to testify.
Very well. As I've previously stated, the jurors will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in any way. We will bring the jurors back out. The defense will rest its case on the record. Ms. Kappelman, you indicated the state will not have rebuttal.
Did say that, Judge. May I have a moment to confer with the counsel?
Go ahead.
Okay, so more conferring, but there you have it. I do not, even the way she said it was kind of qualified. I don't want to testify, or at this time I don't want to testify, or I don't want to testify at this time, whichever way she said it there in my dyslexia. She qualified it like, and come on, raise your hand if you thought she might have shown up this morning and said, changed my mind. Possible. And that would have been very interesting to see how the judge handle that, because first of all, the defense would have to make a motion to reopen their case because they rested yesterday. And then, and to me, if she had done that and the court said, hey, sorry, too late. Now we're talking easy reversible error, easy. Now it's a little muddier because, he's pressured her with time. He's pressured her with contempt. And she made the decision she did under duress. That's what I'm going to argue in the appeal. And I'm telling you, that's not harmless error. That's huge. So maybe there won't be a conviction, right? So anyway, what else was I going to show you here before we move on to other things? I know. There were a couple of questions, and very good questions they were, because this was confusing yesterday. Please explain what happened regarding removing the lesser included this morning. And I think Joey had a similar question. Yeah, can you explain the lesser included? Yeah. So yesterday, when they were going through the instructions, blah, blah. Most often it's quite boring, but as I've said many times, number one reason for reversal, bad instructions. And a lot of them are just ripped out of the book, here they go. But in the lesser includeds, it was a little surprising to me based on the facts of this case. How in the world, if you have Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera committing the murder, which we know was a murder for hire. The only question in this case is whether Donna Adelson was a principal in that conspiracy, in solicitation, in the murder as a principal, not how the murder happened. That's undisputed. Would a jury be able to find that it wasn't done as first-degree murder, that it was either second-degree murder, which think of as a heat of passion? Let's say Dan Markel and Sigfredo Garcia got in a big argument, big fight. It escalated, and boom, somebody shot and killed. That's a second degree. If manslaughter was also included, which is even a lesser intent level of crime. It's the intent to do the act, but not necessarily cause the death. I was just surprised they were both included because I don't know how a jury gets to either of those conclusions based on the facts in this case. They either find that she was a principal in the ultimate murder of Dan Markel, which by prior trials we know was first-degree murder. Not that the jury has to follow that. They could do something different. I said yesterday I thought that might lead to some sort of conflict in a verdict form if they had those lesser includeds. But now the defense comes back and says, Judge, we don't even want those. We don't want those at all. Sometimes it's a strategic decision when you have a better case, when you have a better case than this one. This one, how the death was caused, what the mindset was of those who committed the crime, that it's really undisputed. But the jury's got to get there before they can apply the solicitation and conspiracy as a principle to Donna Adelson. I get that. They got to get there. That's not a big deal in this case. There are other cases where you roll the dice as a defense attorney and you say, look, why give the jury these lesser includeds so that they can, kind of compromise on those? Let's say you got 7 people that want the first degree charge, the other 5 want second degree, and you're just stuck. You're arguing over it and finally somebody has to compromise. And so quite often they compromise on a lesser included. So you yank the lesser includeds away, you end up with 7 that want the first charge, the penalty, the murder penalty, and you're hung, which for a defense attorney is a victory. So there are strategic reasons to drop the lesser. They don't apply in this case because I think factually it just makes no sense to have them. And, don't you want to keep the jury, kind of on the straight and narrow? Now, I'm not going to say that there isn't a strategic reason in this case for the defense. Their goal is not to, force the jury into picking the top charge. But if you have people that are hesitant to, for whatever reason, think that the murder of Dan Markel was not an intentional first-degree murder, that hangs them up, and then that benefits your client. So I don't think that was the key motivator in this case to get rid of those lessers. I think it was more because the fact pattern. If I'm on that jury, I'm like, why are these even here? Next, you're going to get the first-degree murder, and then you're going to make sure that the principal, the defendant, Donna Adelson, is connected to that murder. And that's what the ball game is all about here. So I thought it was confusing. I think they actually did a good job by clearing it up today. So I give the and the court, to his credit, the judge was very amenable to all of that, to the arguments, to making the changes. He does it right there. I do that on my computer, but I'd probably take us off the air. He makes the changes right there. Very efficient. Clerk. Don't even need you. Normally, that might be something that transitions from the judge to the clerk. Hey, you take out one step of potential screwing it up that way. Okay. The judge also allowed her witnesses who were present in the courtroom. Remember that? Okay, so let's talk about that, and because it happened in twofold. And I reposted. If you get a chance, I'm telling you, it's 15 minutes that you'll be glad you spent. If you weren't able to watch Expert Bailey, the family law attorney that the defense put on yesterday, before she got on the stand, she was sitting in the gallery and she watched the actual family law attorney. Why can I never remember her name? Because I'm losing it, man. What was her name? Hold on. Now I must find it in my notes here. Miss Adamson. Christine or Chris both she and Ms. Bailey, the expert, practiced for 37 years. It's like, Tallahassee's not a huge town. So, when you got folks that have been doing family law for 30 some years, you know one another, you're bumping into one another all the time. Fine. So the problem was that she sat in the courtroom. Ms. Bailey sat in the courtroom. You might remember her. She graduated with honors. Yeah. So she's in the courtroom and she's watching Miss Adamson's testimony. Well, that's a no-no because there's a sequestration order. Now, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, it can change regarding experts, whether they can have access to the testimony, maybe in the form of a transcript after the fact of another witness that they're going to rely upon as part of their opinion. Sometimes you can sit in. Well, there was a sidebar prior to the testimony of Ms. Adamson asking, basically, hey, Judge, our expert, Ms. Bailey, the family law expert, the one that graduated with honors, she wants to sit in and watch the testimony of Miss Adamson because it's critical to the opinions that she has made and maybe affect whether she has a change. Man, there's something new information she learns. That's how it was presented at sidebar. And then it was crickets. It was like a statement made, or there was silence from both the state and the judge. And that silence was kind of received by the defense as acquiescence. Well, I guess it's okay because nobody said no. Not a horrible assumption, but as they say with assumptions, you make an ass out of you and me. Assume ass out of you and me. It's much more graphic. Anyway, it would have been smarter, of course, for the defense to say, so, Your Honor, are we okay with our witness, Ms. Bailey, watching Ms. Adamson's testimony? That didn't happen. It was left just kind of dangling in the air. So Ms. Bailey comes in, watches Ms. Adamson, and then it's pointed out by the state to the court, hey, the sequestration order was violated because Ms. Bailey was sitting here the whole time Ms. Adamson was testifying. Oh, my. And it was the second time. The first time was when the realtor who had shown properties to Harvey and Donna Adelson up in the Panhandle by the defense using that witness, suggesting, see, everything's all lovey-dovey. Everybody was fine. They were working it out. The grandparent Adelsons were going to buy a home near the kids and near Wendy. It's all kumbaya. So that's all he was testifying to. He watched the testimony of one of the private investigators. So there's no real overlap of the content or the opinion or anything given by any of the witnesses. Fact based on one thing, fact based on another. No big deal. Inadvertent. And again, I'm blaming the court staff to some degree and the defense counsel. You got to have your witnesses. There's nothing more important when you're putting a trial on than keeping the witnesses organized and aligned with the case you're presenting. Sometimes that's as simple as the mechanics of wait in the hall till we come get you. Wait in the hall till we come get you. Did I mention wait in the hall till we come get you? Or the court could have put a little flyer on the door. It's already papered with dumb stuff like don't bring any drinks in, I said as I brought my drink in. So you just have another one that says all witnesses wait outside. Doesn't even have to say the case, nothing. If you know you're a witness, I must wait outside. It's right there in front of my face. Didn't have those notices. So anyway, the person comes in, the judge flags them, after it is brought to his attention. Now that's one demerit. Bing! You had one witness in here that shouldn't have been. So when it happened with a witness of much more import, when Miss Bailey is sitting there, remember she graduated with honors, she's sitting there and she's watching Adamson. And I don't have a problem with that. And I think there was sort of a sandbagging by not responding to the request by the defense when they had that sidebar, but too bad. You got to cover your own butt. And the defense did not. And so here we are. What are they going to do? Are they going to exclude her testimony entirely? Talk about another reversible error that I think would have been in play if the judge had done so. That was one of the possible sanctions for violating the sequestration order. Could have said, you're out. Excluding one party's sole expert on a given topic. In this case, it was the family law dynamic and the divorce, right? Exclude that sole witness and you're in trouble. There's nothing, as the appellate court's looking at it, remember, they're just looking at it on its face, what they see. They're going to see the defense prevented from putting on the testimony of a key expert, because that expert heard testimony that they probably had the right to hear anyway, or at least read on in a transcript. They would have had access to that material to look at it and see if it changed their opinions in any way, which of course was a question asked on follow-up by Attorney Zellman, who's doing that, to kind of help himself down the road if there is an appeal, because now it looks like, Ms. Bailey, did you hear anything from Ms. Adamson's testimony when you were here in court that changed any of your opinions? Were there any new facts, anything you didn't already know before you heard her testimony? No, nothing at all. Okay. So if she had said, yeah, there are 18 things I learned, and man, are my opinions different now, that's a whole different issue. Didn't get to that. So now on appeal, if that happens, because there's got to be a conviction, that may be an issue that's brought up, or a counter argument brought up in the response by the state. But it should never have been an issue. Big deal. She's in there. It's an expert. Watching a witness's testimony reflects on her opinions. But that's not how it played out. So what I was getting at, that is the longest way for me to run around to take a look at, when maybe the lunch break, whatever, when you can, the 15-minute cross-examination of Ms. Bailey by Ms. Kappelman. I'm telling you, I've never seen an expert witness go from, maybe slightly positive for the defense to a total nuclear meltdown in terms of her value to the defense. This is a woman that sounds so intractable that she would not admit the sun comes up every day. And, depends. Is it cloudy? That kind of waffling on things that are not really disputed makes you look like an asshole. And there are times, Kappelman is so good at pivoting. She goes to this trash man analogy. You're saying, I may think a pile of trash is stinky and nasty, but to the trash man, the guy who deals with this stuff every day, it's really nothing, right? And she's using that analogy to say that, look, this may be unemotional to you, these divorces, because you're just cranking them out, billable hours, boom, boom, boom. But to the people involved, it's very emotional. Well, I think at one point she said, it shouldn't have been. What the hell are you talking about? So she used the garbage person analogy to say, yeah, well, you're just so desensitized. You're such a cold bitch. She didn't say that. That you don't understand how it affects the players. And when she wouldn't accept the trash man analogy, Georgia Kappelman was like, okay, forget it. I think she said, strike the question, which was probably not the right way to handle that. But the point was made. You're hopeless. There's no way getting through to you. And I think in the back of her mind, Kappelman is saying, not only is this lady ridiculous, but the case being made on behalf of the defense just, got a flat tire, maybe two flat tires, because this woman, unlikable is an understatement. So when you get a chance, take a look at that 15 minutes of cross, because it was fascinating to watch the human interaction there, and the lack of awareness of this witness, and the lack of reading the room is again an understatement. She was so smug, so arrogant, so sure of herself. Bad sign in any expert. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let me see if we get some other stuff here. Oh, yeah, I covered the lesser included. It's good, got that, which I think cleans things up dramatically. And again, in this case, who cares? Not that big an issue. Jen Chapman, I could tell it was personal for Georgia, being a prosecutor and dealing with the worst of humanity on both sides of the bar. Yeah, and she puts herself in that same category, Georgia Kappelman. She's been doing this a while, and there's no doubt you get desensitized to the horrors that in her case she's prosecuting. There's no doubt about it. She would admit that, but she doesn't, she's not devoid of humanity. It's not like she doesn't get it. Yeah, she just can't really be, as in sync with somebody who's really suffering from those consequences. Lisa Davis absolutely loved the honesty and the points made by Georgia. It was dramatic, but for a good reason. Yeah, it wasn't, dramatic it was, but it was more like unintentional drama. It wasn't like she was doing this on purpose. She was actually shocked that the witness would be so, bullheaded about some very common human emotions, right? And of course, very important, because Georgia had kind of a blowout yesterday. Hair was, it was good.
Typical man.
I can't help it. And I know other people noticed it. Don't just say it was me, because I know there people said, "Well, she got, it was a lot of hair work there." Anyway, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. Yet the lawyers had already explained. She discussed how the other party would take pleading, so the expert who listed could have made that point. Yeah, that's true, and that brings me to remember another point too. The use of witnesses. This whole argument that just played out in front of the court about the calendars. Remember the key issue in the one calendar from the notation in 2000, I think it was 13. It may have been the first part of 14, but it's the license plate for the 2008 Accord driven by Dan Markel. The defense wanted a number of other entries into that calendar to be part of the record, and they used this argument called it's called the completeness rule, for kind of a lack of a better description. And it usually applies to business records or documents, something where part of a document is offered and entered into evidence, and the other side says, whoa, we don't want just the last paragraph of that letter. The whole thing needs to come in, or the second page of an invoice. The whole thing needs to come in. That's the rule of completeness. Well, there's an integral connection between the parts that are being offered by the side who wants to complete the record. Well, in this case, you've got random jottings on a calendar. One is the license plate and the car make, and then there's another license plate, another car make but no license plate, and then there's some references to parties and other parts of this calendar. That could have been addressed on cross-examination by Sergeant Corbett. Is he sergeant or lieutenant? Anyway, Corbett was the one who was used to bring in the references to the license plate. Well, then they could have used him to bring in these other things as well. They didn't. They blew it. Dropped the ball on that. Probably didn't think about it as being important. As their strategy evolved, they went, oh my God, it would be better if we had some of these other notations in the calendar to maybe give perspective to why there was a license plate in there. Not sure how they would have argued it. I think we're going to learn, because Zellman did do something smart in this case to save his own bacon. He said, can I use this during my closing as a demonstrative exhibit? Well, now we know he's going to be doing the closing. Remember, Fulford did the open. So he's going to be doing the closing apparently, and he gets to use that. So whatever issues he was going to offer into evidence through those extended pages of the calendar, he can now use in his closing. So good for him. That's a great fallback position. May have kept him from some sort of malpractice claim, because they should have just had that stuff brought in through the witness who brought in the license plates and the license plate from the two different vehicles. American Dreamer, I always write down license plate numbers just in case. I sense some sarcasm, just a little bit. I think about the area where they lived with the Icon, which is like quadruple security, and they want to know, not just the tenant's car make, model, license, but if you're having a party and you have guests coming, they may ask for a list, because they may have a communal parking area that's connected to the building. Who knows? But if I'm the defense attorney, I'm thinking, okay, how do I water that down? How do I make it look less painful that she was writing down the license plate of Dan Markel's car? Is it going to win the day? Who knows? Who knows? I'm always looking through comments here to share stuff, and sometimes they whip by so fast I click on the wrong one. So I apologize if obviously this is an open forum here, but not necessarily, hey, let me slap this on the screen for you, right? So I don't do that on purpose if I get one that looks, like, oh, whoops, that was more private than should have been. Heidi knocked North. I thought Georgia's hair looked like she was over this case. Not a sexy blowout. Well, I guess we looked at that differently. Thought it would look like she kept pushing on her temples in frustration. Well, okay. Well, I like to see alternative opinions. Maybe I'm just a typical man, yes, as we know from Fondy Willis. Let's see. Yes, it was hair raising. The more we heard the despicable testimony from that attorney. Ah, so I see. So blaming the hair on the testimony given by Ms. Bailey. I get it. Oh yeah, was also an issue we talked about with the warrant. Remember, this is where the defense is trying to attack the concept that, hey, Donna Adelson is, escaping. She's fleeing the country. She wants to get out of here. And she's even said on that magical jinx phone call, I'm calling it, that she wasn't sure she'd make it, that are we going to get out of here before the police get to us? And that's when the Vietnam discussion took place. And so the question of an arrest warrant came up in the context of, does anybody know when there's an arrest warrant until like they slap the cuffs on you, right? So needs more K-bell, needs more. I thought it was cowbell. Oh, maybe the K is for cow. Is K first letter in cow? Doesn't matter if she was aware of the warrant or not. She doesn't need to be made aware. One was issued for her arrest before she left the country. Legally, that's fleeing because the warrant was issued. Yeah, I think it's a question of degree. If you know there's a warrant for your arrest and then you subsequently attempt to flee, pretty easy to make that connection. Here, we don't have any evidence that she knew there was a warrant. Did she think one was coming? Yeah. Did she talk about beating the police out of the country? Yeah. So the fact that she didn't know there was a warrant, or at least we don't think she knew, not as important as in a case where there's zero evidence anybody knew that they might be targeted by the police. But yeah, if it becomes common knowledge there's a warrant, then yeah, it's a lot easier to claim they were fleeing for that purpose. Oh, okay. I need to fix it. The K is for my name. All right, I got you. I knew the cowbell reference. I knew the Will Ferrell reference, one of the classic Saturday Night Live moments. Needs more cowbell. So we're expecting them back any moment here. So I'm just taking a second here to cruise through some of the comments and questions. See if we can get to anything before they do come back. Yeah, there's no doubt, and it was 2014. I couldn't remember if it was the first part of 2014 or not. No other license plates were written down, and that was in 2014. Doesn't look good at all. Nope. They had the other vehicle make and model was written down, but not the license plate number. And I don't know if it was ever determined what the other vehicle was. I'm thinking that it was that he had two cars that he was likely to drive, and she just had the second one down there as a what if, and hadn't gotten the license plate number for that because maybe it turned out it wasn't going to be the one he used. You think? I don't know. I'm throwing everything out there. I don't think Dan was going down to Miami in 2014 to see them, so they need his license plate. I think you're probably right, but hey, when the worst thing you can do, in my opinion, as an attorney, is make a ton of assumptions and not consider every possibility. The moment you do that, the moment you have tunnel vision, not unlike your narrowed ear canals that some people have, the moment you have that tunnel vision, you're doomed, and your client's doomed. You gotta be open to any possibility, no matter how remote you may think it is. Oh, this is interesting, Crystal. I work at the Icon in Nashville. I have to give them my license plate number and my driver's license number. So there, see, not a totally stupid idea. Come on. I didn't know there was an Icon in Nashville. I love Nashville. It's such a fun town. My sister and brother-in-law now live just outside of, they're near Franklin. They're I think they're on the fringes of Franklin. Franklin is blown up, which is about, 20 minutes? Is it south? I think it's 20 minutes south of Nashville, because Nashville has gotten so popular that now the environs, the local area surrounding Nashville, is blowing up as well. Yeah, I like that. So you're at the Icon now. Is this a snooty operation there, Crystal? What's the deal? What's the deal with the Icon? I'm unfamiliar. Is it a giant corporate thing? Is it a boutique thing? Please explore. Okay, I'm with Heidi. Georgia hair slander will not stand. That's right. I'm just a guy looking at some hair, and I can tell when it's been handled differently. That's all I'm going to say. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, let's see. Synthesize time. When last we met, Anne Marie says, "Good morning. I missed the start. Anything important? So Donna didn't change her mind about taking the stand." Yeah, well, I don't know if she changed her mind, but it didn't come up. Wasn't an issue. But what did come up was the whole dropping of the lesser includeds, which is what happened. Anne Marie, they dropped the lesser includeds of manslaughter and second degree murder. Those are off the table now. No instructions, nothing on the verdict form. And we did get to hear from Donna Adelson in that context because the court had to have her stand up, swore her in again. I don't know how many times she's been sworn in, and explained to her that, here you have a right to have these lesser includeds in the instructions and in the verdict form. Do you agree to waive those so they will come off of there? Blah blah blah. And she did. So on the record, she had to agree to take those two lesser includeds off the table. And again, we talked in some detail about why you would do that. Good idea, bad idea. Thanks, Mari. Why is Donna suddenly doing sidebars? LMAO, isn't it a little late to... It's funny because it was a request made by Mr. Zellman yesterday as they were in that pivotal, is she going to testify? Is she not going to testify? And I don't know. We don't know if it was ever discussed beforehand. Obviously, the defendant has every right to be up there at the bench. We know that Aidan Carney has been doing so in his hearings in the cases in Massachusetts. We know Karen Reed in the most recent trial. She was up there every time. It was a regular parade. And so I think more often than not, the defendant will accompany at sidebars unless the attorneys have given them some reason not to. And that would make me suspicious. It's your case. It's your life. I'm in. I want to be there. I want to, am I going to be able to make some sort of, legal argument on my behalf? No, but I'm going to hear what's happening. And if I don't understand, I ask my attorneys. When the judge said blah, 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 what did that mean? So Mr. Zellman had asked in the midst of all of that, maybe he's thinking he's better protected or his client is better protected in this pivotal moment if she's involved in the sidebars. And so she went on up there, still had her headphones on. I don't know how that all works because there's nothing going through the headphones. And she's right there. But yeah, I just think it's a good idea in general. I think it also it does two things. It does three things. It keeps you informed as the client as to what's actually happening, right? Number one. Number two, I think it's a good look. I think it looks like this defendant is engaged and actively participating in their defense. That's important. And number three, this I'll call the Kenney Baden rule. You don't get left stranded sitting there at the table by yourself. That's a bad look. So do it. If you're ever, just a tip there, if you're ever a defendant, go to the sidebars. All right. All right. Barbara Ellis and Jackie argued in opening that Donna was scared, and that's why she wrote those checks. Yet they themselves were relying solely on Donna's testimony to prove it. Well, see, I was going to go back last night. I didn't get around to it and look at the opening. It was very short. I could have. It was like 20 minutes long. When Jackie Fulford, my recollection was she represented that Donna was going to testify. That's my recollection. I know we heard about it prior to trial. I know we heard about it in a number of pretrial hearings. So the danger of making those kinds of commitments in opening is that, like Barbara is saying, the jury's going, wait a minute, didn't we hear she was going to testify? How come she's not testifying? It's not going to help you. At very best, it's neutral that you're caught, promising more than you delivered. But it could be negative just because, wonder why she's not testifying. What is she hiding? What are we not learning? What is it she could be telling us? So I think it's dangerous. And I don't know, this is the fly on the wall moment. I don't know during the course of the last 9 days when this thing, not counting jury selection, that something changed in the minds of the attorneys or in the mind of Donna Adelson. If I'm the attorney and I'm willing to say in openings or in pretrial matters that my client is going to testify, I better damn well be pretty comfortable that that client's going to testify. So what happened between those moments and the decision not to testify? What happened for the attorneys? What happened for the defendant? And I truly believe Donna Adelson wanted to testify from the beginning to the moment she reluctantly said, at this time, I won't testify. I think she never changed her focus, but her attorneys did. And her attorneys prevailed in getting her to agree at this time that I won't testify. But man, I'd love to know what moment, what witness, what piece of evidence, what was it that truly changed the tide for the attorneys? Because I think right now, even as Donna Adelson is sitting there, by the way, we are running a touch late, of course, it's 9:41. I suggested to the court, just say 9:30, just say we'll start at 9:30. We're already 10 minutes past my recommended time. And as she's sitting there, I just wonder, what exactly is going through her mind about, the testifying. Yes, no. Crystal, thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate that. We try and put some stuff up there that you can't get otherwise. We're going to do more of that as we roll into our second year. We've got a list of, our second year begins about mid-September. And, we want to do the book club. We have the hunt that we want to do, which is basically asking you guys to help with some unsolved crimes. And so we want to do some more interactive stuff. We want to do some more lives for members only. All that kind of stuff's on the drawing board because we still don't know what the hell we're doing. And so as this first year ends, we're just trying to see what fits, what works, what is good for us. We're both practicing law full time. So this avocation, this passion, has to be fit in with whatever pays the mortgage, So we do think that's one of the things we're going to do is more member perks. That's what I think is important. We have done our best to this point, but I think we can do better. We can definitely do better. Let's see. I saw a lot of people had looked at the video I did of driving through the neighborhood where Wendy lived, which remember where she took all the pictures off the wall, like a couple of, maybe a week before Dan Markel was shot. And that was crazy for her then boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse. He didn't understand it because she would always add pictures to the wall. Anyway, I did the drive around in that neighborhood. It's very interesting to get people's reaction who live in different types of housing. Those were, as I explained, tract housing. Beautiful homes, probably 20 years old at the most, but they all have a very similar look. That's because they're tract houses. And it was interesting to hear from people who have never seen that or don't like it or do like it, because the bottom line is you can get a nicer home for less money because they are, stamped out basically. We need 52 trusses of this for this model. We need X number of bricks for the facade on this model. All of those things save in the raw cost to build, and so they pass those on to the ultimate buyer. Let me jump down here. Well, there. Let me get that up there. Mari, thank you again. Thank you so much. And if you guys, if you become a member, and you can send us a note at justiceservedtv@gmail.com with stuff you'd like to see or do. What as a member would be important to you. Maybe what you'd like to see less of. We're tired of seeing Matt Michael Bryant walk his dog. Whatever. Just send us some thoughts on that. Oh, this is interesting. Wandering Heart Co. I think Wendy lives in my neighborhood in Austin, a mile away. Whoa. Well, don't just tell us that. Get over there. No, that's very interesting. Maybe a play date is in order. I don't know. That's very interesting. And I will just say one of our mods lives in that general area. Maybe we'll stick her out there as well. Oh, that's a very good. See, Sherry, I'm glad somebody knows what the hell they're doing. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, right? And if you are, as I understand the way this works, if you're not a subscriber, you don't get notice of things when we do lives or other things. And so it's simple. I believe you just go like this. So pretty much, unless you've sprained your finger or hand, it's not a big deal to subscribe. Now, those that have become members, yes, that's a commitment of I think it's $2.95, $2.99 a month, which we certainly appreciate. But you don't have to go to that level to show a little support for what we're doing here. So just hit the like button. And thank you, and the subscribe button. Thank you, Sherry Schreiber. And I've learned that comments apparently appease the YouTube overlords. So if you drop a little comment, as simple as it is, I think maybe even if it's just an icon, a thumbs up, a thumbs down, whatever, I think that also helps. It's all about the engagement, the algorithm. We are here to find engagement between a channel and its members or subscribers. And so anything that you do that creates that connection, whether it's a comment, whether it's a chat, whether it is a like, of course, any of that stuff tells the overlords at YouTube that people like what we're doing, and they will then promote what we're doing, and we grow and we get more people. We did just hit 26,000 yesterday, which was very nice. We appreciate that. And I think we're already, I looked at it this morning. I think there are weird things that happen in YouTube. I don't understand it. It's scary, the control they have over this medium, but it is what it is. And it provides an opportunity for folks, to present material like we do. And we're happy to take advantage of that. But it's a shaky deal. And I see ebbs and flows that make no sense with what we're doing, where we are. It just makes no sense. So we had been kind of clunking along from 25,000 to 26,000. And then yesterday, when we hit 26,000, it seemed that the subs picked up again, to the point that we're over 26.1 now in less than 12 hours. So I don't know. I don't pretend to know. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing here, and hopefully word will spread, and we'll grow, and we'll be able to continue doing this. So I can get off of food stamps. Let's see. Oh, Shirley, I love this channel. I like that. So translate that into a like and a subscribe and a note to a friend. Have you noticed that if you're a true crime fan, you probably know a lot of true crime fans, or you've been ostracized from your family for being a true crime fan. But we tend to stick together, and so spread the word. Spread the word. Yes, and you are absolutely correct, Lisa Davy. Hit the like button. I can't do that myself. I can't hit the like button while I'm on. I realize that now. Oh, I like that. Hi, Marie. Marie's in Germany. Yeah, give us your address. Well, not your address, but Germany's kind of a big country. My son was there last fall? Man, time is zooming by. He graduated in May, but he was there last fall for one of his last semesters. He was actually in Prague, but one of the beauties of being, somewhere in Central Europe like that is you just go to all these places. And he got to go to Oktoberfest in Munich. I understand they have beer there. It's something like that. Yeah, and I went to, back in the day, well, it wasn't all that long ago. I used to have a Porsche, and it is 2 syllables, Porsche. 911 convertible, a cabriolet, and so I wanted to go to Frankfurt to the Porsche factory, which was, Stuttgart. Frankfurt, I hate to tell you, Germany, Frankfurt's boring. Frankfurt is basically the financial capital, right, of the country. So if I need some Deutschmarks, or now they're euros, but that's where you go for that. But it's really boring. Stuttgart, which is where they have the Porsche plant. That's the Black Forest there, where the BMWs come out of that area as well. Fascinating to it wasn't like I was watching my car be built, but to just see that level of precision in manufacturing. And after owning that car for 40 years, you heard me, 40 years, I sold it where are we now? When did I sell it? About 4 or 5 months ago. It was its 40th birthday. I sold the car. Somebody else should enjoy it as I did for 40 years. Anyway, Germany's cool. And if you tell me if I spot it here, or if you spot it, Missy, tell me where in Germany Marie is. Okay. Oh, yes. Mara beer. Yes, you've heard. I can't. I'm not an expert, but I have seen beers there, and my son saw many beers there. That I'll tell you what. That Oktoberfest is a racket. They make a ton of money on that. They have certain venues where I think you probably get all the beer and brat you want, but it was hundreds of dollars per ticket to get into that day-long event. So I guess if you drink a lot, maybe you get your money back in time. But it was expensive. He was lucky his sister paid for it for him. She's a few years ahead of him, and she went through the whole European experience as well. So some of us, when I grew up, there was no, hey, let's go to Europe for a semester. I said, what? I mean, maybe I'll go get a Slurpee at 7-Eleven. That'll be my big adventure. But yeah, I was not going anywhere for a semester, Well, it's not too late to catch up, Paula B. Congrats on 26,000. Thank you. Sorry I haven't been here following the Donna case with you. Missed my peeps, but looks like it's almost over. Oh, yeah. Yeah, at least this phase is over. I still think the Wendy contingent believes, even though maybe some of the evidence against her has been watered down, there has been some demarcation of, separating Wendy from the gang, that, Donna and Charlie it's about us, it's about the two of us. Wendy cuts them off at the point where Charlie is convicted. And even before then, is having less and less contact with her own family. So is that because I see that I have to get this and show you. I'll show you when I get a chance here. I think somebody was saying that I'm a Porsche guy. Yeah, I think once you are, right. And it was easier for me to do. I shouldn't say easy. It was less painful than I thought it was going to be to sell that car. I bought it new in '84, and so last year was 40 years old. It was hard. I thought it was going to be harder for me to sell it, but I don't know. Maybe I've matured, and it was it was just a thing. It's something I loved and enjoyed for so long.
Yes.
I'm hearing the voices. Okay, that was just a teaser. Yeah, and that's the reason, Angela. I just it was time, it just seemed right. It was 40 years, and I loved that car. That was the longest relationship I've ever had, with that car, 40 years, and it just felt right. Like I wasn't driving it a whole heck of a lot anymore, in part because I'm in the East Coast now, so it's like I don't want to get it out on the snowy, salty, nasty roads. I want to keep it as in good shape as I can. I don't know. It was just a thing. It just seemed right. And I hope that the new owners are enjoying it. And of course, in true Porsche fashion, I sold it 40 years later for more than I paid for it. And it was not, the Carrera, which was the model they brought back in 83 and 84, because everything was the 911, the 911 SC, and then they had the Carrera many years ago. I think it was in I want to say the 70s. Anyway, they brought it back for that model, but it's still the basic 911. And the fact that it was convertible, a cabriolet, made it a little more unique. But on balance, it wasn't a turbo. It wasn't one of those truly exotics. It was just a solid Porsche. And there's not much. It's a classic fast finance with Jennifer. It was a classic vehicle, and it looked fast just sitting in the driveway. And now I have a couple of weird variations. I have an electric Jaguar now, which, talk about looking fast, that car would beat the Porsche. Okay, it's 0 to 60 in 3.7 seconds. It will pull your brain from its cranial bed. It's just like boom. So it's very cool, very different experience than the Porsche, which is much more a gutsy muscle car. Hi from Manchester, England. Thank you, Brian Stockport. So hey, Brian, what's going on with arresting somebody for some tweets? I've been kind of busy with this case, but I saw a headline that some comedian was arrested when he returned to the UK. What's the deal with that? Because of something he tweeted. I don't know. I'm kind of hooked on that whole First Amendment freedom of speech thing. Okay, so Barbara, my son's a year away from getting a PhD in German studies at Duke. Aha! What do you do with that exactly? Have you asked your son what the plan? Is he going to be a teacher? That would be appropriate. What else? What else would you do with a PhD in German studies? Please help me, enlighten me. Teaching obviously makes sense. Maybe work for a foreign, company, some sort of ombudsman or something for the German country. Oh, now we're back. Okay, let's find out what wrinkles have come along. Thank you all for sharing a little chat time with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to be here. I'm not going anywhere. Linda's going to be joining soon, and we're going to swap out. I got a little something I've got to handle, but for now, I am with you. Oh, you're so right. We were there. We were there first part of December when they opened up all those Christmas markets. Oh my God, it's like a Christmas card. So Kirk 71, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it was cold, but I'm now in the east, so it wasn't like, oh my God, they get less snow there than we get here. And my son ended his semester about the middle of December, so he missed most of the later weather.
You're entering courtroom.
But man, Prague, if you can go there, if you can do it, and Christmas time was amazing. That cider, oh, I'm lucky I'm still alive. I had so much of that cider. Donna checking out the jury. Like, help me.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands.
Hi, Michael Bryant.
For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occurred. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind
and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence, like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond ever not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Counsel.
Okay, I'm checking out. I'll see you soon.
I'll be taking it from here to about 12:30 when Michael will rejoin us. Georgia, following my fashion, I open in black and close in red. So glad to see it. Okay, since we're now on Fashion Thursday, I guess, in a murder case, of course. I love Judge Everett. I love the clarity of instruction. I love everything. Let's go in the court and listen.
Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson, and it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel, in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, "We will help you in any way possible for you to come here." In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, "Here it is, let's edit." And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. "It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around." Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, "Oh, that was never going to work." Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, I'm too angry to write anymore. And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitman knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is how they get that information. Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase at the moment. Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email anyway. If I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including Everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests, and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible. Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanowa. On October 13, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanowa on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanowa together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanowa to be a part of a murder, or part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, "Oh, that wasn't going to work." Well, he didn't think so. "Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career." Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie About Wendy, yet again, if you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise. But why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie. Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacasse, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacasse. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action. And Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine McBanoa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that McBanoa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine McBanoa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. McBanoa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then McBanoa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with McBanoa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacasse. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanowa to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanowa were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanowa. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanowa understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect, appears like it went to voicemail, and we would later learn from Magbanowa that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanowa dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanowa and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanowa says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up coming to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case you didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman. And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, this is so sweet. We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen. because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanowa. They want their money. Where is Magbanowa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45, so while the killers are calling Magbanowa and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, "Are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house." She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who is very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanowa joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanowa, "My parents just left." They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanowa's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. Nine 12/14. The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive. She's controlling. She's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. There's pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A,
What's that?
does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
All right, let me do this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send people something here?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it? Kenney Baden what they asked for? The TV is probably about fine.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and, of course, could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanua, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitman too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McBanoa, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Blaze approach.
I'll take you to the jury room.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chairs, please.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Ms. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining. You need it.
Okay. Stretch time for us, but actually it's talk time for us. As you know, I had some eye appointments, so I can't really see out of my eyes this morning, so I haven't been able to read your comments. I still have a little bit of dilation and oil in them. So everything's good. Don't worry about it. Just normal appointments. Let's just talk about the last objection to what I had thought Georgia Kappelman was a terrific closing statement. I have one comment about whether it's too long with the adoptive admissions, but be that as it may, it's not my closing statement, it's her closing statement. Burden shifting. What you cannot do in a trial is, if you're the prosecutor, suggest that a defendant has an obligation to come up and answer, or we expect when they come up, they're going to answer this. The defendant has no obligation to answer anything or to prove anything. I think Kappelman, though, led into it properly. She said the defense has no right, no obligation to come up here and to say anything, but they did present a defense and they did present witnesses to you. So let's talk about what we believe are the adoptive admissions they made, which would suggest that that defense is inappropriate or not true. So that's the distinction that's being made here. The objection is well-founded. The objection is good. The objection should have been made. And we have seen cases recently where there has been burden shifting and that has been sustained. But on this one, because of the adoptive admissions and because the defense did present a defense, they're allowed to use the adoptive admissions to say that defense really doesn't hold, in the words of my cousin Vinny, doesn't hold water. That's an old movie from the 1990s, one of the best legal movies you'll ever see. If you have a chance to look at it, about how you really try a case and what is important. My cousin Vinny, that defense doesn't hold water. All right, so let's start with that. Okay, I think that I've been posting on X, Twitter, screenshots of some of the PowerPoint that Georgia Kappelman is using. I think incredible use of the PowerPoints. Something I like, which is behind you, and you speak to the jury, but behind you the jury sees what you are speaking about, okay? So they're listening to you, but if they want to look at what the supportive evidence was in trial, they can see it right behind you. And I did post some of those. That is a style of closing that I actually love, as opposed to, you know, you're going back to the PowerPoint here, back to the PowerPoint here. I think that's well laid out, because really you're getting two closings at once. You're getting what you say and what the jury can see. And remember the point of a closing statement. The point of a closing statement, closing argument, actually, because it's an opening statement, closing argument, is to give the jurors who are for you so far, that are leaning towards you so far, when they go back in the jury room, the ammunition, if I may use that term, to argue with those who may not believe that the defense, that the prosecution has proven their case, okay? So you are laying out not only your theme, but you're laying out the specific points, the specific bites that will allow those jurors that are for you to argue in for you. And in this case, it's for the prosecution. Now, again, I can't see your comments, okay? So I apologize about that. I had a couple of issues with regard to questions I wanted to ask you. At one point, about halfway through the closing statement, Georgia Kappelman, who is the lead prosecutor on all of these cases, says Wendy did not comply with Donna's plan activity. And that would be, she wasn't complying back in 2013 with the plan activity of, let's see, make sure we get these kids to Miami, to South Florida. And at that point, I thought, maybe the prosecution doesn't intend to go after Wendy. Now, I know this is Donna's case, but we know how the prosecution has been building these cases. They do one case, right? And in that one case, they build their case against another defendant. And they've been doing that since they've been trying these cases, first with the plea deal with Luis Rivera, and the first trial with Silfredo Garcia and Catherine Katie, where she had a hung jury. He got convicted and was put in prison for life. And then they tried Katie again, and then she gets convicted. And then they go move on to Charlie, and he gets convicted. In each of these trials, we have seen the case kind of being set forth against the next defendant who the state intends to go after. And you actually heard that here. But before you go there, let's talk about it. Wendy did not comply with Donna's planned activity. That was still in the whole beginning of the trial. This was the whole theme of the beginning, that it is Donna who is the Ma Barca. She's Ma Donna. She's the Don of the family. What she wants, she gets. She controls. She controls everything. No one's going to do anything without Madonna is imprimatur. And no one's going to do anything without her. And she is the one, when she wants her way, she gets her way. And I think that theme was established over and over and over again. So when Georgia Kappelman in the middle of the closing said Wendy wasn't complying with Donna's planned activity, that's when Donna came up with a plan to actually off Dan Markel. That's what came across, and that's what exactly Georgia Kappelman was saying, right? That's what happened. So at that point, I'm thinking to myself, it doesn't sound like they're planning to go after Wendy Adelson, right? That's what I thought. It didn't sound like that, because it sounded like the plan to kill Dan Markel was totally inspired by Donna Adelson. And I think that was the whole first part of the trial, about how controlling she is. Then she comes up with this plan because Wendy's not going to do it. Mom, I'm good. I'm good staying where I am, right? But then no one can argue with Madonna, okay, in regard to this. So when Donna wants to have her way, she's going to get her way. And so she then has a text with Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson, we're all good, everything like that. But then Donna is not good. Donna is simply not good. And Donna comes up with this plan, and TV becomes the code word for murder. TV, and I thought that Kappelman did a great job in this closing infiltrating the word TV all the way through the second half of the closing to show that when the plan was hatched by Donna Adelson, she started talking into code about the TV repairman. The texts of the repairman are coming 8 to noon. A TV, by the way, that could not be fixed, right? The TV that cannot be fixed, all right, because it's cracked. Somebody threw something at it, or it fell over and it cracked in the middle. But it sounded like it got, even a kid could have thrown something. And when the old TVs, by the way, when they were on and you cracked them, they ejected out. Now for safety purposes, they have that huge crack in the middle. It's almost like your windshield when a stone comes up on it and hits the windshield of your car, and you see that crack emanating out from the focal point of the hit. And it was clear that was simply not going to be able to be fixed. So so then we have the integration of the word TV all the way through the rest of this closing, which I thought was absolutely wonderful. And then she says, Kappelman actually says, let me tell you several things for you to consider. Innocent people don't talk in code, especially when they've been, shall we say, not attacked, but approached by what they think is a gang member, undercover officer who's threatening them, and it's more of a blackmail. Then she says, code, I'm telling you, is the code word. TV is the code word for murder. And then she says something really interesting. When Donna calls Charlie, who's her first call after the undercover operative or undercover agent, sometimes you'll see UCA, sometimes you'll see UCO, all right, approach Donna, and she calls Charlie. She mentions the word TV, but the undercover operative didn't say anything about the word TV, right? So Donna is talking to Charlie now in code about the murder, because what the undercover operative gave her was an article about the murder with a picture of Dan Markel with $5,000 scribbled on it in red. And then she goes one step further and she says, with all this, you are scared, you're being approached, you don't know, on the street by somebody, right? You say you've had this theme, Charlie had this theme that you are being blackmailed, right? And all. But what do? You just go get the two grandchildren and walk the same place with the same street that the UCA, or you didn't know it was undercover operative at that time, came and, according to you, threatened you in a way that indicated that they wanted more money. And in a way that Charlie says, well, he's going to now start carrying a gun. And if somebody comes to his house, what they're going to find is a doctor in the driveway. He's a dentist. A doctor in the driveway standing over the body of a gang member, okay? So the only reason why Charlie would know about the gang member is because he had hired a gang member through Catherine, his girlfriend, who he shared with Sigfredo Garcia, who was in a gang. So we start out with the whole idea that Donna is the Madonna, all right? We get to the fact that Wendy may not be cooperating initially, so Donna hatches this plot. But then Wendy is obviously, what happens here, almost like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde theme. When you think that they're not going to be building the case against Wendy, what you're hearing is the opening statement against Wendy here in this, that she goes along with it, that she knows it's happening, that she drives to the house where the hit was taking place between this period of time and this period of time. And what you and I and all of our chat have spoken about is that you come up, you drive to your old house, right, where your kids are living, and Kappel makes a point of that, where they left for school this morning, and you see the police activity. You don't ask the police what's going on, at your own house, because that's where the crime scene tape is near. You don't call the daycare to see how your kids are. You don't call your ex-husband to see, is everything okay? There's something happening at the house. No matter how much you hate him, he's got your kids. And you just spoke to him by text just the other few days before and asked him, by the way, are you going to be home between the 14th and the 18th? Are you going to be home on the 18th? Which happens to be the day that the hit was scheduled. Remember, Garcia and Rivera came actually a few days before. They actually had followed and trolled a little bit past Dan Markel. And then once he dropped the kids off that morning, then they went to the gym and they followed him. And then when they went back home, that's when they did the hit. So I thought that from having a moment there where I thought that Wendy was in the clear with the plot or the confederation. I love this word for the conspiracy, the Confederates, right? With regard to kill Dan Markel, that Georgia Cappleman brought home this whole confederation, this whole plot. But this plot was pushed, incited, planned by Donna Adelson, who wants her good son, not the son that she everyone says is strange, but she's really distanced from, because he did go to the birthday party and he did talk to her, and she was close enough and hated Dan Markel enough that Donna Adelson had told him that she hates Dan Markel. So that you have the good son Charlie, who she sees probably every single day, right? He's running the dental office, and then Harvey comes back, and then they're all the three of them. The three of them are like three peas in a pod. They're the ones who are, and I want to say living together, because they're the ones who are in South Florida. They're the ones involved in dental practice. Donna's writing all the checks, including the checks, the one that gives the checks to Kathy Bagbatwa, 44 of them, okay? For somebody that instead of going to the police, you continue to allow to extort you, but your son continues to sleep with her. So, that doesn't make any sense. So I think that we get to that point there where I thought, well, they're not going to go after Wendy, right? They're just not. They just said that Wendy wouldn't comply with it, with her mother, with regard to moving. But then apparently she is too hard to resist. And maybe, I don't know if this is going to be some kind of Stockholm syndrome we get. Wendy is in on the plot with her mother. And you have the three Confederates, and I say three, because we haven't talked about Harvey yet, about whether or not they're going to go after Harvey. Although for the first time, I thought they were going to leave him alone. But for the first time in this trial and in this closing, right, you are seeing Georgia Cappleman talking about Harvey Adelson being part of this, in my opinion, in a way that she is doing. All right, she's not giving away everything, but she is specifically, I think, mentioning him a lot more. So that's where we left off with regard to this. Now, she has 35 minutes left of her 2 hours. I assume that she is going to end, well, she hasn't talked about the script yet. And the reason why she can comment about the script and the story, first Charlie's story, but then Charlie's story becomes Donna's story. How? By the script in the jail, okay? Charlie's story, Donna's story is how? By the script in the jail, right? I also think it's pretty disgusting, and I said this to you the other day, that they immediately, with regard to the party with Dad, and by the way, there's one text that was really interesting. I think it was a text, you tell me, where I hadn't really picked up on it. We'll see if Harvey wants to cancel the party. If he's not feeling well enough does he want to cancel the party? And canceling the party was clearly code words, although Cappleman didn't exactly say it because she's not giving everything up that she has, code words to see whether Harvey wants to cancel the kill. In my opinion, that's how I read, heard, believed, inputted what Georgia Cappleman was saying, okay? I don't know how you inputted what she was saying, but that's how I inputted what she was saying. So that we have this whole web that was woven by Cappleman, all right? With the head, the big spider, the big wolf spider up here, right? And this web that's weaving around the Confederates, all right? But everyone it wants to do what Donna wants to do, because Donna is the one who is the Don of the family, all right? And even Wendy capitulates at the end, it sounds like, and goes along with the plan, knows about the plan, and does nothing to stop the plan, okay? And then what's really interesting there here is when Wendy gets picked up by the police after Dan is shot, I say assassinated in his garage. I like to use that word because I think when you come up to somebody in a car and you put a gun at the window, which is going to go right through their head, right? That's an assassination. That's just more than a murder. That's an assassination to me. All right. When we talk about that assassination of Dan Markel, when Wendy's picked up by the police, who does she say may have the most motive to kill her ex-husband is her mother and her father. Okay. And we haven't even gotten to Jeff yet. So it was Wendy trying to give him up, and knowing that maybe she would be next. Is this like one family that eats their own? And there she is, right? We had the drama yesterday. She elected not to testify, but she would have been.
You can be seated.
So why don't we go back into court? Let's listen. I'll be
The
behind.
objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover, his look, his words, his behavior. It's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's going to buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks, stops the bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks. Okay. Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny. Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, I've got to go, and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanowa, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanowa. Magbanowa hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanowa is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanowa was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanowa while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. This is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanowa gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. in that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. The script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Oh. Okay. On that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McVanoa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates the 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly.
Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds, Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're going to need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not going to stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were admitted, not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these will be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. The defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
Okay, Michael Bryant, I'm so glad you're gone.
Yeah. Yes. Everything good?
Because, yeah, let me
How many
see.
fingers am I holding up?
I'm putting the powdered sugar dust, so I don't know if you can tell me, all over me. You see all that?
I see
go
something.
that. Oh, yeah, powdered sugar dust is everywhere. I don't want to blow it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're about to
I may involve
make
a
a large
conspiracy, make a
mess.
large mess with the powdered sugar. Let me just close up the powdered sugar dust that it seems to have blown all over the Adelson family. And we have a lot of questions that I haven't been able to see to answer in our star questions. So I'm going to have to let you handle those. And put them
I'll
up.
see what I
still
can
have,
do.
you know, 2 eye appointments in a week to check your eyes. I can't see a thing. But I can see, or I can hear, a conspiracy.
Yeah, the key question I saw it trickle by in the chat was, is there enough to find her guilty of first-degree murder? And that's really the analysis a couple of times removed, because we know how the murder was committed. The real question is, are the boxcars connected closely enough to get the ride to the big house for Donna Adelson? I think so, but there could be somebody that thinks otherwise, thinks that she was just being there's a very big difference between being the meddling mother-in-law and being a killer. So,
well, yeah, the meddling mother-in-law. No, she's Dawn. She suffers from, she wants to be, I don't know, maybe when she grew up, was John Gotti there? Because she's Don Gotti. I mean, she's Don Adelson. She's my Donna. I mean, I've named them. I thought that Georgia did a terrific job. Some people say it was a little bit too long. And I think they made a decision. They were going to do their whole case in the closing. They only needed 5 minutes or 7 minutes or whatever.
Just to reinforce.
To respond, just to reinforce and all. You can reinforce if anyone wants to borrow my powdered sugar dust to spray on everybody. So while you're looking at those star questions, I'll just tell you that I'm next, okay? Wow. I mean, that's
I think it's both of us. That was from the bump note.
That was from the bump to the bump to the bump to the bump.
Every time I hear something like that, I see Wendy drifting off into the distance. I see a barrier being erected between Charlie and Mom and Wendy on the other side.
Well, they've laid that out as the, instead of the bicycle, we're all taught in law school, the bicycle spokes, she labels that as a train car, which I thought was really, really interesting. So who's the engineer driving the train? But, think about John Gotti, right? The Don, when he wanted to order a hit, he would have his, his first lieutenant or whatever, the capo. There'd be like 4 or 5 different people. So no one knew the orders would come from John. The only reason why they'd get him was for the wiretaps here. And all. So I don't know. I thought that they, I know you were listening before, that there was like initially it was like a Jekyll and Hyde, looked like Wendy was not involved, and then whoa, did Georgia bring Wendy into the whole confederation. And after all, who benefited the most?
Well, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt who the primary beneficiary was, in theory, because one way to look at it would be that Donna was the primary beneficiary. She spearheaded this because she is the one that wanted the family down south. Wendy had made peace with it. In fact, that was the phrase she used, right?
Right.
So again, when I hear that, it makes me say, Donna wanted what she wanted. Wendy had been resigned to it.
Except that she couldn't undo what Donna wanted. When Donna wanted, she's in on the TV plot. I think there's some damning stuff that
oh, there's no doubt. And we're not hearing all of that, because that would be a problem for the prosecution in the next case.
I'm going to put these up.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Aaron
put these
Perrin,
up, and you're going to have to read them, okay?
I know. Well, I was trying to, and you just took
I'm
that one away
sorry.
from
I'm
me.
sorry.
Well,
I can't see what I'm doing. Okay?
I can tell. Aaron, thank you so much. 700 people watching, 400 likes. Come on, peeps, do it. There's some cheerleading from Aaron. Thank you so much. I don't even know how you monitor likes on this whole operation. I have no idea.
I know. I can see it. I can see, because here's what I can do. I can do this. But it's getting better.
Getting better. Did you have dilation in their
yeah, there's two times this week, because I couldn't fit. I had rushed back to get here the other day, and so I didn't finish my eyes are fine. 20/20 vision with my glasses on, just fine. So everything is fine. But the problem is that when you're doing TV and you're doing this type of TV, and you don't have those big the big monitors we have when we're doing old-fashioned TV, it can't make the print much bigger. So all I can do is put that. I did see that there were some other people. What does that say? Okay.
It says Lynn Day says, Linda, when I was practicing, I also opened in black and closed in red.
Yes, I love you. That's exactly what I did. Open the black and close.
Like Tiger Woods on Sunday in the red. Jeannie, grand piano, titties and teeth. Well, now a new member. And thank you. That is, I'm not sure I want to know the story behind that name, but thank you, Jeannie, grand piano, etc.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's get through these, because I couldn't put them up. We had the break before because I couldn't see them.
Hey, there's Jodine. Georgia is deliberately making statements to tickle any wire on Wendy.
Ooh, Jodine, if you're still in the chat, you got to come on and explain that. We'll send you a link, okay? If you're still in the chat, that's great. What else we got going here with everybody?
Let's see. I think we did that one and that one. She follows up. Such a great explanation by Linda. This closing is also the opening statement for Wendy. This is like free law school education. Yeah, one thing that makes Georgia, with a blowout or not, so effective is, and this is true of any attorney that knows the case so well, backwards, forwards, upside down, and for her, she's lived it before. But if you know your case that well, you can just extemporaneously talk about, her. I'm guessing her notes are just like bullet points, like 2 or 3, per chunk, and that just triggers the conversation. So it becomes very conversational and somewhat off the cuff at times, which is, I think that's the way I operated, and I think that's the way to connect with the jury, so that you're just talking, you're telling a story. I'm not reading what I have here to talk to you. Look up now, and then I will talk. I mean, you got to be, just you're having a conversation with these folks. They've all seen the same thing you have, so all you're doing is kind of pointing them in the right direction to get to the conviction that you want. So
let's go on. What else we have? What else we have in these comments?
This is a follow-up to the grand piano. Michael, grand piano, boob job, and veneers were methods of bribery. That is true. I hadn't boiled it all down into the piano thing. I still don't understand. Was there any sort of suggestion that anybody wanted a grand piano, that was an enticement of some sort? That was that for some discussion. Was that for Ms. Bird, or was that for?
The piano was for Miss Bird. Okay.
Ms. Bird? Yeah. Who, by the way, the jury was told right out of the box this morning that she was not an expected witness. It was a kind of a watered down suggestion that the defense was hiding her, sandbagging her, because that was all the court said, was that this witness was not on the original witness list provided by the defense.
I didn't understand that. Did you understand?
And just moved right along, as if to say, to give the hint that the defense was not disclosing this person before they testified, and they should have. Okay, let's move along. No real suggestion as to what they should do with that information. Like,
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
I
hold it against the
I've watched the
defense,
trial, and I've watched the trial.
hold it against the witness. I don't know. It just seemed kind of odd, but I made a note of it. Okay, great, thanks. But she was the one, of course, that was going to get the teeth and the piano. So I just don't understand the piano. I guess if you're extorting, hey, ask for whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you want to, and then, and I've been explaining, as I always have, that the whole idea of your closing is to give the jurors that are for you the points to argue there. And then Georgia did exactly that at the very end. She wanted to talk about, well, this is a circumstantial case, but it's also a direct case. And then she went on to listen, all the things, all the pieces of evidence that are direct. It involves both of us, and she doesn't mention the fact that there's 5 bumps. Okay. Remember, there's the bump there's the text by Oscar at 2:00 or 2:04 in the morning. There's the call to the office. There was, and I don't remember the other, and of course the original bump, and then there were 2 more bumps that occurred. So it was the bump.
Yeah, because the first bump was not really met with any sort of response. We know internally there was a lot going on, but there was no response to the bumper. And then that led to an email first, and then a text, and then ultimately a call to the office. Kirk's 71 is talking about the grand piano, which I'm still flummoxed about. Could be sold to feed the habit. So it was Drini that wanted the piano. I got my snitches back.
No, it was Patricia with the piano.
I thought it was Ms. Berg, but anyway,
Patricia Berg with the piano.
That's kind of a long way to go. If you're asking somebody for something, whether it be drugs. Remember, I think Ms. Drini was promised drugs, right? Wasn't she promised like prescription drugs? As
Right.
So
a friend of Charlie could write her all the drugs that she wanted.
Selling the piano, I'm not sure that would be the most direct way to get the drugs.
Maybe it's a code word for something else too that we didn't know. Then she mentioned, involves both of us, the 44 checks, the license plate, and the planner. And boy, the defense screwed up there because they wanted to show other parts of the planner to show that she had the same kind of information all over with regard to a lot of different people, but they didn't do it through, I think it was Agent Sanford who got the planner, and if I recall, that's my recollection.
I think it was. I always get his name wrong.
Corbett.
Corbett. Thank you.
It was Corbett. Okay.
It was Corbett. But you're right. Yeah, that was something we talked about earlier this morning, and it was just their mistake. But as a fallback, he did a good job of getting the approval of the court to use the pages he wanted in as evidence demonstratively, which could ultimately be the same effect. The jury's not going to go, oh, wait a minute, these are just demonstrative. No, they're going to look at whatever he has to show, and they're going to listen to whatever that argument may be.
Right.
And they're not going to minimize it because those pages they see are not officially in evidence.
Right.
I'm sorry. I just don't think a jury is going to make that.
I agree with you. So that he did a great job with that. And also the judge protects against any type of incompetence or ineffective assistance of counsel by giving that. And I think the judge is aware of that to make sure that Donna doesn't go after the attorneys. And then she says also with direct evidence is the fact they talked in code, the fact that there was a script, the fact that I had something on Bird, but now I can't see what I wrote because I wrote it too small. Okay. That Donna didn't want to talk on the phone at all, or she only wanted to talk in person, right? And that Donna didn't go to the police, and of course she wanted to go to Vietnam, a non-extradition country. And then of course we get to the pièce de résistance. So they're coming back from vacation to go to Lincoln's bar mitzvah, but Donna says you can Wendy, you can bury me in the dress I bought for the bar mitzvah.
I mean, talk about just the overload of Jewish mother guilt, and this was all related to the text and email chain, mostly one-sided, where Wendy would not even reach out to Charlie, this guy who's done so much for you, Wendy, and he's worried about you, and you don't give a rip about him. And it was all in that same context, which was caught in the disconnected call. I'm not sure how to describe that, but I've been calling it the jinx call.
The non-hang up,
yes.
The non-hang up where she doesn't hang up because it costs too much money for when he gets reconnected.
and she doesn't know that
$6.54 or whatever.
Well, that's very expensive. Lisa Davy, Donna playing Santa in prison. What would you like, little sunshine? Yes, Very weird indeed. But I
Well,
guess if you're in prison and you see an opportunity, why not?
Yeah, well, you know, I've had very wealthy clients that have been in prison. I had one particular here in New York City in prison, but she knew how to play everybody with the money, right? She knew exactly how to play everyone with the money. She was pretty, you know, pretty terrific, as a matter of fact. Especially, you know, they have a thing where they only have a certain amount of minutes, so they have to. They buy up minutes from other inmates, right? By giving them commissary or whatever it is. And then they use their minutes. So when they call out, it's using their code, and it doesn't look like that it's the code, you know, for the, or they're not tapping the person who's using their own prison code to get out. And that's why it cracked me up when one of the inmates, I think it was Drina, said, "You really don't know how prison works, do you? Or you don't know how jail works, do you?"
That's right.
Nope.
And hey, if anybody can give you advice, it's Drini, who's 27 times convicted. Joy Schmehar, who do you think is going to give the closing, Avery or Petty? Obviously, we're talking about Fulford, Petty, or Mr. Zellman. And he's going to do it, we believe, because he's already asked for the use of the demonstrative evidence in the form of those calendar pages. So he could have been asking for her, but I doubt it. I think it's going to be him. And isn't
As a matter of fact,
is he
I think I
wearing
said
a fancy
to you,
tie or something today?
Yeah, no, I said to you when I came back and I said, because initially I thought that Fulford, because she gave the opening, would give the closing, right? But when I came back, the first thing I noticed was how dressed up and he was put together, his hair is done and everything. I said, oh, I think remember I said to him when he came in privately, I think he's doing the closing argument, because Fulford, I hate to say this, but if you're going to give the closing argument as a woman, you normally will have your hair blown out and all. And that came up, by the way, in our chat about Georgia changing her hair. I don't think there's any problem. I think Georgia is Georgia. She's got this case wrapped. I mean, she's got everything wrapped around her figure, and she's got you or I trying a case couldn't be Georgia. You know, we can only be ourselves. No one is a better you in courtroom than you, and she's just matter.
She's very likable. I mean, all you have to look at is, I looked at this not too long ago, the little presser that she held, the impromptu presser after the conviction of Charlie Adelson, right in that rotunda, right outside the courthouse, 3G, and it's the same person, right? It's the same person you see talking to the jury, same person you see arguing to the court. That's just her personality. It just works as an attorney. And even a little, she said at some point, isn't somebody going to congratulate me? Because people immediately were starting to press her about other cases, and Wendy and Donna, and isn't anybody going to congratulate me? So I look forward to the presser that follows, whatever happens here.
Yeah, well, I actually look forward to you and Missy putting a call into the office and an email to the press officer to ask her to come on Justice Serve TV.
Yeah, and I did talk to her directly, you know, which may be good, may be bad. But yeah, we'll certainly be reaching out to all of those that we have direct contact info for. So.
Yeah. Well, definitely the prosecutor's DA's offices are online. Of course, we'd like to interview everyone. So if anyone has any contact with anyone, and I don't mean jurors right now. I'm not going there. I'm talking about when this case is over.
Explain this. You'd be much smarter to transfer cash inside a grand piano. Yeah, okay. The grand piano has fixated me and others, it appears.
It has to be a code word. It has to be
Detective Snarkasm. Donna is the leader of the Lactose Queens gang in county jail. Does she have lactose intolerance?
I don't think, did she say that when she was on the stand?
I don't remember that as a complaint, but she probably did complain about the food. It's all carbs, man. It's all carbs. That's why she's gained so much weight.
Well, and you know what that was interesting though? I would have liked to have seen a 3-camera, one on the PowerPoints that were there going up, one on Georgia and one on Donna at the same time, and maybe switching off every once in a while. But, you know, by the time the camera would hit sometimes the PowerPoint slide that Georgia was talking about, even though she didn't, you know, point back to it, it was already gone. Right now, I've put up on X Twitter a bunch of the screenshots of those slides, and I have like 1, 2 more, but you couldn't get them. You couldn't get them quick enough because the camera came off them because they missed them going up. And I thought that it would have been nice to be able to see that, although I'm sure we're going to have access to the PowerPoint because it's going to be, I assume it's going to be marked as a court exhibit, right?
I would think so. In fact, I thought I heard a conversation to that end just as they were about to break. But you may not know, but this is really for the jury, not for us. So I'm hoping that the jury is seeing it and understanding it, and is helping the presentation she's making to the jury. We're just lucky enough to be the proverbial flies on the wall. And I have said from the beginning, there's no reason not to have a direct input into the switcher for the TV production, for the Elmo, and for these PowerPoints. There's no reason not to be able to do that somehow. That would be so much nicer.
Easier.
But the three-screen effect,
yeah,
I don't know.
And to see how Donna was reacting. When I did Spectre, I had a PowerPoint behind me every time. The whole 6 hours I spoke, there was always a PowerPoint behind me. Not that I would necessarily refer to it, but it would be reinforcing what I'd be talking.
And that's the key. The reinforcing is the key, not distracting. Not because we're just like little kids. Oh, shiny object. And so you don't want a ton of words cluttering the screen, and you don't want it to be so distracting that you start to sound like wah 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 wah. You want it to be a collaborative thing. So I'm totally into the grand piano now. It's large, it's heavy, and she doesn't have a use for a piano if she's in prison, and Harvey won't have to move it by himself. Oh, I see. So it's helping her. It's like a yard sale. Okay.
It has to be code for something she wanted.
I don't know. Maybe it's this. Check this out. From Ginger Snaps. In New Zealand, prison piano is selling for $1,000. You Kiwis, or if you're Kiwi, that's not an offensive term, is it? To be a Kiwi, somebody from New Zealand? Maybe that's what it means. Maybe there is some code for that.
Yeah, whatever.
See, because it's a grand piano. Grand.
Right.
See?
Right. A grand piano. Okay, so she didn't say Steinway, which hundreds of thousands, $200,000 now, or Yamaha, I guess, is $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 now. But the problem is they don't. Except for Steinways, it's very hard. You're right, but a grand piano, I'm getting it. I'm very slow. I'm a little slow. I wonder if glad I'm not the jury. So, oh, wow, she was looking for a grand. Oh, my gosh. A few grand.
Skip the piano,
or
just give me the grand.
Or 88 keys of grand. Pianos have 88 keys, right? If they're grand pianos on them. Oh, now I get it. But Michael Bryant, can I just interrupt you on a personal note?
Okay.
I heard you speaking this morning, and I could not believe it. And I was shocked.
Okay.
All right.
Lay it on me.
Because people have been asked us yesterday when you were on how we kind of like we meshed together. Did we know each other a long time? And I kept saying that sometimes we'd be on the air together, but it was very rare. But we had this thing about doing demonstrative exhibits, and then you would do something, and then I'd bring something in to try to one up you on my thing, and then you would mention it, and we kind of like we were kind of like of the same snarky kind of like Billy. Plus, you were one of the lawyers. I mean, you, Bob Bianchi. We were, three of the lawyers of the 5 days, right? That were doing hosting that actually tried cases. But when you said you had a Porsche, Porsche, it is two syllables.
It is 2 syllables.
Porsche, 911 convertible.
Yep, cabriolet.
The cabriolet. I couldn't believe it because I also had a 911. Porsche Cabriolet.
Really?
Mine was a 4-seater in black on black.
Okay. Mine was black on black. In fact, I was gonna do it. I'm gonna go grab I had a picture Lisa took, like a farewell picture, because I said earlier today I wasn't as emotional as I thought I would be after 40 years with the same car. But I do have the picture, like the last picture of me before I sold it.
Yeah, I had mine for 10 years, and I think I sold it for almost as much as I paid for it after 10 years. And I actually wrestled with the idea of getting rid of it because I just love that car. But at the time, I needed 2 hip replacements, and getting in and out of it was a little bit more difficult. So, now I drive a truck. So.
Yeah, it's an amazing vehicle, and I had 2 other cars, so I didn't drive it a lot, and I always waited for good weather. But it amazed me. I would keep a trickle charger on the battery because that's key. Otherwise, it's going to go dead. Get right out, start right up. From sitting for maybe 2 months. That's even bad. I should, to keep the oil going and the seals from getting too wet. I should have done that every 2 or 3 weeks, but I didn't. Anyway.
And the sound of when you started up, and there's nothing like the feel, and that was it's still 10 after 2 with Porsches are concerned because Mr. Porsche, said that that's the way you should drive, not the new way they're teaching you, which is this
On the
way
lower-
underneath,
the
at
lower
the
grip.
lower, yeah.
And manual stick shift is
Right.
I mean, that's driving. The rest
That's
is kind of
driving, right.
riding.
Right.
That's driving.
That's how I
And-
learned to drive first of all, my father told me, but the first manual stick shift I got into somebody's car was, it was some type of Italian car, and I never driven it before. I just got in and I was like, okay, this is it. I see people doing it, and it's pretty good. I mean, that's how you drive. You really drive. You have control of your car when you have a manual. They don't.
No doubt.
I guess they don't make manuals very much anymore.
Well, you have to you have to specifically order it
Yeah.
from the factory. If you go to Europe, you can rent cars with manual, and I try to do that just because it's
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, it's fun. And it also gives you, if you're in the snow, there's nothing like having a manual transmission to get out of the snow.
I'll tell you the one negative, especially when you come from the Bay Area, driving in the city of San Francisco with a manual transmission is a very dangerous proposition because, you might be at a stop sign like this, right? So, for those who haven't driven manual transmission, you're easing off on the clutch and you're stepping down on the gas to engage the clutch and go forward. If you don't do that properly, you're going backwards. So what you learn how to do is you have the center emergency brake. It's right in the middle, just where the gear shift is. You put that on. Then as you start to accelerate, you release that, and it keeps you from rolling backwards down these crazy hills. So
those
your hips get a workout. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. There's some hills, but it also keeps you engaged in actually driving the car.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
That's the great thing. But
and it's fun. It's just, if I'm on a downshift and I'm, it's just especially a nice car with a manual.
I can't believe you and I had pretty much almost the same car, although mine was the
know.
4-seater and the 4-wheel drive, which I don't think they made when you got yours.
I'm sure not. I got mine. Mine was an 84. I got mine the year of the strike in Stuttgart. They had a strike, and I mentioned I went to the factory, not that year, but since, because I just want to see it happen. And so I bought it sight unseen. It was from a dealer in the Bay Area. I was already in Fresno at the time, still in college, and it's like, what is it? It's black on black, and it's convertible. I said, I want it. And so before it even got here on the boat, I had committed to buy it, and I drove up to get it. A friend gave me a ride up. There it was. I said, okay. And the first time I ever drove it was off the lot to come back home.
Well, that reminds me. And the reason I bring that up is because my salesperson was a friend of mine. His name was Michael Schwartz at Porsche Monmouth County, New Jersey. He'd given me a document relating to, and people may have to Google this because he was in the military, the My Lai massacre in Vietnam. People should look at it because it's, the defense was, just following orders. And he always wanted me to do something on it, investigate it on TV. And I have just recently pulled it out, and maybe that's something I will finally work on. He's a terrific person. And he actually held the car for me. I was in trial for like 6 months. And I said, I can't buy a car. I mean, I'm in, Timbuktu for the next 6 months. And so they actually held it because it was the black on black 911. So
what year was it?
94, 95.
94, 95. So 10 years later.
Yeah.
At that point, it was water cooled, wasn't it?
No,
like a radiator. It was still air cooled then.
It's still air cooled, right?
Because that was they were in the transition period there, where they, this was another crazy thing about the car being that powerful and yet no radiator, total air cooling, and 14 quarts of oil. Most cars have 5. 14 quarts of oil because that acted as also as a coolant. Micah says
you can still put oil in your car now. You buy a car, you can't even a gas car. I look at the trunk. Someone said you need oil. I said, what do you mean? What, you have to take it to the dealer to have to put oil in.
I know. I'm I've got the tools and the ramp and everything, and I still struggle with how limited the things are that you can do. Of course, one of my cars is an electric car now, so you don't do anything. Micah says, I have a dual clutch transmission. And I love it. Dual clutch.
Dual
Insanely
clutch,
quick
Micah.
shifts can beat all the muscle cars around it. Dual.
So
I know what double clutching is. Obviously, that's boom, boom. That's where you clutch out of gear and clutch back into gear. In most transitions, you clutch, shift, shift. But double clutch is shifting in and out. I don't know what a dual clutch transmission is, though. I don't know, Micah. I don't know what that is.
Well, as we're talking about it, let's bring all this back, because let's assume we were doing a murder plot, right? We could use dual clutch. We could use clutch. We could use manual.
Code word?
Code word, transmission. all of these things that could be used as code words here. And so the TV set is very interesting that they picked upon a TV set because something was tickling them that maybe the purchase of this TV set. So we bring this back to this case, and I'm saying people tend to use code words that they may be familiar with. And for some reason, I can't imagine they picked the TV set just because they in advance knew they could call the Geek Squad and set up a time for an appointment at the same time.
I think all of that evolved, and I think the Charlie joke was the impetus for that. The whole buys her a TV as a divorce gift, and you hear that?
I'm hearing a baby.
It's a baby. Yeah, that's a baby.
I'm hearing the baby.
Yeah. There was the joke about buying the TV is cheaper than a hitman. I don't think they had this master plan that let's create this story all around the TV, but I think that joke may have become the impetus. I still have a big question about how the TV got broken. Okay? And it's broken inoperable for about a month before they orchestrate this very conveniently timed Geek Squad appointment. How did it get broken? It could have been purposely broken.
Right? It could have been purposely broken.
It looked like
it throwing something.
According to Jeff Lacasse, there was, like from an impact, the spider, cracks. I still don't know how it happened. Was it a kid? Was it purposeful because they were already orchestrating this master plan? I don't know.
Michael, by the way, answered you. By the way.
Oh, he did. Did it go screaming by and I missed it?
It's going screaming by. My sister, by the way, is in the chat too. Okay.
Okay. Transmission is 2 clutches. One controls reverse 246 and one control. Wow. And with paddle shifters. I know paddle shifters are, that's where Formula One, they have paddle shifters.
Right. Formula is all on paddle shifters.
Okay.
Right.
I get it. So it must be a 4-wheel drive vehicle then, right? No? Yes, no. Anyway, that's a lot. That's a lot going on.
Yeah. My sister said she prefers, by the way, as Jones in the chat, with all the nuts on the road, she prefers just to drive the car and pay attention on driving the car.
Yeah.
It becomes second nature. It's like riding a bicycle. Once you learn, you never forget how to drive.
I know. And maybe it's because I'm from California and, I take these drives all the time, like going down to Tallahassee. It's 4+ hours from Atlanta to Tallahassee. I'm like, cool, let's just do it. Because what am I doing? Saving a whole hour if I fly, where we have all the variables about flying that can go wrong. Forget it. I'm in control. I'm driving. It's relaxing. And it is a nice drive. If anybody wants to take that drive from Atlanta to Tallahassee, it's not a big deal.
So what do you think Harvey and Donna were talking about when they took the drive to Manhattan from Miami to Tallahassee? What do you think the conversation in the car was?
That would have been, if we just had a recording of that one. It's a 7.5 give or take hour drive if you do it straight, but they used to stop in Orlando for the night, which is a little more than halfway. I can't remember if on this occasion they went and made it in one drive or they made their usual stop. I can't remember.
Okay, let me ask you this too. There was another question I had. Georgia made a big deal about the difference between extortion and blackmail. People use them interchangeably. I find people use them interchangeably.
Yeah.
But she says that, of course, they have to have this being extortion because that's the threat to harm as opposed to blackmail because that's the threat to expose something that's untoward. But I find that whenever that may be fine for legal and for indictments, but when you're talking to people, they normal people use, just like they confuse the word podium and lectern, right?
That is one of your pet peeves. I know.
Yeah, because podium is something that you stand on, and lectern is something you stand at. But people use them interchangeably, and I think people use blackmail and extortion interchangeably. She made a big deal that they had to say that it was extortion and not blackmail. Because
didn't we look this up when that first became an issue, and wasn't one listed as an alternative for the other?
Yeah, it was. Although she's making a distinction that, and she put up, I think she put up a slide on it that legally extortion is the threat to harm. You're getting money and the threat to harm somebody. Like when the mafia goes into a store and says, I want the payment every Friday, right? Or else, the store is going to blow up, right? Versus the threat, the blackmail, which is, I knew you did this, and I'm going to tell the police on you unless you give me money. I'm going to report you unless you give me money, which means that both people are involved in a crime on the on the blackmail, whereas only one is involved in a crime on the extortion.
Right, and apparently extortion has a more of a physical component to get what you want. But yeah, let's face it, the ultimate goal is the same. You want somebody to do something they might not otherwise do.
So, so that's what Georgia made a big deal towards the end. That's why it was an adoptive admission with regard to Charlie's story, and they had to say extortion, which is what was written out in the script that Donna had prepared for Drina to write with the word extort underlined. So that implies some sophistication, actually.
Sure. Yep.
Not just cold-blooded murder. I mean, that implies some sophistication in that train car reeling along. Okay, so what else did you hear? I know you've been pretty busy.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make a lot of notes because I was hands full elsewhere. I listened to the whole thing, and my overall reaction is that it was just nice to hear somebody string all of these stray details together in a way to support the story. Some people think she might have gone along too long. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
It's
I saw
obviously
that,
purposeful. When they took, let's talk about the objection too. And I know you came on and talked about that. That came where she had about 35 minutes left, and Judge Everett told her that. And I think she said something like, "I mean, I'm going to need every bit of it, or I'm going to need most of it, or something." So that gave us a clue that she wasn't saving much for the rebuttal, and she didn't. I had it at 5 minutes. The judge had it at 7 minutes and 6 seconds. So I defer to the Honorable Stephen Everett. Okay, so there's this objection, which of course we know in closing arguments they happen. They can be legit. I think this one was a little ticky-tack. I don't think it went far enough. The argument went far enough to violate any sort of burden shifting, which is what the defense claimed. If you had said, I mean, here's an extreme example would be, you didn't hear the defendant testify, did you? I mean, that's an extreme example, and that'll get you in trouble because that is violative of the constitutional rights of the defendant as well as shifting the burden. This is where they were trying to suggest that Ms. Kappelman was going when she was sort of filling in blanks, suggesting that they weren't filled in by the defense. And ultimately, the judge decided it didn't go far enough. Did you agree with the judge on that?
I agree with the judge. I think, we saw a case. I was trying to think which one that was really, we talked about burden shifting. It may have been ASAP Rocky, where Lewin did the burden shifting. There was recently a burden shifting one that I thought was a valid burden shifting objection. But this was really, she prefaced it by the defense has no burden to prove anything, but they did present a case to you. And now I'm going to discuss that because she was saying, and here is the adoptive admissions that were adopted that show that what was presented to you was actually admissions of a crime and all. And that's where there was an objection. But I think that Kappelman couched it well enough and reasonably enough. And true, the danger of presenting a case is that the prosecution is then allowed to comment on the case. Whereas before, if you didn't present anything, they can't say anything about you not putting anything. But once you put something forward as a defense case, then you do leave yourself open. Although I'm a big one, as I've said this over and over again, I say to everybody, for if you're a criminal defendant, for presenting a case, not relying on just the burden of proof alone. I think you can rely on the burden of proof like they did in Karen Reed and present a case, right?
Yeah. And obviously the cross-examination goes to the heart of the defense too, even without technically putting on a case. You shred enough of the plaintiff or prosecution's witnesses, that's a defense case, just not labeled as such. What is this note here? Shannon. Shannon says, I'm same about flying versus driving. I'm just practical. If it's not even the cost, but if going to, for example, New York to Tallahassee means you're stopping somewhere, getting either on a new plane or stopping to make pickups for other passengers, that double hop takes time, and it leads to the possibility of I got delayed on the ground in Atlanta for an hour. Probably would have missed whatever the connecting flight was. Now where am I? I'm scrambling to rebook the flight. What the hell? It's just not worth it. Not if there's an hour difference between driving. So yes.
Yeah, no, that's true. And the other thing is, when you did that for this case, you were able to use our mobile studio and the rental car to stop and get on at the appropriate times that we had discuss with all of our viewers and all of our subscribers. And by the way, that reminds me, because you've all been so great, please hit that subscribe button, the share, the notify, and the like. That has really helped us. And a lot of people are coming to our channel to talk about our coverage, because we've been on this case. We've been on all of these cases, but you were there. And quite frankly, if this goes over to Monday, we're thinking about going back in case the jury doesn't have
if they somehow can't work this out tonight, let's do the math again on the timing. It's pushed a bit because they did have some issues this morning. They started a little late. Worked out great because you have lunch at about the right time, and now the prosecution's done. So you got 2 hours from the defense, assuming they take it all. I don't know. There's no law that says they have to take it all. They've just basically advised the court, we'd like the same amount of time as the pros. And then the prosecution in their 7 minutes and 6 seconds. That gets us to roughly to 4-ish round numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you get a couple of final words from the judge. He sends you back to begin deliberating. You pick a 4-person. The alts are excused. And do you just kind of have a quick conversation, loose conversation? We need to find out if the court's going to allow them to stay late if they want to.
Yeah, in Florida, if you recall, they've stayed to like 10, 11 o'clock sometimes.
Yeah, and I always mention the OJ case out in Nevada, in Vegas. We took the verdict at 11 p.m. Pacific time, 2 a.m. East Coast time. So every jurisdiction is different. Every courthouse is different. Every courtroom is different. So we'll see how that plays out. But if they let them stay late tonight, depending on what late means, I could see a verdict later tonight.
Right.
Otherwise, we're talking Friday. If we don't have a verdict tomorrow, there's some problem within the jury in terms of unanimity, right? Somebody's needing convincing. And if that were to happen and it were to go over for the weekend, I think it would be interesting to be down there to see it unfold on Monday. So
I think the jury is going to be tired. They're going to want to go home. People want to think when they're convicting people of murder, they want to think sometimes overnight and come back tomorrow morning nice and fresh. And, juries are pretty savvy now, too. They know that press conferences are set up for them afterwards if they would like to speak.
True.
Also, it used to be that not necessarily in this case, but remember, if you have to report to jury duty, you don't have to report to work, but jurors who have a job have to go back to work tomorrow if they're on jury duty. So there's some interesting things that lawyers know about what happens in the dynamics of jury deliberations and why Fridays are always like a verdict day, right?
It is. I'm sure you could see the stats that would bear that out. And I always say that sometimes they like to hang out just to get one more meal. Like maybe they come to a decision early tomorrow morning, but they know if they go to lunch, they get another free lunch.
And they also exchange numbers and they talk, they get ready.
It's a bonding experience. Just any trial is, but for all the players, but for the jurors, it's a shared experience that nobody else but those 14 people will understand.
Yeah. Now I see there is a.
Well, let me answer this before we move on. Hold on.
Yeah, I see it's green, but I can't read it. So.
Okay, there was a question about whether Daytona is closer to Tallahassee than Atlanta. I haven't even looked, but I'm sure it is. It's not about closeness because I could fly into Tallahassee, just like Daytona. I don't think you're not getting a direct flight anyway. So why fly to Daytona, which isn't going to be a direct flight, and then drive to Tallahassee, even if it is closer? Go where you go. Atlanta, it's like every half hour you got flights from New York to Atlanta. Boom, 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 boom. So you can pick that and then make a direct beeline. It is about as due south as you can get to go straight to Tallahassee. Crystal.
Also on Karen Reed case, you would drive up sometimes. You get up, you drive up at 5 o'clock in the morning, get there at 8 o'clock, sit up, do the pre-show, do all day. We do the after show, which went to like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and then you would, if your car would start, the one time it didn't, we had one breakdown issue, you would then drive back. So and then in the morning you'd be bright and shiny for the morning show.
That's
so
drugs. No, it's not. Kids don't do drugs. I only did those, single day long hauls once or twice. Most often it was stay overnight, and so split up the pain that way. And the drive is really very simple, 2.5 hours from my house. And there's not a lot of, bogged down city traffic along the way. New Haven's a little bit. It was just simple. It was no big deal. Crystal, thank you for the $4.99. Crystal, I know, is a new member. Michael, they had so much security at the Icon, and she's the Nashville Icon, right? Taylor Swift once had a place, and I do believe that Wendy and Harvey are next. Oh, so a mixed bag from Crystal. We were talking about the Icon where the Adelsons live in Miami, and I didn't know they have a chain of them. But Crystal says she's at the Icon in Nashville. So,
Wow.
we shall see. I'm not a Swiftie, but obviously Taylor Swift now engaged Travis Kelce. So, is there a mashup of the name? Is there something out there? Is there a Swelsey, Swift and Kelce, or is there a?
I'm happy for them if they're happy.
Somebody's got to have a mashup name? That's just what they do in pop culture.
Speaking of a mashup, I see that you're wearing my Jets green.
This is
for my Jets starts this week on Sunday.
I know. I should have Rams colors on, but I've decided this is my Verdict Watch, Justice Watch shirt. I will wear this only when we're anticipating a jury deliberating. That's what I've decided.
All right. And
which
so
means if they go till Monday, whoo, this shirt's going to be standing up by itself.
Well, maybe they're not deliberating on Saturday or Sunday.
I could wash it.
Okay. So so I'm putting that for you, even though I can't read them. Okay, so that's I see it's dark.
Oh, okay. You see the question marks. This is Julia. Is it still first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation? It is. What they got rid of were the lesser includeds of second-degree murder and manslaughter under the first count, and that was at the request of the defense. And so Donna Adelson had to raise her hand and swear that she understood waiving those alternate lesser charges were her decision. And I think we talked about this earlier. I'm going to get your take on this. In some cases, it's kind of a ballsy, gutsy move. Like, we're either going down at the top charge or we're out of here. We're not giving the jury some sort of compromise lesser charge. I don't see it as a big deal in this case because of the underlying facts and because we have people convicted already of pulling the trigger or related to pulling the trigger much more closely than this defendant. So do you see it a problem with the lessers not being a factor in here?
Why wouldn't they want the lessers? Are there different times in terms of prison? Why wouldn't they want the lessers though? Why would I could see an argument. The defense didn't go here. That Donna Adelson was just so upset, so emotionally distraught. I mean, if you wanted to make a psychological argument, which they did not do, and bring in psychologists, and that all of this about losing a grandkid, it so upset her that she was under a great emotional distress, and they took away in the heat of passion, right? But try to get her some kind of lesser included. So they're basically going for all or nothing, right?
Yeah, and I just don't think that's a huge risk with the underlying facts in this case. I think it could be in many cases, but are people going to think that, okay, he was killed by Sigfredo Garcia? Did it happen by accident? Sigfredo tripped, fell, the gun went off and shot him twice in the head. Would they think that he had an argument and it was more second-degree murder where there was an argument that kind of got out of hand and the gun ultimately was used and he died as a result of being shot? I don't think either of those things is. Anybody watching this trial, even those that don't know all of the stuff that has gone on before, if you assume the jury just had a very basic informational understanding and now they know this case, I don't know how anybody gets to anything but intentional murder.
Yeah, well, that's a problem for Donna. That's definitely a problem. Donna, the solicitation, the conspiracy. I mean, again, I love the fact that Florida that uses the word confederation. I don't think that's up in the north here. I think that's the
South shall rise again.
Confederation. All right. So there's another question. I see there's a question, but I can't tell you what it is.
Okay. I think it's a question. It's from Oasis. It's to Oasis and Missy. Can we take a poll about how long will the jury take to come in with a verdict? That's Joy Schmehar.
We could take a poll. I mean, do you think the over under?
I think she might have been putting one together there. It's always a crapshoot because we don't know what the hell the jury's doing. We have no idea. I mean, as much as you may know about trying cases, preparing for it, researching it, presenting, a jury's a jury. You have no iddia.
Yeah, but it'd be a great poll. What's the over under? Under 3 hours, over 3 hours, under 5 hours. What do you want to do? What's your?
You're asking for my speculation.
Yeah. What's your speculation?
I'm going to say tomorrow. Okay, so I don't think this is happening today. Let's assume they get. Let's put some timing on it. Let's assume they get the case by 4 today. So and they get an hour or so today. I'm going to say total of 4.5 hours, which would be at or about lunchtime tomorrow.
Okay, so the over under is 4.5 hours. Will they have a verdict under 4.5 or over 4.5? Right?
Yeah, that's a reasonable. If this were the line in Las Vegas, I think that would be. If I were the bookmaker, I would be comfortable with putting that line up there.
Okay,
Remember, the
so-
goal of a bookmaker, is to have half the bets on either side of whatever the line is. It's not reality. When you see a point spread says a team +7, it doesn't really mean you think that team is going to need 7 points. It means you think the people will bet evenly on either side of that wager. And that's why the line will sometimes move before a game, because they see that people are loading up on one or the other, and they go, oh, that's not good for us, the casino. So then they'll change the line.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
All right. This is another question I see
Another
that
question.
we have.
Explain this. Linda and Mike, can you explain the lesser included charges, if any, the options jury has? Well, now, as we've just suggested, they're gone. They did have, and they had instructions about it yesterday. I was a little bit uncertain as to why they would do that, and my concern kind of manifested itself today when they got rid of them. Second-degree murder, manslaughter were in there as lesser included. They are now gone. So there are 3 very simple questions for the jury on that verdict form: the first-degree murder, the conspiracy, the solicitation. And you said something. I think you sent me a note.
Yes.
They have 2 lines under them. Guilty, not guilty, and you thought they should have not guilty first.
I think the defense should be arguing for that, and you saw that in the ASAP Rocky case, if you recall, that the Joe Tacopino wanted, if I recall.
That's the presumption, right?
Not guilty first. I think that was an ASAP Rocky, and then it's guilty, because that's the presumption. And unless the defense attorney asked for it, now I don't think the judge was going to give it, because probably it's been guilty, not guilty for a long time, one on top of another. But the presumption is really not guilty unless and until, and I think you have a good argument for making that, and that should be the first thing people see. So, but they don't do it here. But it's a very clear thing. Yes, no, guilty, not guilty. Judge Bev.
It is not a Cannoni verdict. That is definitely
guilty.
Sure.
Yeah, guilty, not guilty. Okay, so you're going to have to go take up the thing. Let's see. I can't even see where the stars are to get rid of them right now. I'm still got oil in my eye.
This is a tangential from Madeira Beach Caregiver. Hello, Madeira Beach Caregiver.
Hi,
Hope
Madeira
you're doing well.
Beach.
Michael, how do you like your electric Jag? I'm a vintage Jag lover. Yeah, me too. I owned a 94 British Racing Green XJ6, and of course the XKE. People know that car. I used to. I don't know why I got so involved with cars from England, because to be honest, even the Jag, they have some issues sometimes. Electric.
They never run.
Yeah, they have electric, but I think that's more fable than fact anymore. But it kind of used to be. There was a car that they made, that the British Leyland Motor Company made, called the TR. It was a TR series. TR6.
Oh, the TR6, the little tiny TR6 in green.
TR6 was a nice little open top road car. Then they went to the TR7, which was also known as the Flying Wedge, and it looked like it was kind of a wedge. And I was really young, and I got one of those. I'm probably the only person on the planet who ever bought a second one, because they had a lot of problems. So I had one, and it was this green color. It wasn't the British Racing Green. They had a little brighter green. The British Racing Green is like a forest green. And then the 3 years later, I bought the convertible version, which was pretty cool. And they had worked out some of the bugs, but then that car disappeared. So as to the Jag, this is our second one. It's an I-Pace. We had a 2020. Now this is a 2023. Fastest car I've ever driven, hands down.
Gracious.
0 to 60 in 3.7 seconds. It will.
Wow.
It will do this. It'll do this to your head. Whoa! Whoa! It's the opposite of the head bob in court. Whoa!
Wow.
I look kind of like Beavis in that. I noticed there. So so I like it. Obviously, we got a second one. Then, of course, Jaguar announced they're no longer making those. So maybe it's my fault that they're killing off these various models of cars. that Bryant sucker bought 2 of them. Let's cut our losses.
So now you know how we got to talking about cars and killing. It's just like, we were a crime show. Brooklyn wants to know what.
Yeah, what case is that?
I have to lean all the way in. Okay.
That is a very good question. We know that December 1st, also in Florida, is the Rachins, right? Ruchins. How do you pronounce the last?
Richins. Wasn't Richins
Only
the one in isn't Richins, Corey Richins, the one from Utah?
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm sorry. I got my models confused.
That's smart. Yeah.
I got my models confused.
Well, she's a writer. Corey Richins is the writer who allegedly killed her husband poisoning a sandwich. Okay.
Right. This is the OnlyFans model.
Right. Okay, that's in December. But we have a lot of things planned, and actually, you know, I had sent over, and we will be getting this up now that once this wall-to-wall coverage on Adelson and Reed ends, and we start doing our 6 o'clock nighttime show. We're also going to be doing a bunch of shows that we're pre-taping and putting on, and we will Who Killed Stephanie was going to go on. I actually was talking to Cheryl McCollum about that case that I've been telling you that from 1968 that we've been on, and that I have to give. And the question is whether to do it for members only. I think on that one we're going to branch it out, let everyone. And let everyone go into it. Michael, do you still see me, by the way? Somehow I shouldn't be touching the buttons because I can't see the buttons. I feel like you would have taken me off. I took my screen off the air so I couldn't see anything.
My hands have never left my wrists.
Okay.
They're all right there.
And then we have the woman from New Jersey who has written me, Colleen Pulver, but she hasn't sent me her daughter's case. Her daughter was killed right in front of her. They have arrested a person in that, and we still have the Karina Homer case that we're going to do. And I really want to put together a case from the other day when we were on the air. Not a case, a show, like a 5-part series. Maybe we'll tape one and we'll do it as a serial on this whole addiction issue, right? That we talked about, an addiction as it relates to crime and all. Because when we were talking about the addiction issue of Drina, it's Drina, right?
Drina. Yeah.
Drina
or Drini, or yeah.
Drini Barhart. And boy, would I even like to get her on if she's out of jail, all right? Because she's the one who
catch her in one of her cycles and she's out.
No, but seriously, because our whole chat went kind of crazy because everyone has had issues or know people have issues with addiction. I remember when I first started practicing as a prosecutor, you know, it was always like if you had a drug case, the person had to come to sidebar because it was a hush hush. Do you have any family members that have, you know, and all? And it was hush hush because it was about. Now it's like, you know, raise your hand. You know, matter of fact,
I know.
If you don't know anybody who has an issue or has had some type of a problem or family member or friend with addiction, you can raise your hand, right? If you don't know, right, you know, because everyone in our society has had, and it's something to talk about, and especially when it relates to crime. It's the same thing that I've been threatening to do. Is I want to have a show that we're going to tape and then maybe run into segments about domestic abuse and the fact that this is a domestic abuse case. This is a husband who gets killed. It's unusual because usually we talk about the wife or the woman or whatever. But this is all in this space of a domestic abuse case, right? He was abused. He got abused by being killed.
About as abused as you can be, yeah.
Right.
And we should have, if we do the addiction show, we should have an addiction specialist on and, you know, kind of go through all of that.
And people that are willing to come on and helpful and a round table and also we're the problem is all of this has taken a lot of time and we have been since last January, like almost every day was in court with Reed because even when there wasn't a trial, the judge had them out hearings and all, and then we got to hear. So maybe we'll have some time to put that all together and to pre-tape those and then run them as segments all week. So we want to try to branch out with that. That's why we've become a media company.
Yes, you never know. And I was looking at the calendar here. I see from Paul Young's Esquire, how about Turtle Boy? Yeah, well, he has another hearing on the 24th. We'll be there for that. Mm-hmm. Also coming up on the 10th, which is a week away, is I think maybe they moved this, and I don't have the updated. But wasn't the YNW Melly's case set for next week?
Yes. Did they move it? The Melly case?
I have a vague recollection they moved it. Brian Walsh, there's something going on there on the 15th. I think it's a hearing because it's at 2:00, but I think it's one of his last pretrial hearings because I think the actual trial date is October 7th.
Right.
So that's coming up before too long.
Yeah, Turtle Boy was what day? Because it's after his September 12th.
24th.
24th. I know it's after his show at the Wilbur where Auntie Deb is now billed as Auntie Deb Jimmy versus Turtle Boy or vice versa.
I don't know if it's a cage match or I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I heard roast style. I don't know what is going. We do have four of our faithful from the Dedham Canton Stodom Triangle of Hell. They've been gifted tickets, and so they'll be going, and we'll get some feedback from them after they attend.
Yeah, hopefully because apparently they're not allowing taping from phones because there's going to be a film crew because there's a documentary being made on Turtle Boy, and they have exclusive rights for filming it. So they're not going to allow. They're going to allow your phones in, but they can't. You can't. Just like when you go to a Broadway show, you can't sit up there with your phone and tape, right? And you'll be escorted out quicker than you spell the word escorted out.
That's right, quicker than the woman in the courtroom there in Tallahassee. She is tough. She's got ears She hears any peep and you're gone.
I always say when that happens and something happens to every friend, I always say, first offense, Your Honor, first offense.
Mhm.
You know, presumption of non-custodial.
Yeah, you probably, as the attorney involved, you might get away with it. But man, if you're in the gallery, it leads to paranoia because I'm constantly checking to make sure my computer's turned down, my phone. Because I've been burned before. You have your ringer off, but
Right,
you don't
and
have
it
the
still
volume.
goes.
You don't have the volume down.
Yeah,
So,
it used to be. What happened with that? Because it used to be when you had your iPhone or whatever, if you had your ringer or if you had the thing on the side off, then nothing beeped. But now that's only for phone calls. Now you got to turn the volume down and all sorts of stuff. And then you also have to turn off your alerts. You know, your any type of alerts because they come through even if you have both of those down, right?
and any of those little bloop, that will get you kicked out of most courtrooms. Yeah.
Right. So going back to this case, now we've seen what Georgia has. I thought she gave a fantastic closing. At the end, yes, could you say it was a little slow, and she slowed down and all, but they clearly decided they were going to tell the story. They were going to tell the story, and they didn't feel they needed to have a exclamation point at the end, you know, with regard to the pacing was more important. The story was more important and not the bluster at the end. What does the defense do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to create the wall that I've suggested exists or exists to a greater degree as we know it now between Wendy and the rest of the gang. They're going to have to try and minimize all of these really damaging connections that the prosecution has created between Donna Adelson and the act. Remember, early on, I've really felt like they could pound on her being at most an accessory after the fact. It happens. She had nothing to do with the planning, but then she's on cleanup mode, right? She's helping her son and maybe Wendy to avoid detection, capture, conviction. Then you start hearing more of the connections between her and Charlie, and to some degree Wendy, and to some degree Harvey, before the act, before Dan Markel is killed. So that's tougher to excise her from the plot. That's what they've got to focus on, in my opinion. There are many things that you could point to that disconnected her, but there are way too many that connect her. And they're going to have to, snip those off somehow. They've got to explain them away. And I'm not so sure. I can't wait to see how they try and do it. But to me, that's got to be the focus.
And that has to be the focus. And through everything you heard, yeah, of course, our matrimonials are hateful and people say hateful things. We know that. Anyone.
But it's not emotional. It's not emotional.
Yeah. Well, it's emotional, but people are killing everybody.
It's not emotional. Come on, the expert, Ms. Bailey, told us that.
She lost all credibility when she said that. Of course, this was just a run of the mill divorce. I mean, for the participants, it's not a run of the mill divorce. Just because it's not $1 million payday in divorce, doesn't mean it was not run. I'm at a loss for words when she went there. I have to tell you.
Yeah, it was, she hurt her credibility as a witness and to me as an attorney. Nick Starrow, thank you so much. YW Melly co-defendant trial starts soon. That must be the one that I have listed here for Wednesday.
Yeah, Nick, I know you're a content creator, and you've been in our chat all morning. Will you be covering it, Nick, the Y&W Melly case? Because that's got a lot of turns, and he's been in jail for how long for a crime that hasn't been convicted of? And then
that case got kind of lost in the shuffle. They had the whole deal with the conflict with regard to attorneys, and that's delayed everything. Yeah, he's
right.
He's in that YSL hell. Same kind of thing, right? Where he's
even more so, one could say.
Because I don't know how long, but you're right.
I think it's longer. They went after the attorneys. They had to change prosecutors, and then the prosecutors appealed something, which would mean the trial dates would go off for like another 2 years, but he'd still be in jail and all. I think that's a closer case though than the Young Thug case. The way they were bringing in. And the Young Thug case, but they got me. I know we were at Law and Crime then when they were bringing in one Xanax pill on the floor of a stop that occurred like 12 years before that somebody had pleaded guilty to as a RICO act. And I was like, oh, give me a break. And people want their money spent on crime. I mean, when I walk in New York, I want to know the criminals off the street. I want to know the person who's going to attack me from behind is off the street, not the person who had a Xanax pill in their car 12 years ago.
Yeah, well, we see how that whole theory played out. It was a loser for Fulton County Fanny. Bonnie. So
Okay, fine.
now she's continuing to have problems, as we reported just the other day.
Yeah.
But all the defendants have been plotting toward, freedom, or at least some sort of non-custodial control. Whether on probation or some other form. I think everybody's out now. That's going to be out, right? I think everybody is finally out.
Oh, I'm hearing something.
The ones that are in evidence, yes.
Oh, we're hearing something, Michael.
It's not just the ones that are in
How does
evidence,
Donna work?
It's also the other ones
Not
that
good.
we had requested to be put in evidence and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, these are items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
For anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Which is contrary to what he said this morning when he said he could use them as demonstrative evidence.
Didn't he just? But what is he saying now? I didn't quite.
It's almost like he said you could show it to him, almost like here it is, and talk about it. But then he kind of backed
You
up.
can bring in the jurors.
So, can he not reference it?
I don't know.
Can't show it. It's very unclear, and definitely contrary to what he said this morning, where he specifically said you can't bring it in as evidence, but if you want to use it in your closing demonstratively, knock yourself out.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure just what went on right there. Just having some coffee and a green cup, I would point out.
Beautiful presentation as a state. While Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by.
Wait, Ms. Fulfer, she's giving the closing argument? I thought he was giving the closing
Misdirection.
argument.
Well,
everything we just told you about her hair not being blown out and then being dressed is all just reverse it. Obviously, fashion has taken a second. Fashion has gone upside down and topsy-turvy when it comes to
she's
our
just folksy,
view.
just a folksy look,
Well, that's why I thought because she opened, she would close, but he was clearly just, he's been discussing the evidence and what to show, and
I was specifically relying on his conference with the judge saying, "Can I use this?"
Right.
Okay. Well, we get another.
Maybe,
I will say then that she will never use 2 hours. Now that I know it's Fulford.
Hey, I wouldn't either because I
wouldn't either. I wouldn't feel I had to use it.
Never hear what she said she wanted. Never hear. You can take that all that you heard, all the 11 years, 14 years. I mean, you could
never once
see
anybody say she said, "I want him dead," or
right.
"Let's have him killed." Never.
Well,
sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, a TV is just a TV.
Right. That's a good one. I like that. Sometimes a TV is just a TV. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'd say the folksy alert over under is 3.
Okay.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing.
I'll be behind my avatar.
Yes, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they've put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendy, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that Catherine Magbanawa, that's right, Catherine Magbanawa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document. And he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. there's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive. It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails It's separated between, where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Jibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories. And they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? that a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. 1, she didn't know about it, but 2, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 staple, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her 6th story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet, and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense. And they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanawa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Dan Markel, that Catherine Magbanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine Magbanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023, around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation Notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday. That party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where is the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody. But that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you got to ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor, and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonowall was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. Oh, and Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city. We can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues, and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping, refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3- and 4-year-old. And Sure, I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it and your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal. And safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and two, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is from Wendy's testimony that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys. And she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes. And they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available, if you've got a homicide planned? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, If you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you. Like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about defense exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
Thank you. She's like Texas as we have a break. Thank you very much. Thank you, CA6 with the $6.99 donation. Love this chat. Dipping out for a bit. We're going to still be here.
I'm here.
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, and obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. But yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off. But they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson. My co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game. And here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts, and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there was an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money. And so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, right around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
Black George. What is it?
Okay, okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that you know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Hugo for quite some time after your problem on more than resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Hugo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says, from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
I don't know. Why am I not surprised?
The hardest things as an attorney with your prosecutor defendant is sitting there doing the other side's either closing argument and not making any facial expressions. We can make facial expressions here. Michael Bryant, you know, I love the law. I love being the prosecutor. I love being a defense attorney. I love doing civil work. I love it in the courtroom. I am mortified, horrified, and quite frankly, I'm almost feeling a little bit bad for Donna. Not because I don't believe she's innocent. I don't think this is a wrongful conviction if she gets convicted. But this is awful.
Right.
I mean, there's no theme.
It's just a lot of kind of irritatingly pitched anger there.
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
The judge says maybe a juror raised their hand, maybe somebody's looking for an Advil.
But it was she that said, "Can I have a minute?"
I think she said a second, but you know.
It's painful. It's painful.
It
I mean, I've got all
truly
these bullet
is.
points that she made, but there's no
Go
connection.
on to be
thread.
seated.
Let's hear what the judge says.
If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
Maybe somebody had to use the restroom. Whatever.
Yeah,
I
don't know about that.
This is horrible. I mean, I've been posting comments, little comments. To me, this is horrifying. She lost the lead. The theme of you didn't hear him once say that he wanted him hurt or killed. That's your lead. That should have been there. That was like 10 seconds. I mean, this is extemporaneous, free flowing. It seems to me, a matter of fact, if you ask me what the theme is, and she doesn't humanize you, you don't keep saying my client is Donna. Donna didn't do this. You have to humanize the person. Yeah. Everything is about thematic. We teach that when you're doing a case, nothing comes out of your mouth that doesn't fall into your theme. And your theme should have been, you have never, all the 11 years of the hundreds of thousands of wires and hundred thousands of hours, and she did have some points. They never got Donna's.
She did, but it's all just out there. She mentioned, that there's nothing suggesting she wanted him dead, nothing overt, nothing obvious, right? And she pounded away relatively early on that, what are we even doing here? The killers were caught. This is done.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Okay. But I just need the story to be better connected and not just fragments that are being thrown against the jury wall.
Yeah. And she had like a couple points. Like, why would he ask her to babysit if he was worried that?
And the banana bread.
I've given up with the banana bread.
The banana bread. Oh man, I love me some good banana bread.
And the cops said she was a person of interest, but they never got any of, they never did what they did for the killer, the actual killers. She had some points, but they had to go into the theme.
There's no theme.
There's no theme.
No.
This is. I don't know how you all are feeling. I have a headache. At one point I just put my hands up. At one point I wanted to bang my head with the legal pad. This is my notes. I mean, basically these are my notes, which are nothing.
Mine are just random threads that have been thrown out there. I don't mind a little righteous indignation. I don't mind that. Like, what are we doing here? Wait, I mean, they got the killers. And now they call this a case against Donna. I don't mind a little righteous indignation, but her tone hasn't changed from the beginning to this break. It's all very accusatory. It's that what they're saying is almost a Ross Perot going on there.
By the way, people saying my volume is low. Is my volume low now? Maybe my microphone went off.
It sounds a little bit low, but not like I can't hear you.
Michael, maybe. Yeah, I'm wondering whether my mic is working. Let's see. Shall we do a little test? Because I don't want to beat Jackie Fulford.
Well, your mic is definitely working because when you have just the laptop, it's working. It is low though. Okay. You might have to go in and see if your volume's on auto or if it's somehow set lower. But if it's on just your laptop audio and microphone, you get cut off. I mean, we crosstalk a lot as people complain.
Right.
But you couldn't talk over me. Once I start talking, it would shut you off. So your mic is working. It's just a touch low.
Okay. Well, people usually don't accuse me of having my mic too low. You can hear better now? Maybe because I was low keying because I'm reacting or overreacting.
You were just coming up from a nap. There was the reference she tries to make to the phone call from Wendy Adelson to Donna to, is Dad there? He's in the shower. We'll put it on speaker. I mean, it was all just very bizarre in the way it was set up. And then she tells her, Danny's been shot and I don't think he's going to make it. And you kind of hear a shocked sound, like maybe it was what? That it's hard to tell exactly what it was. But what we don't hear from the defense as that interaction continues, when the phone call ends, she tells Sarah, the victim's advocate, well, at least they sounded surprised. That's good. Really? What would you expect?
Wendy's throwing her parents under the bus. her mother through Fulford's throwing Wendy under the bus. And I want to go back to a couple of the comments we had before we go on, because I'm starting to be able to see now. Dr. L is my hero. Linda and Michael, I was kindly gifted a membership and wanted to say how much I enjoyed watching this trial with you both. Love your friendliness and analysis. I wanted to, because I rushed that last time when Jackie Fulford came in. Thank you so much.
Your vision is back. That's good.
My vision is almost back. She's like Texas was gifted 10 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you. She's like Texas.
So
And
nice.
remember, you have to be a subscriber. So you can all hit that subscribe button right now to get one. Joey Kane gifted another one. What's another? Joey is like consistently one of the Madeira Beach caregiver, the most. I just and another one comes up. From Joey Kane.
See,
generous.
Joey's a marketing genius. He does them one at a time. He gets a pump every time. Boom, boom. Smart, very smart. Here's something I thought was just so arrogantly, I don't know if it's arrogance or stupidity, when she starts talking about the outside your house text.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it helps to say, we don't know if they were outside the house? Do you think that helps? I don't think that helps.
Stupidest thing I never heard of. I mean, no, of course, none of this helps. This is a free-for-all, extemporaneous, what's in my mind. Now, if this is prepared, Donna needs her money back. The one thing I have to say about Mr. Zellman, he really is, you like him, right? He's a nice person. He's trying his best. Even when the judge said, look, you didn't do this, I feel bad. I think he would have given a fine closing for Donna. Not that I'm not sure any closing will help, but we have to be careful, because we have to remember, look at all the people that have been wrongfully convicted that we were all sure were guilty, right? So you never know, and that's why, people don't like the death penalty unless they're really sure, right? Because this is just terrible. I don't care who you are. You could be, I don't know, name somebody really bad, but you deserve a good defense.
There's a point at which she talks about Pat Sanford, who was one of the longest witnesses and one of the most substantial witnesses for the prosecution, because he was the FBI guy that laid the foundation for all the.
Who I loved. I love Pat Sanford.
Yeah, and a very nice guy in person, super nice guy. I hope we get him on at some point. Here's her criticism of him. Here's a guy. He never made a mistake. The guy, he never made a mistake. I mean, that's it. That's the criticism. That's how you're going to take this guy down. Just, hey.
That was
and then how about attacking Rob?
Oh my God, that was a low point. They're gonna bring the guy.
I had to write. There's a question mark. You think Rob was involved, or I mean, why is she suggesting that he was anything but the kind of the black sheep of the family, which is a whole side issue? But why would she suggest that he was somehow nefarious? I don't get it.
No, I mean, was Abraham Lincoln nefarious? No, I mean, I don't understand what this free-for-all is. You have, I'm sure Donna, well, quite frankly, I missed, I think I said at one point, I said, I'm kind of missing Charlie Adelson's voice right now. I'm kind of missing Charlie Adelson, right? I mean, poor Rob, he listened to that. I mean, this is a family, and I go back to those children, right, who are growing up with all this happening their whole lives, right? This is just terrible, but this is terrible. I mean,
I'd like to be 14 and 15-year-old, give or take, teenage boys. Things are tough enough for those teen years, and now you're seeing your whole family's history, ugly history, sordid history, play out in court for the fourth time. Every time it gets to a point where they're a little older and more able to understand it and more affected by it. The fact is, when they were younger, 3 and 4, where's daddy? Bad enough, but at least all of the undercurrent and the Adelsons turning on one another, that isn't as clear to somebody 3 and 4. But now 14, 15, what do you think about your family? Your grandparents, your aunts, your uncle.
I mean, this is this may be one of the worst closings in a homicide, in a murder case I have ever seen. And I've seen a lot of closings in a murder case here. And even if you don't think you have something to work with, you do have things to work with here. Yeah, but the whole case is wrenching, right? It's gut wrenching, this whole case, you know? But as somebody points out, I'm just seeing Mona G, all she needs is one doubter. And I did hear somebody say that they thought Jackie, I did see Jackie is giving a good closing. And so, yeah, somebody could pick up on one of the points. And the danger for the prosecution, though, let me tell you, is that somebody on the jury thinks that the defense has been incompetent in some way, right? And they pick up the torch, and this has happened, and the jury consultants will bear me out on this, in the jury room to become the defense for the person, right? For the defendant on trial, for Donna Adelson. And they pick up that torch and somebody runs with it, and then you get one doubter, right?
Well, yeah, you know, and this goes all the way back to jury selection when Georgia Kappelman was outwardly calling some of the prospective jurors shy guys. If you're a shy guy, you know, and I know from looking at the jury, I would put one guy in that category for sure, front row, sits next to the guy with the beard and the long hair, and maybe another guy in his proximity. I call them sheep, okay? Not that that's a bad thing in life. You know, there are followers and there are leaders. That's just the way it is. But you get a couple of those folks and you know, put them in the proverbial headlock, and you know, you never know what the dynamic in that deliberation room is going to be. Yeah. So.
By the way, Winnie says I was gifted justice membership, and we just love you both, Linda and Michael. I wonder how likely this jury is to hang on these counts. I right now I don't see it, and my over and under of 4.5 hours. I was on the underside. It's changed. I mean, I think maybe we should go to 2 hours. But then again, you know, jurors take their job seriously, and they don't want to wrongfully convict anybody. They want to go through the evidence. And there's two types of jurors. There's a type that goes in and that says, the one that Judge Cannoni wouldn't allow happen. You know, they go and they see where they are. They may take a straw vote. They may say, just go around the room. What are you feeling? And they start with what they're feeling. And then there's another type of jurors that take a long time because they want to go through all the evidence themselves. They want to find for themselves. So we don't know what kind of jury this is. Yep.
And you know, and the first time you think you know a jury is going to be painful because you never know. You just never know. We can tell what we think and what you guys think because we're talking about it and we're interacting. And we're trying maybe not to bring in the other things we know that are extraneous to what the jury heard in that courtroom because that's supposedly all they've got to work with. And I don't know how they don't come to a unanimous decision on this case.
Yeah. Madeira Beach caregiver, you're back. Welcome back, Madeira Beach. Treats. I have to look at treats will love for Domino and Tubi. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. That's great. Domino and Tubi.
Domino's mommy is back, so he's abandoned me for the moment, but
I'll
take care of him.
He hasn't abandoned you. You know, I thought it was interesting. Domino has spots and you have checks on your shirt. I don't know if that says anything. That's so
I don't
generous.
know. I don't know, doctor. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, Madeira Beach. Maybe you have to psychoanalyze me. I don't know. But thank you so much. You were really one of our big stars. And the kids, our kids appreciate that. No, we're not on jury watch yet. We still have, I think she has about 45 minutes left.
I just don't have. It felt like 2 days, but I was pretty sure it was shorter than that. But I didn't get the clock started on time.
And quite frankly, the 7 minutes, Sarah Dugan, who I don't know whether they're allowing the split, the judge allows a split here. We haven't heard that. But whoever, if they are going to use the 7 minutes in rebuttal, they don't need it all. They don't need 7 minutes.
It would be so funny if whoever's doing it just stood up and said, "We're good, Your Honor."
That's exactly what they should say. They actually should get up and they use it and say, "Ladies and gentlemen," you know, you can't say ladies. No, you're not supposed to say ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Say, you know, the triers of the fact there is nothing here that prevents you from finding guilty on a reasonable doubt. No matter what, you've now heard both sides and both arguments. Go in that jury room and find them guilty. Right? Yeah. We don't need any more time. Sit down.
And that might be effectively what she's going to do. You know?
Right. Yeah, if that. I mean, yes, we're still on closing.
Yes.
Anyone have a count? Anyone have a count of how long Fulford has? I think it's about 45 minutes.
Yeah, an official, somebody got the official clock. I know the judge does.
Okay. You're not supposed to say ladies and gentlemen of the jury because because they may not be
Get the timer back in the
gender
correct
based.
position.
I would still say that. Sorry.
Here we go again. Oh my goodness gracious! And for
Did
the
he say how much
Duncan
time?
and Duncan for me and bourbon for MB. You crack me up.
Yeah. Will it be bullet bourbon?
Oh
Did he say how much time she has left?
no.
Okay. So I want to take just enough drugs to get me through.
You don't do drugs, I know.
I
that.
don't. I'm just kidding. I have done some Tylenol.
I told you I bought those 2.5 milligram thing of that my first thing of drug of the to go to sleep at the dispensary, and it was like, this is not for me.
Oh, is it some gummy thing?
Yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah.
We'll
No,
talk
I'm,
about it. We should do a show on it. We should have Jimmy and I told you, but Jimmy's going to be busy until after September 12th, I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah. I've heard it's a variety show. That's how it's being described.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't. I got enough. I'm high on life. I don't do any of that drug stuff.
Oh,
So she's still checking for. I mean, this to me is unbelievable. That we're in closing arguments. What are you fine tuning? What are you doing? You know.
even Donna deserves a refund.
I think Donna is, thinking about the last years of her life and how it's going to be more of what she's seen the last 2 years.
Thank you, Joey. Another 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you, Joey.
Hey, yeah, while we're talking medication, I've stumbled on a very interesting headache because I occasionally get migraines. I feel them coming. I take Excedrin migraine, and it is an amazing over-the-counter nothing drug, but whatever the cocktail they've mixed in there, I know it's got some caffeine, it's got some regular acetaminophen, I think, and it just does. It's an amazing, and it almost even has like a mood elevator. I always feel better. Maybe I feel better because I'm not going to have a migraine. But anyway, that's my unsolicited commercial for Excedrin migraine.
Donna's inner voice. We'll have to talk about it. I took just one. They told me 2.5, whatever the thing is. We're going to do a show on it because it really was kind of funny. It really was funny. The whole thing was funny, including I have to load in the assets because Michael was taking pictures.
I got a friend of ours who had some brownies they made, and they sent a couple little bites home with us. They're still in the freezer. I just have no interest. Maybe I'll give them to the dog if.
Oh my God! No, don't do that. Then you get arrested for dog abuse.
Oh, is that? But
yes,
they sell doggy gummies. You know that. That have some little level of something in them that are supposed to calm dogs down.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Obviously, whatever they're doing, they've been doing it in the courtroom because no one's moving. Everyone's like in like.
It's just the most bizarre closing argument production I've ever seen.
So they're bringing the jury in. I guess that's what's happening.
An interesting conversation spiraling out of control. Yes,
I know. That's so we're going to add that to our list, Missy.
007 Texas. When I was 15, my mom was cooking. I said, "Mom, I smoke pot." Without skipping a beat, she kept stirring and said, "Oh, Donna, you don't need that. You're funny enough as it is."
I love it. So it's a show we do on that would have to be a live show, unlike the ones we want to do on maybe the addiction or whatever. Or maybe those should be live too. I don't know. We'll see. But this should be a live show. We should have we'll have a comedy hour.
Only CBD for dogs.
I even have my jeans on now. I had to go put my jeans on so I could kind of relax here.
You got good jeans.
I do. I absolutely do.
I don't want to start a controversy.
No.
Yeah, this is the question of the moment, Sunshine Cheryl. What is going on? So the jury's coming back, I guess, but they're not standing up, and we haven't heard the meaning they're coming in.
Yeah. Oh, so we do have a whole thing here. So if we do our show on my one and only first trip to the dispensary, that should be amazing. Nothing put me to sleep. That was the problem. Nothing put me to sleep. It's for CBD. It's for dogs only.
Yeah,
it's
CBD.
not THC. It's CBD.
Yep. I won't even eat those. What can I tell you? Yeah. See, look at this. Some people are Excedrin tension is amazing. Yeah. I don't know. It's got to. It's it's going to be
That's
illegal.
the
someday. That's
drive-through.
what's going to happen.
I can see that this is going to be a fun show we do on this. Oh, here it is. Here they come in. The jury is coming in.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
And by the way, I have 3 folksy moments already. Let's see. That the over/under was 3.
Yes, rag and bone jeans. Someone asked. I can sneak that in. Yeah, rag and bone.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had after the bump, right? Do you have There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone in his first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, "I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here, and you're going to do something about it." That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony. She downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously. If you'd like to read along.
Well,
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Daniel? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Donna Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left the message on my voicemail?
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just gotta listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family has a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And we know this case has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, 1.5 years of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not gonna go away, because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K, that's all we were asking for.
I
Don't do that?
I don't know who Tato is, you don't understand.
We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Tato. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that, you want to send me 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends,
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good, I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in it. You'll know, you know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Tato, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the two of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the two of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? Means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principle when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. Says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Could you put that on? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries, that it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that. So he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse. And here's the thing. The state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you got to hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed. And the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented. And just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges. And they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Dan Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is. They think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not, but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. You know, I'm gonna sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. State, you may give your rebuttal.
Her last 2 minutes should have been her theme that she started with and kept it all the way through at a obviously at a sound level that we could listen to.
Less screeching. Yeah, that'd be good.
Just listen to the rebuttal. 7 minutes, 6 seconds.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. But apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Here's the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted, not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role, not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder. Could you just give me 5 more?
All right. She wants
What
5
did
minutes.
you pick up on that? What was the objection to that?
I didn't hear the objection. I did not pick up. Did anyone hear it? I think it was the time. I think she said she was out of time.
I guess it's pretty close.
She said, Judge, can you give me 5 more minutes? So I assume it was a time objection. Okay.
Yeah, and it's 7 after she started it. Yeah, so it's right at about 7 minutes.
Right about it.
So. That's unfortunate because you're working toward that, that crescendo.
Right. And quite frankly, I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I loved her first closing. I'm not sure I'm enthralled with the rebuttal.
And I don't think you need it.
I don't think you need it. Right. But the judge is giving her some more time, probably to wrap up.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection.
Phoebe wants to come in, so I have
What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel was the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quotations on the sad. 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
Did the judge cut his sound?
Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time.
So we
Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes.
So we didn't hear who the alternates were, which numbers.
We did not, and there was really no way to tell from seated.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going
I'll send
to,
you
it'll
a
be
bill.
recorded. So they have to leave their phones on the seats. Are they separating the alternates and their phones have to stay on the seats too, I guess? It
Well,
sounds
the
like.
alternate
Deputy
dismissed.
Buck,
Like,
if you
bye-bye.
can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay, Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware. There's instructions.
And the verdict form is in here.
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
So, Michael, we have a number of comments that we have starred that we probably should address just really quickly before we go into our, I think Summer Justice says, now we know Donna wrote the closing script and Jackie can't read her handwriting. Well, that's something we do know. Thank you for that donation. We really appreciate that. Madeira Beach caregiver, Mods, what's the exact date of JSTV channel? Well, we're using September 15th, Madeira Beach caregiver, because we were Brian and Bob. We're just temporarily dabbing like 7 minutes a week, but not doing anything that competed with Law and Crime. So we're using September 15th because that's after Law and Crime decided to not run trials with commentary and all. So September 15th is the day we've accepted as our birth date. And that's the date it's going to be.
I checked in, and my last day on Law and Crime was the last Friday of August. So then we had kind of a couple weeks to decide, well, what's the plan now? And so anyway,
so that's the time we're using. So we're not sure when the first actual, Justice Serve TV, because remember we were doing Brian and Bottom, but that was like 7 minutes a week and just kind of like having fun setting it up. And then we ended up being shadow banned. Mary Malarkey, thank you for the donation. The Stark from Georgia is everything. The jurors are thinking, thank you for not insulting our intelligence. I think that's definitely one viewpoint. Again, Godzilla Cat, thank you, super sticker, for that donation. Really appreciate it. ML, actually an interesting question. Is Harvey allowed to be with Donna during the waiting period? No,
she's in custody. She's
in custody. Yeah, she's in custody. I'm sure she wanted through the lawyers to talk to him about whether she should testify, and that was some of it. So Georgia came back with she really was about 15 minutes, and then she said, "Don't call the clock on me," even when she was.
I know, and I think it was too much. It was unnecessary. It does show you what kind of passion she has for the cases she has lived for years. But I don't know that she made enough points to overcome the weariness of the jury.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They heard plenty.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think I'm giving her a pass because she's just so emotionally passionate. This was the last time she get to talk to them, right?
Yep.
And what we've been talking about, the real victims are the kids, but you can't say at one point, don't decide the case on bias, on emotion, right? and then come back with the emotion about the children, and which is what she was. She was very emotional, but she did make the point that she did almost validate Jackie Fulford in saying, of course, we don't have those direct statements from Donna because she was too smart to make them. So
yes, and then she did address the outside your house, which we pointed out. The outside your house issue is just the weirdest random. I don't know how it helps you defensive point that I think I heard in her whole close. Yeah, how about outside the house means outside the house? Is that possible?
Yeah.
It's possible. We don't know.
Yeah,
We don't know. And again, I think on the defense closing, they helped the prosecution's case against Wendy whenever that may come along. She's pointing out that Charlie, yeah, Wendy, yeah, Donna, no,
Yeah.
couldn't possibly be. And
as you have said, you have labeled all of our things. Initially, people are saying, where did they turn? As the Adelsons turn on one another. That's what you've labeled it, Michael.
Yes, in fact, glad you mentioned that.
As the Adelsons turn on one another.
Okay, so yeah, so now
That's new.
Yeah, it's not new, but I hadn't been using it. I totally forgot about it, so I threw it out there a couple of times this morning.
But you heard that. She said Wendy and Charlie, but it's not Donna. Donna's too smart to be caught, but Donna made mistakes. There's not a smoking gun in this case. Yeah, I thought it was actually an interesting point about the kids, because I think that could have been really used effectively in the first closing. Like she clearly wanted the grandkids, and she thought she knew better what the grandkids wanted. Even when they're telling you they're sad about their father, she says no.
Right.
And I think that shows.
I spend time with them, and if they ever look sad for any reason, I would know it. Yeah, that may be a little too defensive.
Yeah,
but
procedurally,
let's talk about the alternates real quick, because in various jurisdictions they do it differently. Sometimes the alts are left. They aren't even identified until now, and we already knew who the alternates were. But because when I went down there, I didn't know who was seated where, but they had been picked in the order. There were 2 extras picked at the end, so they've been released. Like, go home, bye. Thanks for your help. What happens if one of them needs to come back?
I always wondered about that, because, for instance, like in New Jersey, the alternates are kept in a separate room separately.
Yeah,
but they're kept the same, and they can't have their phones. They're kept under the same circumstances as the regular jurors are kept.
It's even more frustrating than if you are an alt and you sit there and then you're dismissed. I think it's bad to have the alts identified ahead of time, because they're kind of checked out during the course of the trial, in theory, because they're thinking, what are the odds that I'm going to be involved in this mess? But then to totally release them, if somebody needs to be replaced by one of the alts have now been tainted in the real world. They weren't even admonished to make sure, just in case you're needed, don't listen to anything, don't read anything, don't talk about the case. Right. There was no admonition of that kind. I don't know if it's because that's just the way they do it, a little looser in Florida, or if the judge thinks it's not going to be necessary, because unless one of these 12 jurors has a stroke, they're going to come back quickly enough that I don't anticipate we're going to need an alternate. I'm not sure.
Brooklyn, member 4, 8 months, a law clerk. Thank you, Justice Serve TV. Thank you, Brooklyn. As usual, you're one of our early members, right?
Yep.
Or
and a mug holder.
And a mug holder, and has a double clutch transmission, and we learned that today. And also, how do y'all feel about how the Georgia's rebuttal went? I really didn't think she was going to take all 7 minutes. Then she asked for more time, because I think the objection was time's up, right?
Yeah, I think it might have been just a subtle "you're done," and she was mid-sentence. Right. But she was damned and determined to get in whatever she needed to get in. I saw a lot of folks making comments like, get the hook, enough already. And I think in terms of substance, they didn't need it, but she was bound and determined to get it out, and doggone it, she did. So
yeah, and she was just passionate about it. How dare you, as a grandma, think you know better than these kids lost a little boy? That really shows your cold-heartedness. And you know what, Fulford, the last 2 minutes of Fulford's closing is where she should have gone as her theme, quite frankly.
Yep. No warrant after all that time. Yeah.
Right. No, they have thousands of hours. They have this in 2 years. They have this. They have this. They have this, and and she didn't. And the theme, you have to ask yourself if the theme all the way through the trial, every single question that was asked, sir. Anytime on that tape that she says she wanted to harm Dan Markel, anytime on that tape she says she wanted to do this, right? And so then you come down to the snitches. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, their case is so weak that they needed to have snitches that can't even get the color of skin of the person allegedly told them something, or somebody who's got 27 crimes of deception. That's what they needed. They're trying to deceive you. And if their case is so weak because they have no smoking gun, this is what they want to bring to you after that. This is a murder,
They're desperate. They're just plain desperate to bring this case.
That should have been all thematic with every single witness that was questioned with the theme. But there were so many stops and there were so many stars. So the question becomes: does the jury pick up that mantle and act like the defense attorney, or do they think I think the bump got her. I think the bump got them.
Yeah, I do too. And again, my initial thought was that there's plenty of after the fact evidence. But what about the setup? And now I've heard enough about the setup, I think, that they get there. But I've seen a number of comments coming by in the chat where people are like, yeah, I don't think she was part of the original plan.
That could be, and people could find that.
That could be the breaking point for people. They could say, yeah, she's not the nicest person. She's a mean grandmother who will obviously do anything for her grandkids to the point of protecting the mom and even the brother and herself, but not instigating the shooting.
Yeah. Or what if a juror goes in there and says, let's talk about the one juror goes in there and says, look, she may have wanted to, scare him. She may have incited something to scare him or whatever, but she never intended him to be killed. And it was Charlie with his crazy girlfriend and her crazy boyfriend that ends up interpreting this as a hit, as opposed to, why don't you just scare him, call him, scare him, do whatever you do, but not to kill him. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And that may be why they were happy to drop the lesser included, because you can't get to those. We can't get to the top charge if those other options aren't available for something less than, because those others don't require the intent to kill him, just to do the act that ultimately led to the death. I don't know if the jury is going to worry that much about that. If it's going to be more gut reaction to Donna Adelson and the cumulative evidence, but I could see a split on whether or not they think she was involved in covering up what was done or initiating, conspiring to do what was done.
Well, what about after the bump, though, when she calls Charlie and says, this involves the two of us?
He says, is it about you, me? And she says, the both of us.
The both of us, right? And at one point she said the two of us, which is why I thought at some point I said, well, you've got some issues with Wendy then if it's about the two of us, right? By the same token, Wendy goes by the scene, never, there's other issues.
Each of these defendants or potential defendants have very specific facts that don't look good for them. Wendy, the drive-by, we know all of that. And the scheduling of the TV repair, and I mean, there's everybody has these different little nuggets.
And the calling, are you? Excuse me, Dan. Even though custody had been already said, are you going to be there from the 14th to the 18th? Are you definitely going to be still there the 18th?
Yeah.
Right.
And canceling the vacation with Jeff, which was due to end on the 17th, because she was worried about picking up the kids on the 18th. I mean, that's just weird.
And Jeff, don't call me. Let me break up with you by email on the 14th. And by the way, don't call me, Jeff, for a week. A week. Don't call me.
Let me process this relationship.
Yeah, let me process this relationship.
And by the way, Jeff, when are you leaving town? And which way are you going? And
Right. Which way are you going?
And how come the hitman's car kind of looks generically like your car? Jeff.
Right. Interesting. And I think Georgia at some point said, thank God Mr. Geiger, the neighbor, got a glimpse of the hit person's car, the getaway car, so to speak. Thank God he got a glimpse of that car.
And the timing was so important because what they do then is they scour all of the local, CCTV footage, because they know from Geiger's testimony at or about the time the car left, so they can work both ends. The arrival, which they did, they show him, they show Sigfredo Garcia and Rivera following Dan Markel, so that sets up the time prior to the shoot. Geiger sets up the timing of the shoot. They follow the cameras for afterwards. They get all they need about that car, and then of course trace it back to the rental car agency.
Yeah. And there has to be some type, talk about you talk about victimology, you talk about the person who is the killer, or Charlie's been, he's been convicted of murder, and Sigfredo Garcia has been convicted of murder, and Catherine Meg Benoit has been convicted of murder. All right, they're all in the big house, and Luis Rivera got the deal of the century. He's only got 7 years added to his
and
sentence.
Serving it in federal prison.
Which is much better than serving in some of these state prisons, especially some of the Florida prisons. But the idea that somebody could, and I always say this, it's one thing when you have homicides that happen that they're considered murder because you purposely or knowingly do an act and somebody gets killed. But the whole idea of taking somebody and actually setting up a whole plan and that whole laying in wait, right? That's what murder was initially, was a laying in wait. You're that's some kind of evil. That's some kind of evil that's different to me, even though every death and every victim is important. That's just an evil that is just different to me. I mean,
and that's the kind of thing you wouldn't expect to see from the loved one or somebody closer connected to the victim. But here it's easy because these are just guys that'll do it for money. So, they're evil from the jump. Anybody's going to kill somebody for money. Come on. So the fact that they did it by lying in wait just kind of supports the fact that that's what they are. They're deranged, deluded, evil people who kill somebody for money.
Now, Betty Solik says, I just don't trust Jeff at all.
I thought that was interesting because most people love Jeff.
Yeah. Is it the fact that supposedly the one thing that did stand out for me is that Wendy allegedly confessing to him when she doesn't think, when she's not going to go forward with him and she's going to make him a fall guy, that her brother had looked into hiring a hit person.
You think that was too convenient, maybe?
Yeah, that was the only thing that bothered me. But maybe it was realistic, But that was the only thing that kind of bothered me because I really liked Jeff as a witness. I thought he was a terrific witness, but
I think it was believable. But in the context of their kind of melting relationship, I don't know if that's the kind of thing she would share.
Right. And she's going to set him up to go past the house, right? At the time that supposedly the hit's going to be hearing or occurring.
Why don't you give a follow up to Betty Swalix? I think Jeff embellished a lot. Yeah, that could be.
We'd like to get him on the show and talk to him.
Definitely.
Obviously,
he wasn't. He sounded like he was okay with doing that once the dust settled. I thought Jeff was a conspiracy theorist and the hero of his story. Okay. And I can't read that. ST Trekkie girls. Okay.
You want some of my eye drops that I have?
Well, no, I think it's just trying to sound out the name.
Yeah, dilation of my eye drops this morning. That will do it. Let me just see if I can actually put this on my
Spicy Sour says Wendy should have never said that to Jeff, but then again, she shouldn't have thrown her brother under the bus either in that first interview.
They do. They all throw each other. That's why.
What about Jane? If it weren't for Jane, Jeff probably would have never been more than an afterthought. Luckily, he had a decent alibi.
Right.
But Jane was after that dude.
But Wendy also gives us her parents right away. My mother and father had really a reason to hate my husband. I mean, who does that? Who does that? Unless you're so cold you want to save yourself, or maybe.
She was frazzled, and she was just trying to think of all possibilities. I know I'm a suspect. Who else, didn't like him? And Jane, of course, mishelpful. Well, there's people at school that don't like him, but some of the faculty doesn't like him. Well, yeah, it doesn't like him. Like, I don't want to have lunch with him.
Okay. So let's see. Wendy Sherman said that Jeff is found her brother in the bus.
Yeah, that's Spicy Sour.
Right. Right. Oh, by the way, the poll the poll, I had it up here. Most people thought, I believe, that the verdict is going to come in under the 4.5 hours, which I actually voted in the poll, and I said the same thing.
Mine
but
was for 3.5, which would, with some adjustments, would mean basically before lunch tomorrow. That would be roughly 3.5, depending on if they start tomorrow at 9 and if they are allowed to go after 5 tonight.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how far the judge. I mean, I think the judge is going to get a knock on the door or something. Is going to say, like, how long are we going to deliberating tonight? You know, because he didn't tell them. He didn't say anything.
No, I thought he would have given them that just basic information. You know, he did say, go get your 4-person. They were going to have a waiting deliberation room while they set the tech up in the real deliberation room. But according to Georgia Kappelman, it's all figured out. They already had the headphones set up. It was all ready to roll. All they had to do was bring in the actual evidence that they were going to get to review.
Yeah.
So that's good. Makes it quicker. So, I started my clock at roughly 4:20, but, who knows? We don't know when they're actually sitting down and saying, boom.
Right.
Let's
and,
do something.
And of course, I mean, we all know from this jury, they all have to go to the bathroom. I love this jury. I love this jury. They're all,
I hope the jury room is near a bathroom for their sake.
I love the judge tell him, and when one of you goes to the bathroom, you have to stop deliberating. Usually you don't hear that instruction so explicit,
That's
right?
true. That's true. Yeah. But it's important that they don't go on without others hearing the whole story, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They have to, or else they may have to stop. Or maybe they'll talk and say, "When you were in the bathroom, this is what happened, right? This is what this is what we were saying." But that'd be funny because if you take 12 people and they all have to go to the bathroom, let's assume it's like, you're waiting. I'm thinking of the theater and you're waiting in line, right? You could the whole intermission is taken up, I think maybe they will. So you did post something on our Justice Served TV about Wendy and the book today, right? A bunch of things you posted.
I just had I did a reading. Yeah, I did a reading yesterday, a sample. I have another sample I outlined here. If anybody wants to hear another sample of her book.
Yeah, what you did a number of breakouts. We did 3
these
breakouts.
Can be, and the one I've been recommending folks check out the cross-examination of the expert Bailey, who was there as a family law expert, because cross-examination by Georgia Kappelman, just scorching, and it just revealed this obstinance by an expert, which, as you know, Linda, you don't want. You want them to be realistic when confronted with a piece of information that common sense suggests a certain answer, and they just have their neck bowed, as I like to say.
Right. Experts always fit to give it. Yeah, that could be. That could
yes.
be. That could be, but that's not my opinion.
Of course.
Usually a good expert will say, yeah, that's a possibility.
But I think she dug this huge hole that she couldn't get out of when she made it sound like, well, it's just a divorce. Get over it. What's the big deal? Once that began, she was entrenched. And every time Georgia Kappelman tried to say, well, really? Don't you think it's just because, you're desensitized? I don't know if she used that word or not, but you do this all the time. That's different than, well, no, you can't understand how they would be emotional. Well, they shouldn't be. Oh my God. And then it just got worse.
Yeah, it's just really got worse. Now, what happened? I got confused because the judge had told them initially they could use part of the day planners up there as a demonstrative exhibit, and then did Jackie Fulford? It was confusing because Zellner, who was doing all these arguments on these points, but it looks like I guess Fulford was lead counsel, right?
Well, that's just it. Who knows? It was because there was so much deferring, so much. Just a minute, may I have a moment, Your Honor? And then whoever was questioning a witness would then huddle with the other attorney as if nobody was in charge.
And usually we say that. I mean, normally when you have a team, I'll finish and I'll say, Your Honor, just give me a minute. And just like actually you saw Georgia do that with Sarah Dugan, right? And you go and you say, anything that I missed? Did I miss anything? Is there anything I should have said? Because you do. I can tell you, and you know this. You have all your notes. You have everything stored. Okay. You know what you want to ask and don't ask. You finish, you say, that's all I have. You go sit down, you're like, oh my God, the big star note that I didn't get to. And then you're stuck. I mean, it happens. It happens because you get into that moment of trying cases, right? The jury clock did start at 4:20, by the way. Absolutely.
That was mine, so somebody else agrees with that. From A to B, Linda Michael, the man, was lead. That's what I heard. And that's what we assumed going in part because all of the pretrial activity, he seemed to be taking the lead. But then Jackie Fulford did the opening, and that we're like, okay, well, that's interesting.
Usually
and then
lead counsel,
handling some of the key witnesses, it was pretty evenly mixed there. I just think it led to some, as I called it, clunkiness in the presentation of their case, because it was more than just that, hey, did I miss anything? It was more like, what else do I need to say here? Like, different. It was a different level of collaboration that I made it very unclear to me who's running the show here.
Yeah.
Court TV started at 4:20. Well, the heck with that.
We all agree. Oasis Cat, by the way, said from A to B. I was going to say sometimes, and of course, when I'm on here, when I'm on our YouTube channel, an ad comes up. Jurors in Florida sometimes get to stay till about 11 p.m. And that's true. I've seen that. A couple times we've seen that when we were at Law and Crime. Thank God we weren't called back into cover. I think people volunteered, right?
I remember, I'm trying to think what case it was, where we went well past and I stayed till 7 or 8 at night. I can't remember. Everything kind of is a blur, but there were many cases because at a certain point a few years ago, I was there 3-4 days a week.
Oh, wow.
So there would be, trials that weren't playing by our schedule, and it was going past 5 o'clock, and really we had other programming at that point. So at 5 o'clock, some other programming would begin, but we would break back in and do the verdict. So I'm just sitting there, reading, getting ready for hopefully the verdict, and it happened a few times where it was 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to read another sample. Can I read the sample of this?
Yeah, why don't you read the sample because I need to take
a break.
Okay. I need to take a restroom break. Bye, guys.
Raise your hand, please, if you need to take a break.
Everybody, raise your hand. Wait a second. We should stop talking. We should stop deliberating while listen, I'm just kidding you. I'll be right back.
I won't talk about anything of substance.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Only this. And I have confirmed that this is Wendy. And we talked about that yesterday. Photo credit to Harvey. Dad, can you take a picture for the front of my book? And again, if you went to Fresno, sorry, my part of the world originally, Florida State University, you would have been reading this book. Okay, this is Lily, the character loosely, perhaps, maybe more than loosely, based on Wendy Adelson. She's an attorney representing immigrants dealing with immigration status in a mythical town called Hiawassee, Florida, in the Panhandle, not Tallahassee, Hiawassee. So, cockroach fecal matter. Oh, let me set this up. So they rented this little cottage. She and her husband Josh, who also works at the university, they rented this little cottage because it happened real fast. They were relocating to the Panhandle. Does that sound familiar? And so they needed a place, and they got this cottage that was kind of connected. It was kind of the cottage connected to a normal house, and the landlord was in that normal house. So they're in the cottage. Cockroach fecal matter covers every available surface in the house, especially the kitchen area. At first, I wasn't quite sure what all those black squishy dots were. I asked Jeannie one day, that's the woman who owns the property, and she said, sure as all get-go, those here things are mouse or cockroach droppings. I'm not entirely sure, but I think I would have preferred a third option. On 3 separate occasions, I had a cockroach fly into my ear while I was trying to sit and enjoy some quality family programming on the television. You might try to argue with me that, hey, Lily, cockroaches don't fly. You may be right. I'm not a bug specialist or anything, but I do know that there is something that looks like a cockroach, has wings, and flies, and it has flown into an orifice on my head a total of 3 times. Here, they call these critters palmetto bugs. Anybody familiar with those? Palmetto bugs. And they are the size of a deck of cards. Call them what you will, but they are every bit as unpleasant as they sound. Love conquers all. Josh and I still managed to find some charm in our writer's cottage, despite the drawbacks. After we had been living there for 4 months and diligently looking for more permanent and less infested places to live, the darndest thing happened. There was this scratching. Dun, dun, dun. Should I leave that as a cliffhanger? I'll give you a little bit more. I was sitting on the couch one day, taking in a little Gilmore Girls, when all of a sudden I heard a scratching sound. You heard that part right. Well, after I called Josh and Jenny, again the landlord, and didn't get an answer, I started to look around the house for something to defend myself with, should the animal show its dirty paws. I managed to gather together a Frisbee, a metal soup ladle, and a heavy box. Don't ask me what I thought I was going to do with that combination, but I re-entered the living room, ready for combat. Just then, battle regalia in hand, Jeannie and Joe C., which I believe is the landlord, their 2 boys pounced through my front door, blabbering about their mom having sent them over and scrambling themselves to be the first to see the beast in the wall. Sit quietly, I told them in my most convincing, stern voice. I promise you will hear some scratching very soon. They complied, and all of 15 seconds later, they heard their first scratch, scratch, scratch. They jumped and squealed like the 10-year-old boys they were. Peter and Yoshi were not twins, although they were both born in November, 10 years previously. Yoshi Peachy is the Peachy's biological son that they raised from birth. Peter Peachy was Yoshi's best friend from pre-kindergarten, and he had lost both his parents in a tragic car accident when he was 4 years old. Peter was an only child at the time, and the court agreed to let him live with the Peachies. Isn't that interesting? I was worked in a little custodial issue with a small child. The boys, though biologically not from the same genetic material, might as well have been cloned at birth for how well they got on together. The Peachies had 4 kids in addition to Yoshi and Peter, but only the twins and an older and unfortunately strange 17-year-old son named Deacon still live at home. We care what the scratching is? Okay, I'll continue. I hear it, Peter and Yoshi screamed in delight in unison, the same way they made their way through life. At that point, Deacon entered, looking bored per usual. He had clearly been sent by the parents to check in on their city girl guest house tenant. Yeah, great guys, you hear the animal? Deacon remained unimpressed. Miss Lily, do you think we should scream real loud to make it come out of the wall? Peter asked. Or it might have been Yoshi who inquired. They really sounded alike. Either way, not important. At that moment, Joe C., that's the landlord, male, entered the room, his corpulent midsection flopping and exposed, fresh from a jog or playing with the horses. It wasn't entirely clear from the smell. I venture that Joe C. might have been jogging because he was shirtless, shellacked with sweat, his largesse packed into a sausage-thin set of black shorts with the requisite long white socks and sneakers. Let's see what's going on here, Joe C. says, bellowing as he sauntered into the room and leaked puddles of perspiration en route to the origin of the scratching. Joe C. then proceeded to get down on one sweaty knee, peer down into the hole that the mystery animal had gnawed into the wall, and noticed some fecal matter below the opening. He then pinched a sizable amount of feces between his thumb and index finger, rolled it around scientifically to check the consistency, and declared, yes, sirree, this here definitely came from a rodent. There you go. So, again, this is our story. Okay? Well, we may get into some more of that as we're waiting for the jury to do their thing. Okay, class, read the next chapter before we meet again tomorrow. So, this is disgusting. Wendy is trashed like her writing. So, you just missed, some riveting.
I could hear it. I
discussion.
heard the whole.
Yes.
I actually have to have a confession. I snuck into the kitchen and grabbed a quick bite of like the fish that's on the counter and the rice and
whatever's hanging out there.
and
Well, I probably ruined your appetite with the fecal matter and
I mean, but that's what
discussion
stopped me.
of the landlord.
I wasn't interested in a second bite after hearing about the cockroaches and the fecal matter.
Yes. Please analyze that passage. Well, remember, you write what you know, and this has a lot of Wendy in it, although she refuses to admit that she is Lily, just with a different name. I mean, you look at, she was an attorney working on trafficking. I mean, that was kind of her thing.
Right.
But the woman in this book, Lily, deals with immigrants coming to the country legally and helping them, transition.
Yeah.
So there are major moments that you say, oh, that sounds like Wendy to me. Talking about Josh, her husband, who also happened to be working for the school. So, it's not overt.
Say what you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Somebody had posted a comment because we were saying.
And I agree with this wholeheartedly. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. I missed it. As a law student, I can totally see why this is required reading. Yes, clearly. And I was going to say.
Somebody had posted a comment that said in FSU it's very common for professors to write books and then have them be required reading. It seems to me almost like conflict of interest.
I would think so too. She was rude not to sign the book. I agree. And she was, as I've said before, she has a certain, hair tossing kind of demeanor when she's on the stand, right? She doesn't get mad very often. And she's everything is very, I'm just trying to be helpful and explain, my understanding. But it was like, no, it's like, yikes.
Danny,
not the same personality. I'll tell you that.
Danny loved my mother's banana bread with the nuts, without whatever it was, with the
That's
nuts.
right. Banana bread with chocolate chips instead of nuts.
Instead of the nuts.
I don't know. Did Dan Markel have a nut allergy, or was it just a taste?
I don't think they asked her that.
I didn't get into that. Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, just I'll tell you. Oh my goodness gracious! But whatever it is, I mean, it's kind of scary that you would think. And we saw the person who required that reading has retired since. I'd like to have them on because I'd like to know more about the policy and why that is, and what did they get out of it, and what did Wendy make? Maybe
the coexistence. I can understand how it helps you promote your faculty because they're published authors, but when you're doing it yourself, it seems kind of to water down any sort of cachet that may give you. So there are 3 people in here. I've only been reading the Lily parts because that's arguably the Wendy, but there are a couple of other people in here that it's written almost like a diary sort of. Milla is one of the others.
Oh, Sinkabella says $180 when you bought it new.
What?
Seriously? What? Seriously? It was like a course. It was like
I know textbooks are crazy expensive, but for this?
Holy moly! We didn't do that. We got to use secondhand. And Wendy doesn't get. Somebody had the misinformation that when you buy a book secondhand, the author automatically gets a portion of it. No, that's not true. You buy a book secondhand, they don't get a portion of it, right? And
you can usually trade in your new books that were new. That's why you should never highlight them as I've been doing. I guess I can't turn this back into the bookstore.
Oh, but this is a great, this is passing by, but it's a great comment. Manny G. If Danny had a nut allergy, Donna would have made a banana bread with nuts. Come on. That's really kind of a cute. Cute in the sense of, poor Dan Markel.
Clever, yes.
It's clever, but very good. We're not trying to make fun or light of anything here. We've been obviously covering this case for a reason. We think it's incredibly important for a reason. So
I should read this at some point. I'll get to this at some point. This is the afterword. Most times there's a foreword, and there is in this case, but it's by the student coordinator. This is the afterword from the author.
Oh, that'd be good to read. By the way, the poll reaction was the final chat results were 60% believed it was going to be under 4 hours, and the rest 40% was over 4 hours.
Okay, and I think it was 3.5 for Charlie, something like that, give or take.
That's what Charlie was. With
I think it was 3.5-ish.
Charlie was like, you had those wiretaps. Oh my God! And Mag Manuel.
I don't think anybody would disagree. There was far more evidence against Charlie than there is against Donna.
Oh, Missy said she did a typo to make 63% under 63%. Well, 60%, it's close it's close.
Yeah, 63 instead of 60.
Yeah. So 60% under, I did a typo. Hey, I'm used to typos. Typos are my thing. Typos and
Yes,
Lindau should be in
you
the
speak
same
in
word.
typos.
I speak in typos, and you all understand me. That's the scary part about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. There are times when I just say I give up. I can't fill in the blanks here. I'd be very good at crossword puzzle. I don't do them, but I should, because reading your text is good training.
Anyhow, so we have, but this is a true tragedy with Dan Markel. His parents have been in that courtroom almost every day. One or the other have been in the courtroom, I think, except for, they weren't there when the medical examiner showed. It was short. Medical examiner was pretty short this time. And all. But, with Charlie, you had the direct testimony. With Sigfredo Garcia, you had that direct testimony. With Katie, the second time around, you pretty much, she was a goner. With Charlie, you definitely had, direct testimony. Are they going to have more problems with this? Because this is truly a circumstantial case.
It is, other than some of the recordings, which included Donna Adelson. Those could be arguably direct testimony.
Right.
But yeah, it is, as most cases are, primarily circumstantial cases. That's just the way it is. This series of cases, interesting. Sigfredo Garcia never testified in his trial or anybody else's.
No, he's not a snitch. He's
yes.
He's definitely not a snitch.
He's an honorable guy. And then, of course, Catherine Mebenois had many versions of her testimony, and it was pointed out by the defense. Why do you believe anything she says? And I don't. That's a decent argument. She says things that she thinks will help her. She's basically now a snitch as well, but trying to help herself based on changing her testimony from what it was in the first couple of trials.
Right. And the other thing about it is, she came on clanking in, and she was just, oh, so sweet. Oh, I don't know. And
yes, ma'am. Yes, no, ma'am.
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
yes,
No,
ma'am.
And then you hear her on the tapes, okay? And that's the real Katie Magbenois.
Yeah, and she would rip Charlie a new one. When they were fighting that time in that one call about who should call the bumper,
that was
the undercover
great.
guy. And he's like, you do it, you call. Well, I just got it. That's funny. I just had a call just lit up on my phone. CrimeCon Denver.
That's because that's your.
I'm late. Oh.
You're late. We're not going this year.
No, we're not going.
There last
that
year.
was just funny. The caller ID said CrimeCon Denver.
Did it really? The caller ID said that?
Yeah, I'll have to see if they leave a message.
You guys. Whoops! Wait a second. I don't know what happened on my phone.
What's happening?
I don't know. I just went to see if it was on my phone. Is just like an Instagram thing that says a calendar alert. But everyone's asking, "Are we going to say no? We're too busy. We're covering trials this year."
Yeah, I know. And I got a text from Vinny at Court TV asking if I was going to be going. One of the guys we used to have a bit with in people may not remember, but Court TV had a channel on Sirius for a while, Sirius XM. And we would do crazy stuff on there. Like Vinny called it Legal Ease Theater. Okay. And it would just, we would do characters. And one of the guys who would help us, who does radio, his name is Jonesy. He does like a trucker radio thing on, I think on Sirius. Anyway, Vinny was just asking if I was going to be there and if so Jonesy was going to make an appearance. So anyway, Court TV will be there, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, no, everyone's going to be, almost everyone in crime. But this year's a funny time because it's the week after Labor Day.
And it's also a funny place, I think.
Yeah, it's
in Aurora.
It's in Aurora where the movie theater was shot up. But it's the same group that owns where we were last year in Tennessee that owned the Dolly Parton, that huge complex. So they say it's CrimeCon Denver, but it's really CrimeCon Aurora.
Yeah, right.
And all. So, and also it was a funny time. Other times it's been later in September or October, or it's been June. It's been different.
We were, last year was May, and I think it ended June 1st.
Right. So it was just a different time. It's very difficult for practicing attorneys, quite frankly, to go the first week in September, because that's when everyone's getting back to doing things. Like I had a federal judge who needed a brief this week. We had to get something in yesterday. You just can't pick up on. You can't be gone for Labor Day and all that, and then be gone again for the following week. At least it's for us. And also we had these cases and trials.
Yeah. And I have Jones. He is awesome. He is one crazy dude. There's no doubt about that. And Merrill likes Vinny. I think Vinny's one of the old guard. Everybody else is really new there. You know, he's always been, I always liked working with him. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, we came by our booth when we were at Reed. Remember, he came by a couple times. You interviewed him, he interviewed you. It was kind of funny.
When he showed up at Karen Reed, we did a little on the street interview, which was kind of fun. Anyway, so so no CrimeCon this year. I have no idea what's happening next year. Who knows? That's a lifetime away.
Kenny, I'm having trouble getting to the following week. I'm just gonna pick out. Let me see.
Anyone curious about Charlie Adelson and Luis Rivera still in Leon County Jail?
Lucia Harris she's been one of our. Can you read this? Too much for me?
Yeah, let me try and answer the last question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Probably at this moment, because the jury just got the case, they may decide to hold on until a verdict, but the evidence is closed, and now with the jury having the case, there's no real opportunity to reopen. So they should be working on getting them back to their respective penitentiaries. That is Lucia Harris. Too much for me that ties Donna, but still hard to convict a grandma. Interesting. Dawn suffered, a pathologist said he was breathing in blood final moments. I can't imagine Markel gut-wrenching knowing that. Oh, just how he died. Brutal.
He probably was. He was shot in the head. So he.
Well, yeah, it was first in the cheek and then literally between the eyes. And from James Geiger, the next door neighbor who actually saw him, he was still alive. He was kept alive when he got back to the hospital. But he was pretty much brain dead, and they were just artificially keeping him alive for
And you could have those involuntary movements even though.
And he was sitting there, and it was just like
right.
Slowly moving his head back and forth and making
muscles,
no noise.
Yeah, not your muscles. It's truly a horrible way to die. And you think that it happens in the home of where, if you're Wendy, in the home of where, and Donna, and all of them, in the home of where your grandkids are, or your nephews are, or your kids are. That's a particular type of callous that we haven't talked about. We've talked about evil, but this is in their home. This is the kids' home.
Yeah, the kids, when he had those kids, that they were there, they were with her, on her weeks and days and times. But
yeah.
Nope,
that's Tubi, in case he's coming through. Tubi's.
Is there a jury question?
Yeah. I may have to close the office door with Tubi going a little crazy there. Yeah, Tubi's not happy with whatever it is. Tubi's not happy. Here. Actually, Tubi is going to get groomed, and he's probably protesting.
Oh, he's not happy about that.
Yeah, he's not. So
Domino self grooms every night. He's a short-haired dog, and he just gives himself a bath every night, religiously, like a cat. I don't understand.
I used to have a friend that had a Dalmatian. They said that when the hair sheds, it becomes like pine cone needles.
You know what it's called within the Dalmatian community? Glitter.
Because everywhere.
It's on, and you don't really see it unless if you're wearing black. Yeah, easy to spot. But otherwise, it's just we had a Labrador before, and they coexisted for a while. That hair is long, and you see it everywhere. You know where it's going to be and where it is. Not so much with the Dalmatian, and they tell you you're not supposed to give them a bath very often because of the tenderness of their skin and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're very finicky in the way that you have to care for them.
Oh, Domino, you tender boy, you.
Yeah. He has no clue. He has no clue how high maintenance he is.
Oh, you love him. You love him.
He's a character. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I never knew what to expect. Lisa's had 2 or 3 of them before. And when we got married, she had one that was not 100% Dalmatian, so it didn't have quite those characteristics. But these dogs are well known for being just loving, but also very needy. They need connection. They need to if we're doing something the dog doesn't like, we're taking attention away, like this right here, like this. Hi, bud. Hi.
Hey.
Hi. What's up?
You're gonna justice.
Did you hear we were talking about you?
Justice watch with us. Yeah, look at that.
Yes, I know.
Oh my God. Hi, Dad.
I know. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye now.
He's like that Tubi banged had to get up before because he banged the office door. Like, what do you mean the office door is closed? Boom.
Yes.
I think I better go let him in. Domino the same way, just like
exactly.
If it's open, it's fine. Come and say hello, goodbye.
And when I was here alone, that's what I did. I just left it because I don't need the banging on the door. Come on in, enjoy.
Yeah, it's our mascots.
Fun.
Domino and Tubi. They even have their own emojis. Domino and Tubi.
I know.
They have their own emojis.
Do we have our own emojis? I don't even think we do we?
No, I don't think we have our own emojis.
I'm looking right now.
I don't remember.
Donna has one. Donna has this. Whoop.
Whoa, that's a scary emoji.
Yeah, look at I think her earphones are smaller. Were those blown up on purpose? then we have. Can we redo one with her blowout from yesterday? Just kidding. Let's see who else we got in here in this mess. I think that's most of them for. Yeah, that's most of them. We don't have our own emojis. Here's Tubi.
Control the panel. There's Tubi. Yeah, there he is.
Domino, and then there's this one, which has both. So.
That's it. That's there you go. And they had their own song too, which we may end up playing.
Speaking of songs,
right?
I was last night when I was doing some of the breakouts that I posted. I didn't realize Oasis Cat has done so many amazing songs that we have not had a chance to play, and I just see them pop up in here. I was going to play. There's one. It's called The Theme, and it's called. It's like it's big. It's like a. It's not a timid. It's epic. That's what it's called. Epic. I'm just going to play just a second of it here.
I like that.
The gavel echoes in the silent hall. Linda unlocks the mystery's thrall. Michael charts truth with steady hand. Through shadows deep they make their stand.
Like the Justice Served TV Game of Thrones version.
Dig through the lies the world conceals. Evidence whispers what the dark reveals. Mascots Tubi and Domino play their role, guiding us closer to justice whole. Justice serve the truth untamed. Every story
I love this.
we've unframed. Chasing facts as they unwind. Through the chaos, clarity shines.
I really feel like one of these could be our theme song. I really do. I know you all disagree with me.
Blackened files and forgotten tales echo down corridors no wind wails. Together they conquer every climb, steering through the storms of crime.
I love this.
Another
I love it.
thread to pull through blurred lines where the danger's full. Linda sharp as a blade of law. Michael's insights flawless and raw. Justice serve the truth untamed. Every story we've unframed. Chasing facts as they unwind. Through the chaos, clarity shines.
All right, that's the epic theme, and there's all kinds of cool things in here that we should use more than we have.
You know what I should do though? I have a lot of screenshots of us on the shows. If you tell me, Missy, how many you need, you can assign a screenshot to each one of the songs, as we did just with the other day. Although I see that everyone wants Marley to stay, but I also our person of the week, which we haven't done, but
that's been a while, right?
I mean, it's been a while because we've had so much to do, and quite frankly, it became such a competition. Person of the week. I mean, you can all send it in, but obviously, if Georgia gets a conviction here, she should probably be the person of the week, maybe a month. That'd be a very, very easy call. Although I'd like to give it to the Markels, Mr. and Mrs. Markel, because I think to come here all the time with all these trials, listen all the time about your son dying over and over and over again, you have to be an incredible parent. And that's the kind of parents that should be, not the kind of parents that grandma here, Adelson, or the Don or Madonna was, because that's really a true parent here. So maybe
the persons of the decade.
Persons of the decade, right? Because it's been a decade. It's been more than a decade now. I mean, just to think about this, in the 11 years, and it's not over, and it's not over, and with the appeals, it's never going to be over. Okay. It's just I don't know. I just feel bad for them. I just totally feel bad for them. You were close to them in the courtroom. How did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, they just they look just worn out, just exhausted by the process,
and no kids and no grandkids
every day. Yeah, and
right?
Removed from the grandkids. It's sad, and they both spoken, after the fact last time. So they're not shy about how they feel about what's going on, and their hope to get justice from whomever they need to get it through the course of these different trials. So
by the way, somebody want to know how Court TV went last time. Did you ever download and pull in? We could play that here, I think.
Which part?
My interview with on the Cardi B, which everything I said that would happen happened, and everything it all happened.
I don't know if we have that loaded up. I don't have it loaded up. I know you sent it. I don't know if Missy has it.
I sent you the link. I don't think I sent it to Missy. I sent you the link so you could download it directly and put it into assets, because I know you pulled it in.
Was it how did you send it? WhatsApp or text?
It wasn't WhatsApp. It was probably text. It was either text or no, I may have forwarded the email. I forwarded the email because they forwarded me the link to download it.
Okay.
The WeTransfer link.
Okay, well, if I can find it quickly enough. Oh, it's a WeTransfer link. Okay, that's a whole.
You have to download.
Process.
Well, you have to download it.
Yeah.
First, it wasn't that bad to download. It was very quick to download. I mean, I have it downloaded, but then I'd have to put it back up on WeTransfer for you to download to pull it in.
No, I need to download it and then upload it.
Right, then you have to upload it. Right. Okay, let me see. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I will resend it to you only because I know, and it's going to be by email.
Okay.
I'm sending it to your personal email account. Okay.
Okay.
And you will have the link that you can download. Because if I download it, and then I have to back upload it and send it back to you. So
yeah, that's crazy. So let's talk about what our plan is. What is our plan as we move forward and we're in the middle of Justice Watch?
I think
they've been at it almost an hour.
I think we're waiting to see
if they dismiss them for the day at 5:30.
Right.
Which would be the normal end of day.
Right, the normal end of the day, or the judge gives us some indication. So I think we should wait till 5:30 and just keep talking for the moment. Any other questions? We have, by the way, I spoke a lot on the Julie Grant show. I mean, when she turns it over to me, it's really 15 minutes of me. I may be the only one of the few people that has my own 15-minute time when I go on with her, because I won't go on with other people. I won't be in that arguing state with other people anymore. I'm just not going to.
So what I'm getting, this may work out better. It's actually just a file. It's not a WeTransfer. I should be able to play it
it's directly. A file. Yeah, you have to go into Chrome. You have to go into Chrome to download.
Let me queue it up where you are, because there's obviously all kinds of things going on. So let me
Oh,
cue
boy,
it up.
you put it up right there. Yeah, I downloaded it, but I had to go into Chrome to download it, so I downloaded it.
This should play just fine, just like any link. So let me get to you. A lot of Dan Markel. Oh, there you are.
Michael's our tech expert.
Yeah, yeah. That's not what you said when I took us off the air from the road.
No, that was interesting.
Yeah. That's because I was on my phone because it was. I was driving down and I wasn't doing the satellite thing because I wasn't camped out. I was not driving when I did this, but I pulled over and stopped and I'm just doing this, and then bloop, 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 the buttons are kind of small and.
Well, your fingers.
And the sun is blasting, and I was trying just to remove myself from the studio, and I basically ended the stream.
Well, we have a plan for if that happens again. The plan is I will stay on StreamYard until Missy sends up another StreamYard link. Then I will post a StreamYard link because you get 3 to 4 minutes if you go off in where I am, so everyone can then find the new StreamYard link rather than starting from a new. So that's it's starting from a new, but at least people know where to go.
Okay. Missy, if you're around, I can't add this until we lose the stream. I know you can monitor it, even though we don't have it on our... There you go. Thank you so much. And this is... Let's see if I got the sound in this right. It should be about the time you're coming on.
Okay, I'll mute myself now so I don't say anything.
Where'd you go? There you go.
More. Today is the day for the all-important closing arguments. The Grammy
hearing
Award-winning
that?
rapper is standing by her claims
Yes.
that the incident in question was verbal only and that she did not touch former security guard Imani Ellis. The plaintiff, however, is claiming that she was attacked by the pregnant rapper, which left her with a scar on her face that needed cosmetic surgery. She's seeking damages in the amount of $24 million. So what are your expectations for the closing arguments? And what is it like to represent a high-profile client? Let's bring in someone who knows exactly what that's like. She's the co-owner and the host of Justice Served TV. She's a high-profile trial attorney, the lovely Linda Kenney Baden on the show today. Linda, good morning to you.
Good morning, Julie, my friend. So nice to see you.
Oh, you
what
too.
Is it like? Well, the
please.
the first thing you have to do, is decide during the trial before you even get to closings whether you want the client to be the client. For instance, when I represented Phil Spector, I didn't want to change a thing about him because I wanted the jury to see who the decedent went home with, right? So
Okay, hold on. Am I hearing court? What am I hearing? Anybody hearing that too?
I don't, but I don't have I don't have anything in my ear but this. And I see the seal.
Yeah, and I'm hearing something.
We'd have to take
I'm
me
hearing
off.
the judge.
All right, we don't hear. Missy, you hearing the judge? Missy? Missy has abandoned us. Do you hear that? I don't hear anything. No judge.
So you guys are not hearing what I'm hearing, which is Zellman talking to the judge?
No, we are not hearing that.
Wow. Okay. That's fine. Let me get rid of that and I will go back to where we
No,
were.
maybe they are speaking off camera.
No, I don't think so. I think I've just got some stray feed going on. Okay, back to where we were. Sorry for the false alarm. Let me get this back up here again. Hold on. Okay, here we go. As you were.
The attorneys in this case, her attorneys decided they wanted her to be Cardi B. They didn't want her to be anybody else. They didn't want her to be Bill Callis. They didn't want her to be her, that's her given name, right? They wanted her stage name. And boy, did she come through for them.
She sure did, Linda. Tell me, this is helpful because I think for anybody wondering how strategic is, let's say, her attire in the courtroom, her outfits, and you're such a fashionista yourself. I know you love fashion and appreciate it. So tell me, for anybody wondering, is anything coincidental in terms of, her hair, her makeup, her clothing, all of it?
Absolutely nothing. Everything is pre-planned. She also has handlers, and she also has the attorneys have to deal with her press people too. Because remember, she's a star. She's got an album out. There's questions whether it's tanking or not, and whether this helps it. But that's a different issue. So do you believe her? Because look at her. I mean, the attorney tried to say, well, the security guard didn't recognize you, but she did recognize her. And ultimately, this case is not going to come down to Cardi B's status. It's going to come down to the fact that the plaintiff, in my opinion, had no pictures at the time of the alleged incident. The plaintiff did not take the spit and saliva. She's a security guard. She said she spat on her. She could have taken that, a la Monica Lewinsky and the famous dress, and had to test for DNA. The doctor and the receptionist all testified for Cardi B. And ultimately, she didn't see a doctor for 4 years who said he then treated her for a hypersensitive scar that could have been caused by a fingernail. But then whose fingernail? 4 years later?
Right. Come on, no pictures at the time of the incident. You can barely see whatever it is that's on her face. Is it a scar? Is it a scratch? It's debatable. I had a hard time seeing it myself. Linda, I want to play a clip for you. You mentioned this, how good the testimony was from so many of those witnesses. The doctor and the receptionist really stood out to us as very favorable witnesses for Cardi B. Let's go back and listen to what they shared.
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got 2 more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B. Or your own.
Was behind me. So the only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Did you at any point use your hands to separate the 2 of them, Imani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
Did you see Cardi B hit plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut plaintiff with her fingernails?
No.
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get plaintiff fired?
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff the N-word? And by that, I mean the whole.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff fat or poor?
No.
Okay, so with this testimony in mind, Linda, let's say you're representing Cardi B in this case. What would be your biggest goal in the closings in terms of the message to convey to this jury?
That Cardi B, you've seen Cardi B. She was pretty upfront about how angry she was, but there's simply no evidence that indicated that she scratched, touched, or hit the plaintiff here. And as a matter of fact, all the evidence is contrary. Now, I know you're going to ask me what the plaintiff's going to say. I know that.
Yes. Tell me, my friend, what will they share to the jury? What they should share for the jury? Is it a better question?
Yeah, they're going to say, of course, the doctor and the receptionist are going to be biased. This is their practice. They don't want people to think that they didn't protect their high-profile patients. But this woman has come for you. She's been poked. She's been probed. And why would she do this to herself unless she was hurt by Cardi B? That's going to be their argument. They may allege that at least find Cardi B guilty of the assault, which is to scare her and not the battery. And the jury then could, and I think if you're the plaintiff, the best you can hope for is the jury comes with that kind of split verdicts and orders some maybe minimal damages. That's the best you're going to hope for.
Yeah, really great point, Linda. Speaking of the jury, let's talk a little bit about their decision and how this really boils down to very much a she said case.
She was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down. She was jumping up and down, body shaming me. I mean, racial slurs, just a lot.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you, it didn't hit your body, correct?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
I feel like my privacy was completely being violated. I wouldn't want to be anything that had to do with my medical records or anything. Even if I do cosmetic surgery, I don't want people to be in anything that has to do with medical in your business. It's just especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy is yours.
All right, so predictions from all of our courties at home and from our wonderful guest, Linda Kenney Baden, is what we want to do now. Linda, if you had to predict what this jury is going to do today and why, what would you say, please?
Well, I think that the jury will no cause the plaintiff's verdict. The only hope they have is for some minimal damages, as I said, for possibly the verbal assault. But I don't think they're going to find that. This is a security guard. That she should have known better. And everybody knows who Cardi B is. Everybody knows she gets angry, even though the plaintiffs were, even though the defense attorneys were able to keep out some of the other cases that she may be involved in. But this is when she went to her doctor for being pregnant. And I think the jury is going to find that humanistic moment that you just played there from her testimony is going to override the plaintiff's case.
Linda, tell me, having had the experience of representing high-profile attorneys many times in the courtroom, what are some of the other plans that you would have in place today in terms of PR, media, other things like that that you may be thinking about, in addition to just the argument you're making before the court?
Oh, if she wins, Cardi B wins, I would put her before the cameras and say, look, no one should go through this. Just what you just said. If you are pregnant, if you're going to your doctor's office, but you have to stay away from defaming now the plaintiff if you have a press conference. But I think she has to thank the jury. I think she has to be humble, and she has to not be Cardi B. She has to be Bill Callis, okay? And that, as I said, is her given name.
Yeah, she was authentic, and that really, it wins the day. I know you know this, Linda. You see that when people try to be somebody else, and like you said at the start, just being who she really is. I think the jury's going to be able to connect with her, I think, more than people may think, because at the end of the day, she's a human being, right? We all deserve the same courtesy and respect when we go to our doctors. And it seems to me like that's really what it all started with, the violation of the privacy and the exploitation when she's just trying to get checked. We'll leave it there for now. But again, today around noon is when the closings will start. Linda Kenney Baden, you always have a busy day ahead of you. You're doing your show. You're in the courtroom. Thank you for making time to come on Opening Statements today.
Thank you, Julie. I love seeing you all the time.
Love seeing you too. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
And scene. Good job, partner. Let me see if I can take that off of there and do a little of this. Yeah. So, and you, of course, were exactly right. Cardi B, after the fact, though, was probably more Cardi B than
It's really easy to depend the reporter or something who asked the question. But she thanked the jury.
She did thank the jury, and she basically threatened anybody that would ever come after her that this is just I'm coming after you. If you dare to try and pull something on me, watch out, because I'm coming after you. So
yeah, but the jury did no cause it rightly. You can't seek $24 million.
It's just too
stupid. 4 years later, you go to a doctor and say, I had a scar from when she assaulted me.
And I was looking at the picture. I miss. Where's the scar? That was a pointer of some sort, I think, right?
Yeah,
I'm looking at the area. There's an area that maybe was slightly less dark than another, but I wouldn't call it a scar. I would call it maybe just a very slight change in the tone of that skin. But what do I know? Okay.
But it was an interesting case. Obviously, the insurance carrier refused to pay, and that's what it was.
Of course,
and they said, no.
and I love that. When you're doing civil work. And this what is one of the most frustrating things about doing civil litigation. You've got a great case. You work your ass off preparing it. You're ready to go. But your boss quite often is the insurance company because they're paying or not paying. That's their call. And at some point they just decide, I'd rather give the plaintiff $5,000 than spend $50 on defending this case. So you would call it a cost of defense resolution. But it's never fun for the attorney, not only because you think you have the arguments you need to win the case, but because you're spending time prepping. You're right there. When I was in California, you'd get to the courthouse, and obviously, as with most courts, criminal cases have priority. So if you're there for a civil case and it's your first call, as we would label it, chances you're going to get out, as we also would label it, meaning get out to get a courtroom, minimal. But you got to be ready. But quite often, if it hasn't resolved because some last-minute weasel from the insurance company has said, here, just give them whatever the $5,000 may be, whatever
Right.
the cost of defense is. Then you've got to get over the next hurdle, which is, are we going to get a courtroom? And if you don't, and you are then calendared for second call, which could be 3 months down the road, the insurance company then again has the opportunity to reevaluate how much we're going to spend, because you guys, meaning the lawyers and the firm representing the insured, they're sucking more money out of the insurance company. Quite often it's an economic decision, and right means nothing. So that's very frustrating. So it was
And
nice to see in
also-
this case that they did it. They held,
Yeah.
they stuck to their guns, and they said, no, we're not doing it.
And also the judge will ordinarily kind of like force a settlement. The judge doesn't want to take time out of the court time with phony cases. So they force the settlement just to get it off the docket. But
Yeah.
I guess in a high profile case, it's very difficult to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And they obviously, if there was insurance, I get a feeling somebody like Cardi B for that kind of claim is self-insured. I don't know. But, you know, in those circumstances, first of all, insurance will never cover intentional acts.
Mhm.
Okay. So these claims were that she, you know, assaulted and battered somebody. Civil world, criminal world, those are intentional acts. You're not getting insurance coverage for that. So when they sued her, I guarantee you they alleged negligence as
Mhm.
well, because that draws insurance coverage.
Right.
But I still have a feeling she had to be self-insured up to like a certain number. You know, she's worth way too much to be covered by good old-fashioned insurance.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, look, it's surprising that she didn't countersue her in this case, but I think she
Mhm.
would in the future.
And that's what she said going forward. I will countersue you. And if nothing else, it costs the original plaintiff, now defendant, in the cross complaint or counter complaint. In California, it'd be a cross complaint. Federal court, it's a counter claim.
Mhm.
That's going to cost them money to defend
Right.
that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
and she
no, and-
can better afford those costs of litigation than most plaintiffs.
And in case people don't know, in a civil case, it's all about money. Okay,
Yeah,
it's all about a
that's it.
cost-benefit analysis.
Yep.
Whether it's
For better or
reputational,
worse.
whether it's for damages, whatever it is, it's all about a cost-benefit analysis, right?
Yep. We don't have debtor's prison anymore. Nobody's going to prison because they owe somebody money or because they think they owe money to somebody else. Nope, not happening. Somewhat more civilized than we used to be.
Okay, so where are we? Any word from the judge as to what he's doing? Let me see if
Let me check. Let me see if he's texted me. No, I haven't.
He hasn't texted you?
Stephen Everett, the Honorable, has not texted me.
Yeah, let's see what he's absolutely. Yeah, we're listening to jury deliberations. We're talking. What are some of our good questions? I see the questions going back. I can't even. They're going so fast. I can't even stop them. You know.
Let me switch screens. I was over at another screen here. Let me see. Have we done all the ones that have set up here? That one I think we did. Oh, this is from Missy. Just an update. Uploaded 4 new Oasis Cat songs. Oh Wendy, Deliberation Time, and 2 Verdict Watch songs. Oh my gosh! So that's well, we're going to roll those out as we continue with the Verdict Watch tomorrow, because I don't think it's happening tonight. I don't think Justice Watch will end tonight.
I don't think so either, and so maybe we'll roll them out in the morning. Well, the judge will come on. In California,
like
does he come on? Does
What's
he
that?
come on? Does the judge come on and put them? You know,
Welcome
send them
in, and
yeah, right.
I would bet they
Send them right to
do.
the jury room.
In this case, with this judge, I would bet they do. But who knows? Until we see him, you know, he may sign them out and say, "See you tomorrow." And they may reconvene in the courtroom to do that. And if they do, then I guarantee you they're going to do that to start the day tomorrow.
Well, Dizzy said that Georgia said dinner is already ordered for the jury.
They can stay as long as they want.
They can stay as long as they want.
One more free meal.
But they have to be tired. They have to be tired. Right?
Yeah, but they may also be tired of the case.
Yeah.
You know, they just want to wrap it up.
But somebody may think the prosecution didn't prove their case. I mean, I can
That's
see.
very true.
I can see.
They may say that she may have helped with the cover-up, but not the crime.
Not the crime, right? That she didn't. That the crime was somebody else, and then she helped with the cover-up when she understood how. And remember, the evidence kind of shows that it's Wendy and Charlie who are kind of close. But then it's also Charlie and his mother talking about his conversations with Wendy. So you could have somebody saying that, but Jackie, if Fulford did she kind of highlight that? I mean, I wasn't sure. Again,
Which
I
part?
didn't think any part. I guess any theme that's saying, look, it was Charlie and Wendy that did all this, and Jackie Jackie, and if you find anything, you find out that she's a loving grandmother who found out afterwards, but that's not a crime. You know, if she tried to protect her kids afterwards, that's not a crime. That's not what's being charged here.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure.
true. And I think that's a decent argument. And that was the argument I went into the trial thinking.
That they
It
were
was
going
a
to
strong
say.
argument. But I just heard too much that connected her after the fact. After the fact, it implied guilt in setting it up.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we didn't see. I'm just looking to see. I don't know. Jury deliberations. Really, no one has anything new. You know, I just think that there was too many wiretaps, and there's 3 charges, and they have to discuss, and they may have the same issues that we're discussing. Is it before the fact? What if it's after the fact? Do you have to have that direct proof? There is no direct proof that shows she actually set this up. I mean, they may be having the same discussions that we're having out here as to what the issues are, you know? It's interesting. I mean, the ending between the ending of Fulford's closing, which is where I thought she should have gone in the beginning, and the rebuttal, which is not which is where I didn't think was going to happen, but I understand it. I didn't think that rebuttal was going to happen, argument that long. But as I said, I understand it. I don't know. I mean, the jury could be saying, "Oh, tired. There's a lot to consider here," you know.
Yeah.
Remember and they have to vote too. And the judge is giving us no indication. And this is Florida. They will go to 11 o'clock at night, right?
Yikes. Well, you know, again, I mean, if they say all night, who knows what all night means? I do not know. As an aside, Brooklyn says, in talking to Missy, there was some update today on how much the second care and retrial cost the state. How about 1.4 million?
And 600,000 went
Hanky Spanky.
Yeah, but 600,000 also went to the Blueface group. Okay, how soon we forget Apogee, right? Apogee.
Yeah, it's they've got 500,000 for Aperture.
Aperture, that was it.
11,000 for the doggy expert.
But Aperture, $500,000 Blue Man Group.
Yeah, and I got they're going to have to spend it on marketing to kind of recoup from their bad reputation. 45,000 to Hexordia. That's a digital forensic services. I don't remember that name though. Hexordia.
I don't remember the name either.
State cost 10 grand for jury selection. Weather experts. The ground is hard. Thank you. Can I have $2,625? That's what they paid for that. And buffer zone enforcement. This would include kicking me out of the buffer zone.
How much was that?
Only $1,400. I'm not very expensive to kick out of an area. That's pretty cheap.
Is that what they? There has to be another line item for an attorney handling that, or didn't they not handle that? It was the AG who handled. Who went to court?
Oh, you mean the defense of the cases brought against them? Yeah, that's a whole different animal. That would they were federal cases, so that's going to be a state, probably the state. AG would have to pay for that, I would think, and that's still ongoing. We had last week we had a status conference and a trial setting of sorts, and so you know I'm confident it's going to resolve. But as I told Mark Randazza in his office, we weren't in this for personal gain. We got what we intended, which was to clear the zone, create the First Amendment zone, and so those photos you see of the masses of people, the video of the masses of people out there when Karen Reed walked out of that courtroom, because we brought the cases that we did. Right. And so, we weren't looking for, you know, people probably think, oh, it's over because you cleared the zone. People got to go back in there. No, still the cases are ongoing. Because they involve improper actions by the Massachusetts State Police. And Tom DeRozier and me and Jason Grant, and those cases are what led to opening the zone, but they still are active. So we'll see. We'll keep you posted as they trudge along. But we weren't in it to, you know, to score any money.
Yeah. So I mean, just a lot. I mean, a lot. And obviously, there's
93,000 for expenses for the Dedham police in overtime.
Oh, the Dedham police are going to be happy about that, right? I'm sure, because you know the Dedham police. I have to. Their initial press release was, "Look, we will let you know when we're going to close the zones and this like that." It seemed to me that they got overrun by the state police, right? because their first press release from Dedham was like, we'll let you know, the public know when you can't come in, you can't come out. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have all this enforcement by the MSP, right? And all. So I'm sure that the taxpayers of Dedham aren't going to be happy. The police who got the overtime are happy, but the taxpayers will be happy.
Yeah. No, and if you think about it, remember the 600,000 goes to Hankey because he's a special prosecutor.
Right.
They had nobody else in their office. We know what Lowley did a better job. At least it was a hung jury,
Right.
somebody on his side. But that wouldn't have cost a penny because he's already in the office.
He's already right. It's already in the office.
So that's $600,000 gone.
And then they went and hired with Hank Brennan. They went and hired the Welch's firm to do something that I think the one juror said she rubbed against the car too with the blue paint. Oh my goodness gracious! That was just unbelievable.
What a scam!
What a scam! What a scam! Well, are you hearing something?
I
that's
see a dog,
you.
a dog and a baby.
And a baby. Oh my God!
And another dog.
Wait! We have to see the baby. Look at this. Justice Serve.
Hi, baby.
The baby.
Hi. Can I put her on? I don't know if I can put her on.
Don't see her face.
Say hi.
Hi, baby.
Wave. Hi.
Hi. Oh, wait, she's transfixed by what's on the screen.
Say hi.
I know I scared children. I know. Two dogs.
High five. Yeah. 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 Blow kisses. Can you do that?
Can we throw kisses back?
There you go. Sort of.
Oh my God,
Sort
how
of.
adorable. Hi, baby.
I know. I can't explain it.
We're a family affair. This is what a family should look like. This is how a family should act, right? Hi, baby.
Okay, Mills. You gonna run toddle along. Oh, okay. Hi.
Oh, how baby adorable Millie is.
Yeah. She's a cutie.
She is adorable. How does she like Domino?
She says a few things. One of them is no domino, which is no domino. So, because Domino's a pest.
Adorable. But see, it shows you the smile and how families should be, right? Not the one that we just watched.
Oh my gosh. No. Nope.
She is
crazy.
Adorable.
Yeah,
adorable. Yeah. So the question is, do we just play some music and put us on our and let on our?
I wish we got some clue from the court, like the jury's asked to stay late or something. Give us something.
Oh, Maureen, the Clifford, it reminds me. Yes, the Ashley Benefield trial last year in Florida. That's the ballerina, right?
I remember.
Went to over after 11 o'clock. Yeah.
We ain't doing that. I mean, that's another option.
I may, because I do have a fresh direct order coming. Not fresh direct, Amazon fresh order coming, because I actually had said last night I was so tired. I was doing all my work and trying to do other stuff, and instead of putting 9 a.m. to 11 for the delivery, I put 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the delivery. And so I'm going to be awake.
Well, I'll be awake. I never go to bed early, but I'm not sure I'm going to be sitting here in this chair.
Yeah. Well, the question is, do we play some? Do you want to play some song? We just load up Oasis Cat songs. We'll keep a list.
Or we could. We could play. For those who missed the closings, we could rack those back again, or we could do a lot of things. Just if we want to just keep the stream up and then come back.
Right.
I suggest, because it is coming up on 6, maybe people who have normal jobs
haven't seen the closings.
Haven't seen the closings. So Missy, can we just re-rack that and then just let it roll? Maybe while you're doing that, I'll play a song. How about that?
Missy, be right back. She texted us with the private chat.
Okay.
You got it just at the time. She's like a deliberating juror, right?
Yeah, we have to remember she's been sitting there as long as we have.
Yeah.
So let me find one of the new songs that has been discussed.
And we can go behind our avatar until we can re-rack, and then we'll see what's happening.
Okay, let's see. Hold on, let me find it. There's.
Oh, Jodine, wait, Jodine's available. Jodine, hold on, we'll send you a link. Missy's back. Can you send Jodine a link? She's available to come on. Jodine, we may let you say how by yourself. I'm just kidding you.
I don't see the new ones. I don't see the new songs that she mentioned.
Okay, so hold on a second. I have to do an invite. I have to invite. Where does I know where that is? That's down here. Present or invite. Invite. Invite guests.
Just copy the link.
Okay, I copy, and then
you have her email. You have her email.
That could be. I have her text though. I
don't know how that works because we want her to come on her computer.
But she can get it off her if she's. She can get off her. Hold on a second.
I'll defer to you. I won't send it unless.
Except I don't have her text right here on this computer. Okay. So
let me send her
an email. Today we're sending you an email invite.
Stand by.
Yeah, I have to move out of my office so it can get cleaned by the cleaning.
Oh, I think she's there.
I think she's
there. Did I just hear a blip?
Yep. And Missy, we want to play the closings after Jonathan comes in. Hello.
Hey.
And I do at some point have to move out of here and move to another location so the cleaners can clean the office here. So.
Yeah. So you've been watching, Jody. So we're just trying to figure out what they're doing, how long they're going to stay, how late they're going to stay, whether we should just re-rack some of the opening statements. Closing arguments, and until then. But let's get your thoughts on the closings. I'm curious what you thought.
Well, I did think Georgia was particularly effective. And I do think she went very methodically through the entire conspiracy, but pointing out Donna's role in it. But also, I thought there was so much where she was pointing the finger at Wendy. She was really laying out the overt acts by Wendy.
Yeah.
And
they both pointed at Wendy, didn't they? Even
really
the defense
did.
Closing.
They really did. But if I'm Wendy, I'm shaking in my boots tonight. I really am.
I wonder if she's self-aware enough. The Wendy I saw in the hallway, the snippy Wendy, probably. The one we saw on the stand who just seems kind of cool and aloof. I don't think that Wendy understands, but I think maybe the real one does.
I think so too. I think based on what we heard about her getting sick in that restaurant and her being intoxicated and kind of loopy before the murder went down, I think that's what's going on behind the scenes now. And certainly if she watched any of this closing or sees any of the commentary online, people are reiterating, people have picked up on the fact that Georgia was pointing out Wendy. And she's like, well, where did this information come from? Who did that? Things of that nature. I really do think the scheduling, the fact that Donna had the license plate number, who'd she get that from? Did that come from Wendy? The fact that Wendy had said, well, I'm at peace, but then it was Donna saying, oh, no, don't lay down, Wendy, you gotta fight. I think the fact that was weaved so intricately into her closing argument, I think we kind of see a roadmap of where Georgia sees this going. And from an FBI perspective, not all FBI agents are made the same. The agents that do these techniques, these sophisticated wiretaps, sophisticated undercover agent utilizations, they're not just going to stop at Charlie and Donna. They're going to employ those same techniques against anybody else they think is involved in the conspiracy. So I have to believe that they are up on physical surveillance, electronic surveillance. They're looking at her financials. They've got her flagged for travel with Department of Homeland Security. I think they are watching carefully and still gathering evidence, because anything they gather now, they could use at a trial.
Yeah, and somebody suggested that those mentions of her by the prosecution were effectively a tickling of the wire.
Tickling the wire. Exactly. That's what I would do, because it is so much, the movies and TV make it look like all FBI agents do this and that this happens on every case. And the truth is it doesn't. These are very extreme, hard to achieve techniques, hard to achieve warrants. You have to exhaust all other investigative means before these are approved by judges. And once you do get that, when you're the case agent, you want some bang for your buck. You want something to come from this. And so you will do things in conjunction with your prosecutors to tickle those wires, to get the evidence you need. They want to see, what is she going to say after she hears certain testimony or hears certain points made in closing. I said to you the other day, Michael, that I wouldn't be surprised if they have a miser up in her house, a microphone surveillance, so that if she doesn't get on a phone, maybe they can capture her saying something in her home to, someone.
And what's that acronym again?
MISUR, MISUR.
Okay.
It's short for microphone surveillance. And, there's a great scene in Sopranos where they finally get the microphone in the house, and Carmela and Tony are down in the laundry room and they're just talking about, all right, well, what do you want for dinner tonight? And it is the truth. Sometimes you work so hard to finally get the technique up and then they don't talk about anything.
Yeah, that The Sopranos, what a great show that was. If I was going to ask you both, if you're Wendy's lawyer, do you place a call out to the DA's office, the prosecutor's office, and say, excuse me, are you planning to arrest my client? Because you're absolutely right. The way they've built these cases was always, they tried one, but you heard the evidence that's built onto the next one. So, you heard in Mag Banwa's case, the building of Charlie, and in Charlie's case, the building of Donna. And here you've got everybody pointing to Wendy. And even for the first time, and I didn't think that they were going to go after him at all, but for the first time, I heard a lot of Harvey.
Yes. Is Harvey going to cancel the party? I thought that was very incriminating.
Mm-hmm.
And will they pit Wendy against Harvey and Harvey against Wendy? First one to the table now.
It was the funniest thing, because I was talking to my husband about this case. He didn't know much about this case, but he's too busy working in his real work, right? And I was saying, so the one question that I was discussing is, are they going to try to pit the family member now, and maybe say to Wendy, come clean, or else we're going to have your dad in jail, who's 81, and put him in jail for the rest of his life too. Give us a deal here. And pit them. I think it's hard pitting the father against the daughter after all this. I don't think that'd be successful. But pitting Wendy with her father, I think she's got to feel some guilt. One would think, except that you and I talked, this is some kind of family.
Yeah,
if you can sit and discuss, watching, talking, killing somebody. It's not just like the litigant got upset, right? And we see that all the time in family law. Litigants upset, bang, bang. The attorney gets killed, or somebody else. But this becomes a family. This really is, as I call her, Ma Donna. She is the Don of the family. There is a Don aspect to this case that we don't usually see in family law rub-outs.
Very much so. And even that deleted text from Wendy on the morning of the murder to Charlie, that's so sweet. What was she referring to? That was really odd to me, really odd. And it just seems, with all of her knowledge about him traveling and sending that text message, where will you be from July 14th through the 18th? The fact that Donna had the license plate number in a 2014 planner.
Right.
That just, to me, makes no sense at all, unless you are all conspiring together to funnel that information ultimately to the hitmen to facilitate them on their trip up to Tallahassee.
Yeah, and the money had to come from Charlie and Harvey's dental practice. Right? Donna worked in the dental practice. So that's where the cash had to come from. Well, I don't know if you saw Michael Bryant. You were probably on the other day where he washed the money.
And I can't find my
took laundering
money.
Literal.
Yeah.
Launder the money.
And, it's also with both Donna and Wendy. It's not just what you do; it's what you don't do. Wendy not calling the child care place, not calling Dan. Hey, I just drove by. I'm on this fluke trip to get this special liquor. Why is the road shut off? Is there a gas leak? Are the kids okay? Those would be normal things. Even a divorce. And she said they were supposed to go for a walk that day to talk about the kids or something. So it wasn't that it was so acrimonious. She couldn't have called him that day to see why is the road closed off. So, and then we have Donna not calling the police when she's allegedly being extorted, not being in fear, that sort of thing. It's what you don't do as well that you should be doing that looks incriminating.
Yeah, I mean, how about at the police station? I know she called and said, "Well, the kids are okay. I've arranged for somebody to pick them up." But if my ex-husband just got rubbed out, okay, in an assassination, you couldn't take me away from my kids. I mean, I'd be. You couldn't take me away from my dog. I'd be at the house, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially such young children. You wouldn't want anyone to be around them where that could say something. You would want to get to your children and make sure they're safe. And then, well, and natural questions she should be asking. Do I need protection? Do my children need protection?
And in that interview, she touched on her concern for others. She did, and so I don't know if she talked about it as much as she might have, or made it as big a point as she might have, or been as concerned. But she definitely mentioned that, am I in danger? Are my kids in danger? It was definitely a passing thought.
Yeah, I didn't think it was enough though. I would be, especially having driven by and seeing the roped off street. I think that would have put panic in me, knowing that my children had just been with him and now the road is completely closed off. There's law enforcement everywhere. And I don't know for sure my children are at daycare. Her not checking on that, not calling him, I really do think that's incriminating.
Yeah. And we do know this was the first time we heard the voicemail from him, from Dan Markel to her that morning.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been after he dropped the kids off, and it was kind of just trying to coordinate some scheduling, right?
Right, about the pool.
Yeah, because there was some talk about going swimming right later in the day. So she did get at least confirmation from him that the kids were dropped off at school. That was fine. That would not be a question in her mind anymore. But obviously, why was the road closed? And now you're shot. And how does that affect the rest of the family? Yeah, much more obvious concerns she should have had, but didn't. Why? Because she had friends like Lynn, who was going to pick up the kids, and they knew her and had been to her house. And of course, Jane, Miss Helpful, who came to the
Jane
police
was a
station.
piece of work.
She's
Jane
something.
was a piece of work.
Yep. Yeah. She's something.
Yeah. But no, I do think Georgia was trying to tickle a wire. I really got that sense. And I made little stars on all my notes today because there were just so many things she said. And she almost had that Robert Alessi emphasis, like the way he did, like, what could be more? She was kind of the same way, like, well, who did this? Who did that? And every time she was pointing towards Wendy. So I did think, if it were me, I would be up on Wendy. I would be getting warrants. I would be getting a measure. I would have surveillance teams around the clock on her right now. I'd be flagging Department of Homeland Security. Let me know. I'd be looking at her financials. Did she move any money? Does she have a second residence? Did she rent any place, out of the country?
Any Vietnam visas? Anything
I
that?
heard she moved to Texas, but then I heard Colorado.
Well, she was in Colorado and now in Texas. In fact, one of our chatters said that she thinks she's down the street from her in Austin.
Okay.
So none of that confirmed, but yeah. I think the Colorado reference was done purposely to kind of misdirect so she could sort of hide, but now it's out that she's really not in Colorado.
Yeah, because there's a post office box, right, in Colorado,
Yeah.
supposedly.
Yeah.
And people are doing searches for her in databases, but I mean, she doesn't have to be in the database under her own name if she has a house or if she's renting a house or whatever.
Buy it under a trust.
Let's assume that it was an effort to tickle the wire, and you're Wendy, and people have advised you that. Is she smart enough not to make the mistakes that the rest of the family made? Like don't use phones, especially cell phones, all of the things that they did that led to the capture and maybe conviction of both Charlie and Donna?
I think she's smart enough to use encrypted apps. If she does use a phone, she'd use maybe Viber or
yes.
WhatsApp. Yeah.
I'd like to see if Viber gets a spike in business from this trial.
But the bottom line is, I don't think that you can't possibly walk on eggshells in your own house 24 hours a day. eventually you say something. So if they have the house wired, or even her automobile, if she's the kind that goes outside the house with someone and talks in a gazebo or on a back porch, wherever her pattern of life takes her, whatever her routine is, that would be where they would focus on.
Interesting. How about the thought though of the kids? You have kids who are what, 15 and 13, about or around there now. I mean, you've got the grandmother in jail. You got the other grandparents who haven't seen the kids. They have no relationship with them. The uncle's in jail. Do you, as in part of law enforcement, do you have a concern about doing anything against Wendy because you're going to again hurt the kids at this point?
No, I think quite frankly, they would have, I mean, they'd probably be put in foster care immediately and have foster representation until a family member, either from the Markel family or even Rob Adelson, could, perhaps.
That'd be interesting. You would
petition
think.
them. And he lives up in Albany, New York. That's not that far from where the Markels in Toronto.
Yeah, I think he's now moved to New York City. He was in Albany last year when he testified, but I think when he testified today, this time he said they're now in New York City and all. So, I mean, obviously he's a doctor. He's registered in the, he's got a New York license. So I just think that the tragedy too is for him too. I mean, think about this. He had to come and testify against his mother, right? It's truly. This is truly a Shakespearean level tragedy if indeed Donna is found guilty. I mean, and I'm assuming she is going to be, but she may not be. You may have a juror in there. If this case had been tried differently, maybe it would say there's nothing that she says. She never says, I want him killed. Maybe the hit people went over and beyond, and they just thought that she wanted him like, Tony Soprano, we talk about Soprano, roughed up a little bit, maybe a little baseball bat to the kneecaps or something like that, but not killed. Maybe they'll just say that, she didn't think that anything like that was going to happen.
Well, that I could see. It used to be, we rarely went to trial. Most cases pled out. But now a lot of defendants are taking their chance at going to trial because jurors can be really fickle. They can be, like this, like, well, she didn't exactly have any direct contact with the hitman. So maybe she did, maybe this did go further than she expected it to Linda's point. I'm curious if the boy who Charlie claimed through the remote control, if he remembers that, if that's true, if he has any memory of that, or if that's just something they came up with.
Yeah, because I thought maybe it was done purposely because then it would justify the visit, which served as the alibi for Wendy. And, I don't know how, conniving this whole operation has been. Maybe that was just, hey, this will help. It happened because the kid threw the remote and they'll just we'll take advantage of that, fact, and we'll get the Geek Squad and it'll all make sense that way. I don't know.
Right. But it is a strange family and just very tragic because when you think about it, they had the money, they had the wealth, they could have hired round-the-clock help for Wendy when she was working as a single mother to help her out if she had childcare needs. They had enough money to support a second residence. They could have flown up there first class if they needed. They had the means. Yeah. It's just so tragic.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. So Zoe says parental custody rights are not terminated. Let me see. Are not terminated. I have to read it over here. Are not terminated immediately when a person gets arrested. Wendy would still get to say who she wants the boys to be with if she were arrested. She could keep them with a boyfriend. Wow.
Could be.
Wow. Yeah. Family. There's this whole thing in family law. I know I get called in sometimes to do forensics of this whole idea of that, parental reunification, even if there's been a sexual abuse against a child and the person's in prison, that you get reunification. So it's better for the family. I don't buy it. I don't either. I don't agree with it. I think it's a horrible doctrine. The feds are promoting it. And it's the one thing I hope changes, that I don't think we should be going for parental reunification.
Shouldn't be at all costs.
It shouldn't be at all costs, right? And maybe later on if the kids want it when they get to be 18, but certainly not before that, especially when it comes to people accused of sexual abuse of a child, or found guilty of sexual abuse of a child.
Right.
And that's the policy that most states are following now, and it absolutely horrified me when I got into the first case and heard about it. And this course is taught on it too. So I can say, yeah. So your mother, your uncle, or grandparents are accused of murder, but that doesn't mean we terminate or sever their rights.
Yeah. I just and the alienation combined with the weaponization of the religion. I mean, there were just so many nasty level things before the murder too. I mean, she was really pushing the envelope, threatening to dress the children up in Nazi clothing. That's just sick. It's sick.
And it's especially sick since usually you'd find that maybe it's an inter-family relationship that has two different faiths, right?
Right.
But they're both Jewish.
Right.
Jewish, right?
Right. And like, I'm Catholic and I'm offended by her threatening to
Me
dress
too.
them
I'm
up.
Catholic too. I'm
Yes.
Catholic
I
also.
mean, it's just horrific. It's horrific. So, yeah. But, she, watching her today, she looks like she knows, like she's listening to Georgia. And I think she did want to testify and they were like, no, don't testify.
Yeah.
And I think she had some regret overnight, but now hearing this closing today, I think she realizes she would have eviscerated me.
Yeah, that would have been very interesting to watch. We reran that part this morning, the part where that whole discussion took place where the judge was pressuring, and I do think that could be an issue on appeal.
I
the judge
agree.
is pressuring her to make a decision. You need to make a decision. Ultimately, it's not a decision your attorneys can make. I can't make it. You have to decide. And she's looking at her attorneys, like her eyes are like pleading, help me here. And that's when Zellman says something like, Judge, Attorney Fulfer has been much more connected to her regarding whether or not to testify. Could we just, they beg for another 5 minutes, right? And then after that 5 minutes, he asks, okay, here we go. Let's make a deal. It's time. And she says, I can't. And then she ultimately says, at this time, I'm not going to testify. So
the judge, you forgot the contempt word, Michael.
Oh yeah, that was,
Yeah.
and I did mention that as well, because that's going to be key to any appellate argument. But he throws it in so quickly, like before we get to any contempt issue, like, whoa, really?
I was surprised he just didn't say, all right, 8:45 tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Get your answer.
And it would have been, the way it played out was he had the defense rest in front of the jury. Okay, you don't do that, right? We're done for the day. You still have the attorney stay and go over the instructions, go over the verdict form. All of that housekeeping still gets done. The only difference is this morning, Ms. Adelson, have you decided, yes, I'll testify? Okay, fine. Defense hasn't rested. We do that. Or she says, no, I'm not going to. Fine. Then they rest in front of the jury and we move right into instructions.
Right.
I just kept asking, what's the downside? What is the harm of doing that? And I just think he's created, if I'm an appellate attorney, I'm like, if there's a conviction here, that's number one grounds for appeal. And it's a bad one.
I know everyone's saying that she had enough time, but the problem is that here's the wrinkle. The defense had not finished their case when he had told them to go talk over lunch. There were two, because they thought they'd be finished with the 4 witnesses. So there's 2 more witnesses that happened, and things can be reconsidered in different advice. And that's where the glitch comes in here. I mean, I think that if it were the witnesses had testified, it's one thing, but they had not testified yet.
And there was one more witness that was finally addressed this morning. Remember the fantasy officer Franklin? She was the one that was going to talk to the defense and then wasn't, and then was going to be on leave. And they bring the sheriff in to say, well, I don't know if she's on leave. So they're saying, well, she's going to be, we can find her and serve her with a subpoena. Well, yeah, I guess. So they get a PI to do that. That PI has a conversation with her and for whatever reason determines when relaying it to the defense team, she has nothing that's going to be relevant or admissible in the case. But that was an unknown even until this morning.
Right.
So if that witness was going to testify, would it or wouldn't it have affected whether Donna Adelson felt she could testify? That doesn't matter as much as what's the harm of doing that and getting it cleared out of the way so it's not an issue. Now it's an issue. Now you have him asking her to make that decision before even the last two witnesses. Then they testified. Did they testify before or after she was crashed?
There were two after lunch. It was the
yes, after
attorney
lunch.
and then the victim witness coordinator for just a couple minutes.
But then she was forced to say yes or no,
Right.
Because they delayed it just long enough for those two
Right.
witnesses. But still, the pressure was on already prior to them testifying.
Yeah, and it was, they delayed it, but then he gave her like 5 more witnesses. They were huddled there in the courtroom. You can't talk to your client about testifying huddled there in the courtroom, because
No.
normally what you do is you have a scrivener too, because everything you say to the client about whether they're given the right, blah 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 blah, it gets taken down. It's almost like a death penalty case, and that's to protect yourself so they can't come back and say you were not an effective attorney for me and what you were advising me and you pushed me. And now that's another issue they can come back and say, because I said yesterday, if I'm the attorney, so I'm not now only protecting my client, but I'm protecting myself, right? And I'm going to say, Your Honor, yeah, I need to see you at sidebar. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but we're not getting through to our client. We're not sure she has the mental capacity at this point to say that.
Yes.
We think there's a problem. I want you to order an independent examination before to see whether she can. And I would throw another wrinkle in there. They didn't do that, I don't think.
I didn't see it. And that brings up the point of that attorney who did testify after lunch mentioned her mental health and
suicidal and yeah.
Right. And I just kept thinking, well, boy, that could really mess her up in her mental state right now, hearing about all this. And then the fact that she made a point of saying, well, no, we had discussions about her self-surrendering before Charlie's conviction. I'm like, oh, that could really affect her mental state too. The fact that this isn't just after he's been convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is coming out that this was discussed before, it was discussed during his trial. And so I agree with you. I just don't understand why this judge, maybe he was frustrated with this defense team after, all the starts and stops and stalling techniques that appeared to be going on. But I just thought he could have waited until this morning. I really did.
And no harm, no foul. And she would have come in all bright-eyed. I truly expected her to come back and say this morning that she wanted to testify. Really,
a lot of people,
glitch in the wheel.
So.
And what was the judge going to do? He had to say, "You rested. We want to unrest, Your Honor."
We want to move to reopen and
reopen.
Well, if that is
talk to Harvey.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's exactly what happened. I think she wanted her attorneys to talk to Harvey's attorneys because, you couldn't do it over she couldn't talk directly. And she wanted her attorneys to talk to Harvey's attorneys and go back and forth to see what his advice was. So that I think that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
and maybe
she didn't. And I guess she slept on it and was still okay with it because they could have moved to reopen. And then the judge, if not allowing her to testify, would really have had an issue.
Right.
And that may be the way out that saves this whole case, because the appellate court said, well, they could have moved to reopen the next morning, and they didn't, if they thought it was an issue. So that may save the whole thing. I think the judge was just, he's been such a great judge, and maybe there's things on the record that we don't know about. We forget there's sidebars, there's clearly conferences that occur in the chambers that we don't know about. So maybe there's things we don't know about that happen.
Remember at the end, she even joined them at the sidebar. She hadn't been joining any of the sidebars. And I talked about what I think are the 3 important reasons they should. One of them is one of your reasons, Linda. But A, they get to know what's going on. I mean, it is their trial. B, the impression I think with the jury is, oh, this is a defendant that is invested in their own defense. And the Linda Kenney Baden rule, she's not left stranded at the table while everybody else is up there. Now, they did have that paralegal that was there with her on occasion, but it just looks like we'll handle your fate. Don't worry. You go up and do it. Yeah. I'd like to be there, thank you. So they started doing that at the very end, and I'm not quite sure what spurred that, unless it was related.
Our conversation.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't flatter us that much. I think it's, maybe it was more related to should she testify or shouldn't she, and now she's becoming more kind of invested in that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did think her defense attorney, that closing, I have to take an Excedrin. I heard you talking about Excedrin before. I'm like, I need an Excedrin.
Yes.
I fell
Excedrin
over.
migraine.
And when
Someone
she
said,
turned around
"Did they
after
lose
that
me?"
break and said, wait, was it after the bump? I was like, you need to know you're okay.
That's what got me. That's when I fell over.
I know. It's like
When
I
she
said, is this rehearsal? Are we in rehearsal? So yeah, here you go.
Painful.
Brought to you by our sponsor, Excedrin Migraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's exactly what got me. That's what I wrote when she came back and they had the break, because she asked for the break. Obviously, she wanted to check her nose and maybe she had to go to the bathroom. And me, I'd be, as Michael knows, I'm like, I need a break. I'll be right back, because I was just sitting here drinking all this stuff all day, and then when she came back and said, was that after the bump? I just like,
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it was bad. It was bad.
That was painful.
And she was just all over the map,
Yes.
all over the map. And, that's another thing. They have the money. Hire a better attorney.
Yeah, I wonder about how that process all played out,
Yeah.
after the Rashbaum conflict. Yeah.
I kind of missed Rashbaum.
Yep, me too.
I kind of missed him because
I thought he was
whatever.
organized. I, may not have agreed with everything he had to say, but
Certainly
much more organized. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is you're stuck with your client and you're stuck with your budget. I'm wondering whether, they're into so much of manipulation, whether Mrs. Adelson thought for some way that maybe because Fulford had once been a judge, that maybe she had, juice.
I could see that.
As they say
I
in
could
the
see
industry.
that.
Maybe she had juice and all. I have to leave you with Jodine for speaking about taking myself of my drinks.
You had to go,
I'll be right
comfort break.
back, as they say.
All right. So I saw you in the chat. So did you get a chance to really take in the whole day for the most part?
Yes, I was with you. I've been with you guys for 2 weeks. I spent my whole vacation with you last week in Florida.
Well, I'm not sure what that really means, but thank you. I'm not sure about your choices for vacation. And so, and you did your show this morning.
I did my show.
What else was on the show this morning?
It was all of the defense case yesterday. So I went over that for them and gave my thoughts and what I thought would be the strategy for the closing arguments for both sides and what to watch for, what key points to hit. And so that dropped this morning. I got it on before about 8:30 this morning and been taking notes all day, watching with you guys.
Well, we appreciate that. I'm looking to give you a plug for the Patreon. Where is it? Oh, is that
Thank
it? Is
you.
that it? Let's see. Is that the right
On
one?
my web. Yes, on Patreon.
Is that it? Follow. There's your X. I know we have it somewhere. Missy, if you can throw that up if you see it. The one that's is it Patreon? Patreon.
It's
what is
Patreon.
It? Patreon.
Yep.
As in, is that like patron? Is it a play on that word? Is it French or what is it?
I guess Patreon.
Yeah, Patreon. Yeah. And so you had your suggestions for closings. Did they play out? I don't think the defense. I don't know what you suggested, but I can't imagine the defense played out as you.
The defense, I thought, should have kept it really tight. Hit on the fact that she had no contact with those hitmen.
And never an overt. He needs to die. He needs to be roughed up. He needs to be injured. Nothing.
Correct. So to me, I just felt she was so scattered, very scattered. Georgia did what I expected Georgia to do. If anything, I thought Georgia was maybe a little long, but she really, she was thorough.
What did you think about the rebuttal?
Yeah.
You think it was too much, the rebuttal?
Well, the rebuttal, no, I think she really wanted she didn't want any seeds of doubt that could have been planted left unaddressed. So when she talked about the sun pass, when she talked about the things that could have been like, well, maybe, she wanted to wipe all those out. Don't get distracted by the squirrel.
And her 7 minutes, 6 seconds was not enough for her to address everything brought up in the defense closing. And in theory, your rebuttal should only address those things. It shouldn't be, damn, I missed something else.
Right.
Obviously you can do that, but the perfect rebuttal is just surgical addressing of those issues that brought up by the defense in their closing argument. And I think she got a little, maybe too much there. She's very passionate, obviously, about these cases.
Mm-hmm.
But I think sometimes as attorneys, we get so steeped in the case that you need to kind of take a step back. And I think had she done that, she would have seen how effective her closing was and how horrible the defense closing was. And it would have been nice and clean to go in and spend a minute and just hit 3 huge points. The one of them that I thought was great was, how do we know what we're at your house means? How do we know what that text means? Are
Means
you
you're
kidding
at the
me?
house.
Yeah, even if they weren't at the house, then how does that help the defense?
Right.
That hurts the defense.
Right.
To be suggesting they're pretending to be somewhere else.
Exactly.
Why would you dwell on that? Why would you leave that big matzo ball hanging out there for the jury to really hold against your client? I don't get that.
Well, and I couldn't believe the defense played where she called the undercover agent and played that again for the jury. Don't remind them of
I mean,
that.
I understand, if you believe that she's guilty, it reinforces that belief. I get that. But everything she says in that call could be argued, as the defense did, her naivete about everything. I don't know. Now, the fact is, there's a planned reason, in my opinion, that she doesn't know who this bump person is talking about, because she probably didn't. That's why you have Charlie and Catherine Magloire to get the bad guys.
Right.
So you don't have to know who they are. So if she were taking a lie detector, she may have passed on that denial about, I don't know who you're talking about. I don't get it. Interesting that she wouldn't, go to the cops. Obviously, that's the first flaw in that whole analogy. But to tell the bumper, hey, if you have some information, go to the police and get the $100,000. She's only saying that because she knows this person, who she at that time doesn't think is FBI, is a bad person, and they're not going to go to the cops.
Right.
So she makes it look like she's clean and helpful. Go to the police. You have this information. Go to the police, knowing that person who's trying to squeeze her is not going to go to the police.
Right.
Just like she's not going to go to the police.
Just like
for the
she's
same
not
reason.
Exactly.
Involved.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I just, I did think it was good when Georgia said, a normal reaction, if someone hands you a piece of paper, is to look at that paper. She didn't even look at the paper.
Yeah.
So, there were good little details like that. And I do think towards the end in the rebuttal by Georgia, when she said, it's not enough just to get the hitman. You have to get everybody responsible in the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And to me, again, that's great directed at Donna, but it's also great to tickle any wire you've got up against Wendy or Harvey.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I do think that was one of the defense stronger arguments, is they got the killers. This is done. They're all in prison, including this poor grandmother's son. She's a mother and a grandmother, and her son is now in prison for what was done. What are we doing here? I think, as I told Linda, I thought, some righteous indignation is okay. I'm okay with that if it plays out properly. I just think that Fulford was too angry throughout.
Oh, she was just screaming.
Very strident, and just making it sound more, you morons, where, how do you even find anything? And her accent kind of got like sharper as she continued.
It's very grating.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there wasn't. And the key to any sort of performance, and that's all it is vocal variety. So maybe you talk like this occasionally, and then you talk like this to make it. She was like, boo, the whole time. Piercing.
Yeah. Yeah. And just too long and too meandering. And like I said, when she turned around after saying, well, wait, was that after the bomb?
And that was after they had a specific break to kind of figure out their points.
30 seconds after that break. Yes.
And the funny thing is that part of her closing was the best. Once she got past, where are we? Is this after the bomb? It was the best because she was attacking the very specific things that keep Donna detached from what was happening.
Right. Now, is there any truth to it? The story I heard, she took a sleeping pill the other day and then came late to court and had to talk to the judge.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I heard she had taken a sleeping pill. There was a day court started late. I want to say it was Thursday, the day we heard all the long intercepts from the bomb.
I was there Thursday morning, but
Did they
I don't
start late
recall
that
that.
day? Okay, so what I'm hearing behind the scenes is that she had taken a sleeping pill the night before and overslept and then didn't get to court on time. And they had to have a sidebar with the judge over what was going on.
You know,
And
that
that,
sounds vaguely familiar, but I reported, I was on with you, Linda, at 8:30 when we started, and I don't remember Thursday
Yeah,
versus
no,
some of the
there
other
was a
days.
day that it started late. The jury was a half an hour late, and supposedly she accidentally took a sleeping pill rather than another pill.
Yeah, where is she getting that?
Well, I don't know, but the rest of us were like, during the day, I think it was the day of the intercepts. I mean, we were all like,
Well, that was a bad day to
like,
not be
that
as
was a long day.
wide-eyed as you could be.
I don't know if you're the jurors, how some of you stand it, because we saw even with the Cardi B case in her own case, you get tired and you just sit there sometimes, you go, you're not off, right? Michael, you've done that in court, right?
You just nod right off. Boop.
We've all been there. We've
Yeah.
all been
Yes.
there. Okay.
Yes.
Even here, we've all been there. I'm like, oh my God, this is so boring. If it's my case, it's one thing. I'm in court, I'm awake, I've got adrenaline.
Yeah, you're in front of the bar. You're hanging on it there. But
the only thing that used to save me, my prosecutors used to want me to take verbatim notes so that they'd have that at night, to go over and review. So at least I was handwriting and keeping busy as I'm listening to the testimony. But yeah, there's sometimes when you get in those financial talking about all the accounts, that gets long.
I've actually, I'll be doing notes, and I actually start to kind of drift off. And it just looks like a squiggle. What am I writing there? Because I'm falling asleep while I'm writing. That's not
And how about the poor judge? That's why, early in my career, I was asked if I wanted to be a judge. I hadn't even had the 10 years in the required. And the last thing I wanted to be a judge, but you can never have one of those moments up there. Never.
No, I'm amazed because I would nod sitting there when some of this more boring testimony is coming in. Yeah. I'd be hoping for objections or something just to keep me awake.
I'd be wanting to shop on Amazon. I'd be like, oh, really?
Yeah. I wonder if that doesn't happen.
Oh, I'm sure. I bet it does happen. People are people. You can't do it when you're trying a case. You're sitting there because everyone can see your screen.
That's right.
But that's why I got my groceries accidentally delivered last night. When after we all finished and I was doing my own work and all, and I had to order groceries for today. I accidentally have them delivered between 9 and 11 tonight. And I said, so.
Just the time for dinner.
That's the time for dinner. Yeah.
Hey, I had the over/under folksy alerts for Jackie Fulford at 3. And I got 3. That's what I found. 3.
That's what I put.
I might have missed one.
Too.
The first one was hoot. She said something about giving a hoot, right?
Okay.
That was the first folksy alert. Then she also said, I think must have made this note while I was falling asleep. She said, y'all born I was born years ago, or something referencing her age, y'all, and a quick y'all. And then the third one was a technical, she never, I don't know the technology. So she said something like,
oh yeah,
I don't know, how that works, I don't know how that
there was something really, it was a cell phone tower thing. She said, yeah, the cell phone tower, they say they could put you where you are, but I really don't know how that works. What?
Yeah.
So let me cross-examine the person now.
At least she didn't say, that thing at that airport. I don't travel that much. When she didn't know what the gate was at the airport.
Yeah.
It was like,
what is that? What do you call that? You call that is that a gate? Is that a corridor? What do you?
Yeah, no, I know, but that's what she said. So wait a second, but that's part of the case of where she is with the cell phone towers, and I don't know how that works. Well, talk about it. If you're think about this for the moment, though, if you're sitting there and you're Donna Adelson, and I don't know how much she has paid Jackie Fulford, okay, but when that comment comes out, and she's supposed to be doing part of the case, that's like, can I get my money back?
Well, right, because she should be looking at her call data records and seeing, all right, well, does it show what towers she's hitting, and was my client somewhere else?
Yeah, and you got to cross-examine the expert or the cop that's bringing it in.
Right, right.
Yeah, she kind of left that to I keep calling him Attorney Z. Actually, I liked him. Look, he tried his best, and he was very studious, and he was ready. And when he wasn't prepared, it was because he had to go over and talk. And it wasn't even prepared. He had to get the fit and start and go over and talk.
It was
to,
kind of a deferral
yeah.
to his partner there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice guy. I think he had kind of many times he would get up and his back was like, and he did have a lot of bathroom breaks. But I say that I would be in the bathroom. I would be in the bathroom when he was, so maybe I had too many bathroom breaks too. But yeah, he seemed like a nice guy. He did.
Yeah, I had no. He's a really nice guy, and I think he was doing his best. And quite frankly, I think he would have done a better closing. I think he would have done a more thematic closing. I mean, I think his examinations were more thematic, even though they stopped and started, but they were more thematic. And he really, he had prepared. You could tell that he had prepared. He may not have been comfortable with the subject, but he had prepared. Whereas she was just like, it was like, and yet she had notes. She had notes. She had notes. I mean, but I guess you didn't practice. I don't know. I just maybe because I'm usually involved in higher profile things, maybe have trial teams, maybe I have clients who have money. It just was, to me, I thought that she could have gotten a lot more bang for her buck if she had money. Maybe they don't have any money anymore. Maybe they don't.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, when did Harvey stop working?
Well, that was the whole weird thing about the practice, how it's shuffled back and forth between them. It signed over to Charlie, and then in 2015, I think he came back to Harvey, but I don't know how long he actually worked.
And did they help fund Charlie's defense and
Right, Charlie's defense, and also the Charlie's grandchild payments and all.
Yeah.
I mean, it very well may be that they don't have much money left. I mean, because the good defenses cost $1 million.
A lot of money.
And think about if Wendy is targeted, she doesn't have any money.
Right.
She's she was the one who was always making far less than anybody else, and I don't think she made it from this book right here. So as opposed to
wait,
this book right here.
Thank you. You guys were talking about the grand piano earlier today.
Yeah, was that a grand? Is that for she wanted?
So either grand for 88 grand for the 88 keys, but law enforcement lingo, keys is short for kilos.
Right.
So for cocaine. So right away I'm thinking, well, if she's a drug addict, maybe she wanted coke.
But I think it was not the drug addict. I think we narrowed it down.
It
was Ms. Bird, right? Who was going to get the grand piano.
So that's what I was like, why was she asking for a grand piano? So it had to be code, right?
For a grand. Why don't you just ask for a grand? Who cares? You're already asking for some land and a trailer. What's the big deal? Or $1,000?
The piano, like in the piano seat.
Yeah, I just don't understand that.
Or was it? Yeah, because as I said, it's 88 keys. So was she asking for $88,000? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I didn't think about that, but no, Danielle said Drina got the piano. I thought that it was.
That's what I thought.
I could have sworn it was Bird, but
I did too.
I'm not 100% on that.
Bird get the trailer and
the
the
land,
years and the land.
Yeah, but not
and
the
then
piano.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's analyze it under that context.
Who got the teeth? Somebody got the teeth.
Well, that was Bird.
Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe it was Drina that got that, and then she wants 88 grand.
All this code talk. Think about all the different codes they use throughout. We had the TV, the bridge, the patient, possibly grand beat piano. I mean, I do think that was a strong point to hit today, is innocent people don't talk in codes like this. They just don't.
Yep. They go to the cops. What they do. They go to the cops.
Yeah.
Well, I love the patient and the Vietnamese potbelly pig.
Oh yeah, the pig.
Like that.
Was the patient nice?
I forgot about the pigs. That's the one I should have remembered.
Yeah, the patient, he's not going to talk. The patient's not going to talk to anybody. Just a Vietnamese potbelly pig. You can't make it up. I mean, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They're stupid.
Well,
with that.
and
the only stupider thing was laundering the money and actually washing
literally
it
laundering
and
the money.
Stapling it. Who staples the money?
I'm starting to do that. I'm starting to
do
staple it. I'm starting to staple mine because it's better, because that way paper clips bend and the money falls out. Rubber bands, they could break. Staple it. That's staying stapled, doggone it.
And there's our little emoji with Donna in the laundromat washing the money. Did she really think that washing the money meant really she was washing it so the fingerprints and all and everything weren't on it?
I'm guessing.
That's what I was wondering. Did she think like, oh, I can't have my DNA on the money?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess she must have thought that.
Yeah,
I guess so. So justice watched jury deliberation into 2 hours and not a peep out of them. Like, when we can go home.
I got like 2:15 from our 4:20. So,
and they're still there.
Yeah, and they're having dinner too. So maybe they continued their discussions over dinner.
Yeah, the potbelly pig, the potbelly pig. The
Remember,
Vietnamese potbelly pig.
That was a conversation with Catherine Magbenois, and I don't think she understood that.
I don't think she did either, because
I don't think she got the pig reference.
The pig reference to police, right? But I did think it was interesting where even Donna's defense attorney brought up the fact that, well, Luis Rivera, he mentioned this was done for Wendy and the kids, not for Donna and the children. Wendy and so in a way, she even was pointing the finger at Wendy. So you wonder, is she just willing to go throw everything against the wall, even her own kids? And
well, it's really interesting because that should have been the theme. They had a good point with regard to that. He's asked, he's the one who starts it, he's the one who knows, he's the one who gets to deal with the queen for the day. He gets all the deals and everything. He doesn't say anything about Donna. No one says anything about Donna. Doesn't say anything about Donna. Never does. But there was no theme, and then she could have done a half an hour closing that I think would have been far more effective.
Yes,
than the one she did, which was just. I mean, people were like, "Is it over yet?"
And no, it's not. Yeah.
Is it over yet? And I know it's terrible because I know what it's like to represent a client. If she is guilty and you've got to deal with her, maybe she's a difficult client to deal with or whatever. But I guess because we see we've seen recently so many great attorneys, right? We had Joe Tacopino and ASAP Rocky. We had Doug Weinstein and YSL along with Brian Steele and all the attorneys there. We had Alan Jackson in Canada. We recently have seen so many great defense attorneys that then we come back to what is probably better than run-of-the-mill defense attorneys here, right?
Yeah.
And it just was,
Yeah.
Even Rashbaum was
better.
Was better. Even Rashbaum was better.
Yeah.
And Catherine Benoit's first attorneys, whose name I can't remember, they were great. They were pretty terrific. But shouting at the jury. How do you think that went over?
Well, it didn't win me over, I'll tell you that. And it's hard, I think, too, when you're right there. And if she's been irritating them for days on end with that vocal twang of hers, I guess you could say, or delivery, I think that would be a lot to swallow today. I think I'd just be like, enough, stop.
Yeah, I had that too. Suma J says, I saw Donna's, the Don, as I like to call her, defense attorney representing a man who was sexually abused and killed his daughter, who was sexually abused and killed his daughter, and he put his arm around his client's back frequently. There's a personal relationship issue going on here. I tend to agree with you. There's something going on with these attorneys, and although she seems to be pretty close to Fulford, that's why it's Miss Fulford who's having these conversations. It's Fulford, it's not him. So yeah, you're right. And I've always said to what do I say to you, Michael Bryant? Right? You got to sit close to your client. You got to touch your client. You've got to show a relationship with your client. You got to show you like your client.
Yes, you're there not just as their attorney, but you believe them. You're representing them.
You got to sell it.
Yeah,
you have to sell it. It's a performance, and all. And maybe it's hard just to like Donna. I imagine it must not be easy. I mean, that thing yesterday, maybe they had already agreed she wasn't going to testify, and then all of a sudden she gets to court and says, "I don't know." She could have. We're just assuming the attorney, but it could be that she just pulled a fast one over her attorneys too, and then all of a sudden she's like, I don't know what I want to do.
Yeah, well, I think she always wanted to, and then maybe she had a weak spot and agreed with them, I won't, but then, came back, I really do want to. I think that was the constant battle. How did they convince her not to? You could just tell when he was pressing and she's looking at them like, help me, help me get out of this problem. I think she wanted to feel okay not testifying. And I'm not so sure she ever got there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure. This is an interesting comment that is made here. Look at this comment, and you're right. We did not, a lot of the stuff we learned, we did not know a lot of these things that we've seen. It's wild that Adelson's had contact with Segredo Garcia through the attorneys in 2016. Had that been known? I don't think we heard that till this trial.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that was, just creating that weird connection. Why would the attorneys from the Adelsons get in contact with him, his attorneys, unless there was some association already in existence? It makes no sense.
Yeah, and what was the attorney's going to say? Are you going to, unless there was like, will your client come in and say that he had no contact with the, and of course the answer is going to be no.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
No. So, but that was, and also the fact that, did we hear in the last trial that Charlie had bought a present for Sigfredo Garcia? I don't remember that. Maybe it was there and I missed it.
I didn't hear. I don't remember it if it was said.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't remember that. I think there's a lot of things in this trial we haven't. So the question becomes then, Jodine and Michael, what haven't we heard that the state still has under wraps?
So I think they could have been up on wires on Wendy previously around Charlie's trial, and certainly now prior to and following her testimony, and then at this time, because that's when you're going to make statements. That's when you're going to maybe be at a heightened emotional state. You may panic, you may move money, and what if they do come after me? I need to prepare. So I think they've been watching her, and I think they may have more on Wendy than we realize. Just like new things came out with Donna.
And Harvey.
And Harvey, I think things could come out on Wendy.
And it's important to note, because of her immunity, these have to be things that didn't come out of her mouth. And,
right.
and we got a sneak peek at some of them, like the Luis Rivera when he talked about doing it for Wendy. That stuff's fair game. That's not going to be protected in any way. So I have to think that the prosecution has a lot of that kind of incriminating material. And maybe if via wire, right from the potential defendant's mouth itself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Charlie bought Sigfredo a PlayStation. That has to be code for something. That has to be code.
What was that one? Which one?
Charlie brought Sigfredo a PlayStation or something. That has to be code for something. And I'm sure Sigfredo wasn't, living a PlayStation. Dallas Alice, where is Harvey living now? I don't know the answer. Anyone know the answer to that in our chat? Where Harvey is. I mean, he was in fairness, he was in court every day. Now it's not because he wants to hear what's going on.
I think he's trying to be supportive. I mean, that'd be my reaction to it. He's not cutting her loose and letting her drift. I don't know that he's not still at the Icon, where they've been for a number of years. I don't know. That's in South Beach.
Yeah, that's true too. There was no indication that apartment got sold, right? So,
I mean, I haven't researched it, but I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that.
Did they sell their Coral Springs home?
That's another good question. I don't know.
I don't know. Chat knows everything.
Yeah. So Carla Maria, thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate that. I used to have a good friend lived in Coral Springs, and it is the most residential generic area you could ever see in South Florida. It's just very unremarkable. It ends at the Everglades, so it's kind of central to Alligator Alley. It's just nothing special about it. Nice homes, and it's fine. It's just, it ain't, flashing craziness like Miami or South Beach.
Okay, so we know the Coral Springs house was sold.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, the Coral Springs house was sold. So obviously the prosecutors know where he is and all. I'm just trying to see if there's any other answers, because again, there's people that live and breathe this case. They know all the cases. Okay. Oasis Cat, by the way, non-breaking news. Just re-listened to the testimony right down his offers. Patricia Bird, a trailer, land and her teeth fixed by Harvey. Drina Bernhardt, 10,000 K, grand piano, cameras, the doctor for the pills, the drugs.
So why do you ask for 10 grand and then code for a grand piano for another 1,000? That makes no sense. Maybe her background is some sort of musical
music.
You know, who knows?
Oh gosh. Yeah. On the wires, Zoe B says on the wires we can hear Donna talking about the boys having piano lessons, so she couldn't leave to see Charlie right away. Donna might have had a grand piano. They didn't move to the condo. I don't know, but I doubt that Drina is going to want a grand piano. I really don't think that, that Drina is going to want a grand piano. So that's code for something. Wouldn't you just love to know what all this meant? And maybe they do. Maybe the people listening to the wire do, right? So I'm just looking at it because look at this. Look at all. If you're looking at our chat right now, you guys know everything. You're just amazing, All right. So let me ask you this, both Michael and Jodine. Do you think, this goes really to Sharon Logue, number one, do you think that Wendy will be arrested? And if she will be, how long from now?
I think it's going to happen very similarly to what happened with Donna, without the escape element.
Mm-hmm.
A conviction for Donna. If Donna is not convicted, does that affect whether they go after Wendy or not? I would say no. And so I think it would happen within 30 days of the resolution of this case. And that's just because I'm just seeing how it's played out in the past. That's just my guess.
Okay, so then let's be story writers. And by the way, apparently Harvey and Wendy both have Miami condos listed under trust. But let's be stories though. So let's assume Donna is acquitted, right, of this, and then let's assume Wendy gets arrested. Let's just make an assumption. Wendy gets arrested. Does Donna come in and then take the blame and say Wendy knew nothing about it?
No,
like a movie script. No way. Okay, why? Tell me why.
I think she'll have a big old chip on her shoulder and she'll be like, where were you for Charlie? Where were you for me? You didn't, keep in contact with me. I think she'll be like, Harvey, I'm out. Let's go. There's no restrictions on us. Let's just go live our lives. Let Wendy get a public defender.
Oh, wow.
Wouldn't that be like, that's it. You're
They'd
out.
have to turn off the faucet. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be an interesting twist if that should happen? Well, no peep out of the jury apparently. After 2.5
hours. Yeah.
And
I don't know. They got to make a go no go decision soon, I would think.
That would seem to me that at some point they're going to knock and say, "Hey, we want to go home for the night."
Yeah.
And even if they have a verdict, they may want to go home for the night. We usually
sleep on it.
Right? They want to sleep on it before they make a decision. That's a monumental decision to make, even when people are guilty, to come out and say guilty, and all. Wow.
What do you think Donna's thinking right now?
I don't think it's good. There was nothing I saw on her face as the trial progressed that suggested we're winning. This is going well.
Didn't she look sick to her stomach? She looked like she was like, I was afraid she was going to get sick there in court sometimes. She looked like she was on the verge of passing out sometimes. She even looked to me.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised, quite frankly, because if she is this master manipulator, which we all have come to believe, if we were voting here, we'd probably vote her guilty, and that's a lot coming from a criminal defense attorney. I thought maybe that she would, it'd be a Robert Durst type thing. She passed out, she fell, she'd be in the hospital this morning. Come back Monday, I want to testify, type it. But I think they wheeled Durst in like in a hospital bed. Didn't they wheel Durst almost like it wasn't a hospital bed, but almost like that,
Yeah, in some of the court appearances, he was basically like, what's his name from Silence of the Lambs? He was, they
Hannibal
started him in there. Yeah.
Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Donna's thrown one child away. Says this one passed me really quickly. Okay. All right. Spicy Love. Hi, welcome, Spicy Love 2017. Donna's thrown one child away at this rate. She probably throw Wendy away too. She gave approval to her lawyers to throw Wendy under the bus. So she had to do that. Yeah, she's Rob, right? Rob, who she tried to meddle with and was partially successful, and then he just broke away. That child's thrown away, right? Wendy, right? She had to give approval. Obviously her attorneys want her approval on the strategy. There must be some issue with them because they wanted her to approve the strategy of cross-examination for the snitches on the record. So she probably had to give strategy to throw Wendy under the bus. So you don't have you're not going to see Charlie's grandchild, although you're probably paying for Charlie's grandchild. Wherever Charlie's not Charlie's grandchild, his child, wherever Charlie's child is, I guess with the mother, still probably don't have that relationship. Basically you've thrown your whole family away, right?
Now this is unconfirmed, so I'm saying that right now. During transport to jail, they had to stop at a hospital for Donna. I don't know if that's true or not. Beth in Maine. I don't know, unverified, but there it is.
That would I wouldn't be surprised though if that did happen, because it surprised me that she wasn't in court this morning, quite frankly, or that she wasn't in court saying I want to testify or something happened. Okay, so yeah, let me just try to look and see. Yeah, my God, look at all this chat. I can't even keep up with it. It goes past me faster than I can keep up with it. We don't know Madeira Beach caregiver. We don't know anyone that was in the gallery today. I don't know who the lady in red was in fuchsia who was dressed to.
That's the Olympic gymnast.
Oh, that's who that is?
I think that her Carrie something. She was in the 1976 Olympics. She was a gymnast for the United States, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And she is best friends with George's mother, I heard. And that's why she's there in court.
And that's
okay. Here's a clarification on the passing out of when she was arrested. They had to swing by the hospital. Remember, she was sitting in the back of that police car for a long time, demanding water and
all that water,
other things.
All that water. But that does bring up a good point. If she did have to go to the hospital tonight for any reason, either during transport or even later tonight, and they do come up with a verdict, they can't read that in court without her, can they? Or do you have to get?
Well, you can waive appearance for that, but it's not smart, and as an attorney, it's not a good idea. Technically, it can be done, but that would be odd. That would be very odd.
Yeah,
and we've seen it before with defendants that are, they're mentally okay, but they're not. They're a little off, and they'll just, I don't want to be there. Just go ahead. They're so dismissive of the process. I'm not going to be there. We've seen that before, and they're usually the ones that are slam dunk guilty.
But there was a case in, what was it, Maine, that the judge ordered the defendant to be there, even though he wanted to waive appearance. And you're not waiving appearance. You got to be in court.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
Yeah. See what else we have going on here. Anyone have any idea? Okay. All right. So Angela Langreve, I don't know if we've seen this. I don't know if I can post this. Hold on. Maybe in our starred. Here we go. Angela. Hi, Angela. How are you? Thank you for the donation. What exhibit did Donna say Ben wasn't depressed? It was up there. Do you remember
64T? Was that what they said? 64T on that?
64T?
I think
Is that the one that was a text or an email?
It was an email.
Where she says she spends a lot of time with him and he's never sad.
Right, he spends 25 hours a week watching him or something. He's never
sometimes
sad.
More. Yeah.
Right. He's never sad.
With
right?
weekends.
Those poor boys.
I know.
They're teens now. They can hear all this. They see social media. It's just so sad for them.
It's really bad. So Katie Boss said it before. I'll say it again. You guys have the best guest. So I think that's for you, Jodine. I think that's for you. Yeah, the best guest.
Thank you for having me back.
Well, thanks for being available, because I abused you the other day, and I mean that I took a lot of your time. Yeah, you're going to be lunch, and it became pre-lunch, post-lunch, and it was great.
Oh, that's all right. Well, and Linda, while you were off for a minute, I was telling Michael that last week I was on vacation after moving my kids into college. I'm exhausted. I'm like, give me a beach chair. Well, I sat there and listened to you guys while I was at the beach all week covering this.
Oh,
So
thank you
I've
very
been with you
much.
for 2 weeks.
I was supposed to be on vacation last week, and then when Michael decided he was going down to the Adelson trial, I was like, well, I guess there went my vacation. So I had a day. So I'm going to try to take some, maybe at the end of this month, but it won't be very much because Michael won't let me. He's just he's a hard. He's you know.
And I'm heading into my crazy period, so no vacation for you. No
vacation for me.
Are you going to cover Brian Walsh in October?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's we've got that. I saw it on the calendar. He's got a couple more pre-trial. We'll see if that trial date holds, because they have so many issues going on in that case, and the related cases to the whole federal investigation, and what documents are coming in and which ones are being destroyed, and all of that. I have my latest note on him is.
Thank you, by the way, Chad. It was Adam Montgomery, New Hampshire, with the killing of the child, right? And the judge said,
"Oh yeah, yeah."
Montgomery's father.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Father, no way. Okay.
Oh, I see. Whoops. Let me get to. Maybe I should get to the proper year. That would be helpful. Okay. Yeah, I have the 20th of October is 9 a.m., which I should have written trial in here, but I didn't. All of his other hearings, like October 7th. He's got something, and then this month on the 15th, he's got something at 2:15 in the afternoon. So unless those pretrial motions derail the trial, it looks to me like the trial is the middle to end of October. It looks like the 20th of October.
We'll see about that, Michael Bryant, because
I mean, there's a lot
around there. And and I may have to go overseas for something that may be happening on the 22nd. That's what I was on. I had to take that phone call. So we'll see. We'll see. You may be without me.
That's of October. In October.
Yeah, at that week. But I'll know more as we go to next week.
All right. Well, that's we'll work it out. Whatever it may be, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's after my killer deadlines end, so that'll be helpful. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you also have jury duty, right?
I do. I reset it for the 28th of October.
Oh, we may both be unavailable then the 28th of October.
Yeah, but I'll have some play-by-play of jury duty process.
I see some pre-tape coming ahead of that.
I see Jodine Weber guest host.
Jodine Weber guest host. Jodine Weber takes over
correspondent.
TV. Yeah, Jodine Weber
back on that bicycle again.
Just to serve TV. Yeah, absolutely. We get you. And Doug will be finished his trial. Jodine and Doug, guest hosting.
Yeah. Well, if we had Jody and Doug, then it would be who's Linda, who's Michael,
right, I know.
Who are they? All I know is just to serve TV with Doug and Jodine. I don't know who these other people are.
I've never heard these other people, right? Yeah. All right. Well, that's okay. It happens. It happens. Things happen. More time to get my nails done.
Yeah. Of course.
I know. So I don't know what's happening here. There's like nothing from the courtroom. No one knows anything, right?
Well, it's 7:00 now, which to
me...
wait
a minute.
Okay, here we go. What's going on?
Oh, here we go. We may know something.
Missy just playing with us.
Well, it's 7. Maybe they're going to let him go for the night.
That would make sense to me. That
me too. And the jury has
8. They've chatted, and maybe it's a sleep on it verdict.
Maybe it's just whatever.
Oh, okay. We're back. Hey,
we're back, Missy. So
no more.
What's everyone saying? What's going on? What's everyone saying? I don't know if anyone's saying anything. I think everyone's tired. It's been like a 12-hour day.
Well, yeah, we've been on for 10 and a half hours, which is ridiculous.
And remember, they have to take her back to the lockup too. And at some point, that's not a happy thing. Well, the officers don't mind though.
Whoever's on shift.
Who's ever on shift, yeah. But then they have to get her back up at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, God.
So she can have lunch at at breakfast by 4:30 and move her back over from the jail. So
yeah, that is so
Donna's not getting any sleep. That's for sure tonight. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I did think her hair looked better yesterday. It looked like maybe it got some conditioner or something. It was less frazzly.
Somebody's saying they're thinking not guilty because it's been 2 hours. What are you talking about? That's
nothing. Yeah.
No.
Speculate away.
So
that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous speculation. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. It's they were listening. They want to look at the evidence. They just got in there. They're having dinner. It's been a really long day, right? Yeah.
Well, I always found in my trials, jurors loved any sort of recordings and or videos that we made either with undercover agents or with informants. They want to watch those again. They're intrigued by that. They see that on TV and movies. And then they like to talk about, well, where did they hide the microphones? Where did they camouflage the video recorders? And so they want to see that again. They like to watch that stuff. So I could see them replaying all the bump video again and the phone call. I could see that.
The bump is, except now they can all get it back on they go on social media and everyone's got to post it when they finish the jury trial. Before you get to see it, that was it. You're in the jury room, you see it. But I do think they like to see the whole. Somebody said it's a bonsai tree. Oh my goodness gracious!
Too bad they didn't get to see the jetway, whatever that thing is, where the jet comes to the gate, and is it a gate?
Yeah.
They didn't get to see that video, unfortunately.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday a little more. Not only would you have to take out the sound because it's hearsay, but you can't show a defendant who has been convicted in the handcuffs. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. She was handcuffed there. So
they might have been able to show just the interaction with the phone, which was in evidence. There was testimony about.
Yeah, there was testimony, but they didn't show that, and I think. Obviously there were motions and there were concerns about showing it for a number of reasons, and you had a lot of cops, maybe the prosecution didn't want it and the defense agreed. They both didn't want it for their own reasons.
Could
right?
Be. Yep.
Yeah.
I said
but they talked about it in the defense. They talked about how they were showboating about the whole thing, and they wanted it to be a big spectacle, and
they wanted her to cross over into that gateway.
We talked about that the other day. Once the ticket is bleep, scanned, there's no backing out. That is a step in furtherance of your fleeing.
Right. Because then it's for sure you're going. You have scanned your ticket. And also, you get her away from the crowds of people who also are boarding behind her. They can hold people off from boarding. And that way, you don't have a control issue as far as Harvey breaks free and then you got to go chase him down while she's being cuffed. It's just easier to isolate them in that gateway. Go down that
thing.
That tube thing. Right. Although I said to you the other day, Michael, as far as female arrests go, she certainly was not the worst that I've ever seen. I've had a lot worse. Where they just flail and scream everything at you. And to me, I almost thought she was more concerned about Harvey. She was very steely to me. And I thought the concern for Harvey might be seen as she would come across as almost sympathetic.
That's really interesting too, because what Wendy said, well, what does your mother love? Well, she loves Harvey, and they've been married 54 years. 54 years. I mean, that's a long time. I mean, and all whatever. I mean, and they worked together because she wrote all his checks. She was the office bookkeeper,
manager, whatever. Yeah.
And so why wouldn't they put her on this? Sometimes we see, Jodine, people being taken off after being seated in the plane. Is that because they don't want to upset the other passengers or what?
Yeah, that could be. And it's hard to move in planes. Like we train, like if somebody had a gun on a plane, how do you deal with that? Because you don't want to shoot within the fuselage, and you've got all these people, innocent people in between, and it's hard. You have limited mobility. It's hard. You could traumatize other passengers if she's an elderly lady, relatively, or more advanced in age. That could be seen. You have a lot of witnesses to that. You just don't want that. You want to try to isolate them where they're off by themselves. And I think that, you've got the intent with her crossing over the line, but then once you've got that, you've got the people ahead of her boarding the plane. You can keep the other passengers back until you have her contained. And I just think it's better all the way around.
I see. Missy's making a link for tomorrow. Missy, you want 3 words? Awaiting a verdict. And Donna verdict or question mark, whatever. Madonna verdict, whatever you want to do, Missy. We'll leave it to you.
Go crazy.
Go crazy, right?
Hey, Jodine, let me ask you about this. It's a different scenario, but I get these things on my feed, people being arrested on a plane and, just varying stories. And this woman was clearly a little off. I don't know if she was unstable, but she wasn't physically violent, but she would not get off the plane. And there had been some sort of verbal altercation before the air marshal. Somebody got there. I couldn't tell who it was for law enforcement. But they were trying to convince her, you need to get up off the plane. But they won't tell me why. And, it's just that weird. She wasn't quite there. But the law enforcement person said, if you won't get up and come off this plane so we can talk to you, we're going to have to deplane everybody and deal with it right here. You can stay here. Everybody else has got to have to get off this plane. Is that the way that works?
Well, technically, yes.
Oh,
technically, yes. Yeah.
Ouch.
So you'd have a lot of irate people, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious. I'd never seen that either or, because they usually just get them off the plane, right?
Well,
Ooh,
yeah,
ouch.
but that would be something. I mean, if they could do that as well, that is an option. You could do that.
Yeah, and maybe because it was a woman, and they didn't want to be seen as manhandling her and dragging her off the
And
plane.
if you don't have a female agent that can assist you, that could be a real issue.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rosalie F. Does an incarcerated defendant stay in the same room with his or her attorneys during deliberations? No. You can go back and you can go down to the lockup and see your client. Your client is going back down to the lockup. You'll be brought up to an ante room depending on how, what the courthouse does. If the courthouse has an ante room to keep somebody while they're waiting for a verdict. But no, you're not waiting with the client if they're incarcerated. You're not all sitting together having buddy chats as if someone is out on bail. And even then, sometimes courts won't give you a room, and it depends. Some judges are they don't want to look like they're showing favoritism. So you're in some hallway upstairs, or you're in some closet, you're in some storage closet that somebody's been kind enough to loan you. Yes, it's pretty bad depending on what's going on. It's not all lovey-dovey once you are a defendant in a courtroom, especially waiting for a verdict. So that's the ways of the world, and you learn by different courthouses depending on what they do. So So anyhow, I hope that answers that question. And just for clothes, I know this has come up. You dress your client every day. Again, depending on the nature of the beast, you have to bring the clothes to the sheriffs or the marshals or whatever. They got to check all the clothes before they will give them to the client to dress. Then you take them back at the end of the day. Blah 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 blah. I've been on clothing duty at the end of the day. Usually not on clothing duty at the beginning of the day, but I've been on the end of the day clothing duty, and then I'm running over to the cleaners with the clothes to get them cleaned, and then somebody else is picking them up. So it's not so easy, and the
glamorous work. That's some glamorous work.
It's some of the scut work that you don't see that the lawyers do that have to be done.
They'd have to have somebody in charge of the cardigans for Donna Adelson.
And sometimes you're getting clothes from the family, like the mother, if it's a daughter, will bring you clothes, and then if you don't check it, it goes to the sheriff, and inside is like a Thin Mint or something, and then you're accused of maybe trying to get contraband. It's a mess. It's the glamour that you all don't see that goes on before the courthouse. So you think that when you get to the courthouse at 8:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, you just sit down and do your work. No, you've been up since like 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, and it's not just blowing your own hair out. So just so you all don't know, because some of you don't know that. Some of it's everything that the attorneys just walk in and everything is done. Somebody's making arrangements for if you have cars, like you saw in the Reed case for the cars. Sometimes you don't have those arrangements. Sometimes you walk. When we were in Hernandez, we actually walked back and forth to our hotel, and then one time we looked back and there's a juror right behind. I was like, whoa, okay, let's move over here.
And you work late at night too, because you're prepping for the next day.
Right. You're working really late at night. I mean, you're getting ready for the next day. And you know what it's like even being as an agent. You know, if you get to bed by 12 or 1 and then you're up at 5.
Yeah.
And it's
that's
nonstop.
5:36.
Yeah, for the length of the trial. It is nonstop.
And if you have a war room and you have people writing, they're in there all night writing and you're reviewing the stuff. Then you have to get it filed. You have to get a copy. It's not so glamorous. And that's why people think, oh, you know, these attorneys have it easy. No, on either side, both of you are working, you know, long hours, and it's not glamorous like you see on TV. Yeah, I just read a book. Someone says, well, you know, somebody comes up to a crime scene and you see on TV that this incredibly sexy lady steps out of stiletto heels to do a crime scene, right, Judy? No.
And you know what was stressful to me always was, do we have enough witnesses? Are we going to run out of witnesses? Because boy, some of those federal judges, they wanted every minute of court time used that they had allocated. And if you didn't have the witnesses or a witness was running late, you know, as the case agent for the FBI, a lot of that landed on me to make sure, okay, if I needed people to get to court, do I have agents to pick them up?
Right.
Do I have somebody checking on all this? I was a nervous wreck with all that part of it. I was so glad when we got to the defense part of the case and they could put on their witnesses and we didn't have to worry about that every day, because that was so stressful.
Yeah, and the same thing with our side, or even on a civil case. You know, you're trying to coordinate. You got people coordinate, people on jobs. It's so stressful getting that, and the judges, they don't want, especially the federal judges, they don't want to hear a thing. You know, the next witness. You kind of saw that with Judge Everett a little bit, and that's why sometimes you have glitches with the sequestration too. People just come to court. They just, I got out of the courtroom. They walk in the door and that's it. They sit down. They don't know they're doing anything wrong. They don't even know when you're explaining sequestration really what it means. Quite frankly, you know that. So it happens. So things happen. You know.
Even Kelly Dever in the Karen Reed trial didn't know what sequestration was, and she's a cop.
Yeah, well, she didn't know a lot of things, right?
That's true.
Yeah, yeah. I would not use her as the
long court days.
What's that?
These are long court days under.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
So.
8:30 to 5:30. Although I can't remember other than a couple of early days that they actually lasted until 5:30. But the goal is, we just came out of Karen Reed where it was 10 to 4.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Not, you get a lunch in there and, you're looking at maybe 4 hours total of court time. Here, 6 at least.
And he doesn't give morning breaks like a lot of, the morning coffee break where the jurors go down, they go get their coffee downstairs. So your morning 5-minute break, 10-minute break turns into 20 minutes, know. I know as a trial attorney that, when the court ends early because somebody runs out of witness, you're like, oh, thank God. Oh, that's so good. I'm getting out of 4 instead of 5. Oh, this is great. You know how it is, and it's on both sides. It's not just on one side. Well, it's on both sides.
I had a 4-month trial once, and part of the reason it went so long was the judge. She started at 9:30 in the morning, and she would end at 3:30 every day with a 1-hour lunch break plus 20-minute breaks in the morning and the afternoon. Well, that was almost too short because you didn't get enough testimony in during the day.
Right.
So then our trial went on forever. So it was nice we were still working, but for the jurors, they at least got out by 3:30 every day so they could go home because she wanted enough time for them. If they needed to run an errand before 5 o'clock, they'd be able to run an errand or pick up their kids from daycare, that sort of thing.
Daycare is always, I always found that was a problem that some witnesses needed. They had to pick up their kids and they had to go, or there's a doctor's appointment. And everyone says, a lot of times, why is a judge leaving early? The jurors, they know they're going to be on jury duty. Well, no, you have things that happen. You have medical appointments, you have kids appointments, you have families that may get sick. I mean, it's the world seems to go on. Okay. It's Dizzy says, per Kathy Reston, that's our old law on crime. And it just went by too fast. So I missed it. Okay. Well, no, apparently they're not going home soon. They can work all night if they want. Wow.
Woo-hoo.
We're playing a lot of music if that happens.
Yeah. I just realized that I was looking down, I have a softball game tonight, and I thought, this would be perfect because it's not till like 8:30, and we're never on that late. So, and now I'm seeing that there's a chance that it'll be rained out. I'm looking at the radar.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be, you're going to be rained
you're
out.
going to be rained out. Is that your official
Rained here all
meteorological?
day in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's coming this
it's gonna be rained
direction.
out.
You have a son in Pittsburgh, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah,
I do,
that's
yeah.
I'm
Where
south
are
of
you?
Pittsburgh, 20 minutes south of Pittsburgh.
Oh, what's the town?
Venetia, Peters
Oh,
Township.
Okay, don't know Venetia. That's a nice
Mm-hmm.
sounding town. Is it a nice town?
It is very nice, #1 school district. So
Nice. All right.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, in Pittsburgh, where I've now spent a little more time more recently, is really, the downtown is very cool now. They got it's just it's really nice. And that's where the ballparks are.
Yeah,
So
best
it's nice.
major league ballpark. That's the prettiest ballpark.
It's #2, only to San Francisco.
Okay.
It's I have and the same company built them. I think it was even in the same year, 2000. And they have very similar kind of look and feel, except San Francisco Giants are on the bay and
Right, we're on the river.
PNC is on the river. Still very cool. I like it. It's definitely my second favorite, no doubt about it. So Linda, I'm not sure what I should do here. I can hang for a little bit, and then I think.
Well, I think we should just replay the openings
closings?
and Missy, the openings and the closings, and
Keep
if
our
there's
ears
a
open?
if I'll keep my computer open. I have to move out of this room anyhow, so my office could be clean. So I don't know where I'm going to be setting up.
Okay.
And then we'll just hop on, I guess, Michael.
Yeah, let's do that. And
But you're gonna be rained out because I just got a notification because of the cabins near Pennsylvania that it's lightning and thundering and all.
Okay, I know I can see from the radar it's heading. I'm an hour north of where the game is, so I'm trying to kind of figure it out. Anyway, these are some of life's tough decisions. Am I going to play softball? It's going to rain. But I guess we should thank and excuse Jodine Weber.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jodine. Thank you.
you, guys.
for coming
Great
in
to
to
see you
talk
again.
with us and to talk about behind the scenes and give some background. I think it's good for people.
We will be in
Well,
touch
thank
yet
you
again. And don't forget, there it is.
Thank you.
Right
Yes,
there. All right.
Perception.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. And while you're on, please hit that subscribe, like, share, notify button. Missy has already created a thumbnail that we're going to portal into tomorrow, but we're gonna keep this open. Walk around, so we don't, Michael and I don't get a stroke by sitting here all day. Whoop! Wait a second. Wait.
What's happening?
What is that? Is that something happening?
It might just be she wants to put that up for completeness to show that we're in there.
That we're there and we'll be listening and
So Missy, what's easier for you? Is it to just do a split screen where you have the seal on one side and we run the closing arguments on the other so that people see that we do still have a live feed up? What do you think is best and easiest for you? I'm going to go watch this. I'm going into the private chat. How about that?
You're going into the private chat?
Yeah.
Missy, we've accomplished something.
I know. And I see that Missy said be right back, but that was at 5:42.
Okay, so you're okay,
So she should be back.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay. I don't know how to do that with two streams. What does that mean? Okay, so you can't.
Yeah, because that's right. Because when I was playing back some video, we had to pull the streaming off. It wouldn't allow both. So I just say pull the streaming off and everybody have their ears on so we know if something happens somewhere.
Right. If we know something happens, if they just send them home, he may just say the jury's going home and not bring them out or whatever. But if they have them out for a verdict or a question, that's a different story, right? But if I'm the jury, I want to go home. I'm tired. I want to go home and go to sleep in my own bed right now. Because you got a good.
Wouldn't you want to sleep on it anyway and just come back tomorrow, no matter what?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'd want to sleep on it anyway and just come back tomorrow anyhow. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's turn it over to Missy. Let her do her thing, and we'll be listening, even if we're not here on camera. Yeah. We're definitely engaged. So
yep, we're definitely
not bad. 10 hours, 50 minutes.
11 hours. The stream, is that our longest stream that we've been on the air?
It's definitely the longest that I can recall. Yeah. Okay. All righty, I'm out of here.
Okay, I'll see you later, Michael Bryant. Okay. And I'm gonna go behind Tuvi's avatar and I'll be listening with you all. And keep talking among yourselves.
Yeah.
As we replay the openings and the closings.
Georgia and Sarah stand in the light where shadows play. Voices steady, hearts on display. In a room, the echoes linger loud. They carry his name through the heavy cloud. Truth in their hands, sharp as a blade, seeking the justice that won't fade. Justice for Dan, they won't let go. Through the darkest night, they let it show. Every word, every plea, every fight, for a life stolen in the daylight. A story told in a silent room. The weight of loss, the weight of doom. They paint the picture raw and clear of a man whose time was stolen here. Justice for Dan, and they won't let go. Through the darkest night, they let it show. Every word, every plea, every fight, for a life stolen in the daylight. They hold the truth like a flame in the storm. Through the chaos, they keep it warm. For his family, for what is right. They'll never give up this endless fight. Justice for Dan. And they won't let go.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay.
The bump to bump tickling the wire, static whispers climbing higher underneath the quiet hum. Secrets crackle one by one. Donna gets the note in her hand.
Dr. Markel's family, the Office of the State Attorney, and the law enforcement team behind this ongoing investigation will not rest until everyone that's involved is brought to justice. One priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt. And he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years. Since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right. With everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught, and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a
Okay, I understand the jurors have reached a verdict. Can you all hear me? I am not on my earphones or whatever, and this is 2B who thinks the jurors have reached a verdict too. Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay. Hey, I'm here. Can you all hear me? Because I can't tell. I hear nothing in the courtroom. I don't know if they've turned the sound on, Missy. Yes, you're here. All right. You're all here, but I can't hear anything in the court. So there you go. I think I'm hearing somebody right now. Right now. I'm hearing, I have 2B who is, as of course, I've just moved everything over as my office is being cleaned. So I don't have my AirPods in. I don't have my IFB in. I don't have my microphone on. So I'm glad you can hear me. I hope it's poor Michael Bryant is probably in his car driving, but I hear nothing from the courtroom. Does that, Missy, do you hear anything from the courtroom? I hear absolutely nothing from the courtroom. Does anyone hear anything from the courtroom? Because I hear nothing from the courtroom. Let me turn on my, let's see if I hear it on, let's see. Nope, I just hear us. I hear, let's see. I hear us. I just hear us. So, I mean, Missy, I don't hear anything from the courtroom. Is that because there is nothing coming from the courtroom? Missy, anybody out there, producers, hello. Okay, we're back, and I hear nothing from the courtroom. I don't know where Missy. All All right, well, this is a problem since I don't hear anything from the courtroom. Court is muted. Okay, well, thank you. Whew. I was like, whew. I hear nothing from the courtroom. I was like, oh my goodness gracious. Okay, I can see all of you. I know that you can all hear me. All the feeds are quiet. This is particularly fast, right? 4:20, 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. Usually 3 hours is good for a defendant, but I for some reason I don't think 3 hours here is bad. So let's see what's going on here. Under 4 hours would be a verdict. Under 4 hours, what kind of verdict? We don't know. I don't know if Michael Bryant knows. If Michael Bryant knows, let's see. I'm going to have to try to call him. We have verdict.
Jurors are brought in and the verdict is published.
Have a verdict.
I'm sure everyone understands. Whatever the verdict will be in the case, I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jurors' decision is.
So whatever the jury is,
we are not
the
going to subject them to any displays
where we feel
of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are to control yourself. Do you understand?
Wow. I gather the jury's deliberated over dinner. I can't imagine this being a not guilty.
Please bring in the jurors.
You know, no matter how many times I've done this for a living, I get a pit in my stomach.
Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
There's the Markels. The court-allowed photographer right there. Now, if Michael Bryant does get on, he and I won't be able to talk over one another because I don't have any IFB or mic on. I was literally moving the computer into this room. But it's under 4 hours, that's for sure. And it's Harvey. Turn my phone.
If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yeah.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Michael Bryant, I don't have my earpiece on. I was literally moving my computer, so I have no mic and earpiece on. So.
Okay.
What I may do is go run and get one on, okay?
Okay. Yep, good.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
So I would admit I was having a piece of cold pizza there. I had to shuffle and get back into the mix here. I have to say, I think, Judge Everett loved the guy, but a little cold at times when he's chastising somebody whose life has now just officially gone down the drain. I don't feel sorry for her. I just think, this is going to happen. And no matter how much he says, don't do that.
Please bring back in the jurors so
it's happening.
Include their portion of the trial.
So, of course, now we're going to have the defense polling the jury, which I don't think is going to lead to any different result.
I'm back in with my mic. I think we're okay.
Yep, I got you. Yep.
No, I don't have any. I was literally moving everything, my water and everything when this came in. And I was like, oh
yeah.
no.
In fact, if I hadn't seen your note, I was having a nice piece of cold pizza. Nothing like cold pizza, when I heard we had a verdict. And it didn't surprise me since they were keeping at it, but I really thought maybe asleep on it, but apparently they felt pretty strongly. Some in our chat are saying justice served.
Yes.
That's a good name. Jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
Now she gets to hear each of them basically say, yes, we found you guilty on all 3 counts, one at a time. Right. Sometimes they say, by show of hands, is this your verdict? So we'll see how they do it here. What do you think Wendy and Rob are feeling right now?
Well, I'm sure Rob has been upset the whole time, but I'm sure Wendy's thinking, is she next? I would imagine.
And Harvey, who's there.
He's there, and he does not look surprised by this at all. I mean, he is 81 years old, too, remember. I mean, you could have a heart attack.
Before you're discharged, please carefully.
Hold on for the polling here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening. As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client is okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well. The court then will set a separate sentencing date.
May I inquire whether the family members that are present would like to give victim impact now or at the future date?
Go ahead.
We're going to have 2 victim impact statements this evening.
It's fine. Right there in front of the lectern.
Watch yourself.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're going to trip. Just
Okay, I already did. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, A Mother's The Unveiling, A Mother's Reflection on Murder, Grief, and Trial Life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire, can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendy, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markel name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markel family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markel Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave in his father's history and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelsons' involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who love Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markel.
Thank you, Ms. Markel. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
One more.
Wow. Wow. You're on mute.
The speed at which they do things and the preparation.
Please tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markel. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markel. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? No, Your Honor. With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts that the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm. For a case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Ms. Dugan's October court date, Your Honor.
Leave that is 10/14. Is that correct, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir.
October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom 3B. Patricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
We are in recess at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone.
Well, that was
Wow. Let's watch her
something.
being taken out of the courtroom. Let's watch her being taken out of the
Just
courtroom.
looked over at Harvey.
Yeah, looked over at Harvey. And I wonder if Georgia Kaplan will give a little press conference outside. Let's watch her go. You haven't seen this look before.
Nope.
Yeah. Let's just go backwards. Mr. Markel, who talked about all the loss of the other families. And
Yeah, all the other
kids,
family members and the cousins and the
and
aunts and the
cousins
uncles.
and the kids.
Yeah.
And concerned about them too, about the swath of terror. And I love the fact that he said justice is served. I don't think it's me, but that's one of the reasons we picked this name, Justice Served TV. Now let's look at what's happening in the courtroom.
See who some of these people are?
Haven't turned off the mic
Right
yet.
there. I see our FBI guy. Pat wandering by.
Yep, they haven't turned off the mic or the cameras. Judge is letting them.
What's that?
Wow. Under 4 hours. Well, we hit it. It was under 4 hours.
Was it? I didn't check. Was it close to 3?
3.5.
Pretty close to 3.
It was 4:20 to 7:40.
Yeah. So under 3.5. I think I had the lotto win for 3.5. 3:15ish says Missy. So yeah.
Well, under 4 was our poll was under 4/4. Most of us were under 4, and we were right. That jury, when the jury didn't ask whether they could go home, we knew they were.
Yep. I think that might have been one of the early questions. You guys want to just pound this out?
Right.
And they did.
I see Mr. Markel, who's been in the courtroom most every day.
Yeah, he's been there every day. If you think she was suicidal before,
I like these.
Keep an eye on her.
Yeah, I like these. It's really interesting. We talk about her wanting a pre-sentence report keeps her from getting sentenced tonight and sending to state prison right off the bat. So them wanting the pre-sentence keeps her in county jail.
Yeah, and it's an accommodation that the judge didn't have to provide, but he did, and it was interesting that Zellman cited Charlie's same accommodation. And the pre-sentencing report is a joke. It's just wasted tax dollars because those second and third counts, the first count guilty carries the max, and
Right.
maybe there's a concurrent versus consecutive, but it's irrelevant. She's 74 years old. Life could be 5 years, could be 10 years.
Conspiracy merges into murder usually for most states.
Yeah.
Solicitation does not. Solicitation it does not necessarily merge.
So they do the pre-sentence report, blah blah blah. Here's your sentence. All of them together mean you're not getting out ever.
No, she's never getting out ever. But the end result, by asking for the pre-sentence, this was just so people understand, this is actually very good lawyering on their part. It keeps her in the county jail because the judge doesn't sentence her. He's got to sentence her on all at once. And if she were sentenced on all at once, she'd be out to state prison tonight. She'd be like on the road tonight, okay? And they wouldn't have access to her. So that keeps her, by asking for it, that keeps her there until she can get sentenced. But I hope they publish Mrs. Markel and Mr. Markel's victim impact statements because, wow.
Well, I know I'm going to, as soon as we're done tonight, I'm cutting those out and reposting them as a separate chunk, as I will do with the closings as well, and obviously the verdict. So when she reacted as she did, there's the color bars, so that's as close to nothingness as we're going to get.
Yeah, but the court did allow this to go longer today. You notice that you didn't let the feed cut until everybody was out.
That is true, whether by accident or by purpose. And I know that they're giving their little presser out there in the rotunda out in the hallway, and so that hopefully somebody's feeding that now. I'm sure. If not, we'll certainly get a look at it for tomorrow. So we'll reconvene tomorrow night at 6. We'll kind of do a post-mortem on this case.
Well, I'll tell you what, that
something.
jurors will have spoken by then too. You know that.
There will be, there will be some that will come out of the woodwork. There will be others that will scurry away. Shy guy, and a couple others, they'll scurry away. I am curious to see if the secretary was in fact the foreperson, or how the deliberations were handled.
And this was a jury that went in there, as we said, there's two kinds of jurors. And despite, in Judge Cannoni, this would never happen, right? Because they probably, even if it's not a short, what do you think? We all think she's guilty. Okay, let's finish our dinner and go out. They were waiting for dinner. Dinner was ordered. They ate the dinner, and they announced they were coming in. I mean, literally, Michael, you announced you were going. I was moving my computer into a different room. I had taken off my
where are you now?
I'm in another room of the house. So
okay.
now I'm in the house. Now I'm in my home area as opposed to the office area. Right? And I taken my computer, and I figured, well, I'll set it up, and the music was playing, and I'll touch up my makeup, which I didn't get to do. And before I knew it, I see where's Linda. Wait, oh my God, it's a verdict.
Yeah, I mean, I had kind of turned things off for just a breath, and whoopsie.
And I texted you because I had a feeling that you didn't see, because I was watching the screen, Mr.
Markel's talking to the press. I could see that. Yeah, he was
see
very
that.
Nice. Whether
great
he
if we
reaches out
could-
to us or not, who knows? But he was nice.
Well, we could reach out to him. We could have Missy reach out to him, and Mrs. Markel, and whatever. We need to end the stream before 12 hours, which is when, Missy.
Is that true? Is that a deal? We still got 16 minutes. We'll be
We have
dead by
16
then. I mean,
minutes.
out of gas by then. What
Not a
is
good
it?
word to use
Yeah,
in
no,
my
sorry. Is that really true with StreamYard? It's 12-hour max, and we're hitting the max.
Maybe the next plan gives you more, but our plan
That's crazy.
gives you 12 hours. Wow. Well, we'll have to look into that. But I don't think we've been on the air this long before. But there may be
never.
cases we will.
Definitely never. No. So anyway, yeah. Okay, so
are you surprised? Let me ask you this: are you surprised?
No, not at all. I'm sort of surprised at how quickly they did it. I thought they might, because I wasn't sure about how long do we want to stay here? Do we we're gassed? Let's go home. I thought maybe the way it played out would have been slightly different, but not the ultimate result. No.
Yeah.
What do you think about her reaction? Was she deluded in the way Charlie was?
I think Charlie kind of more knew what was happening, but I think she didn't think this was going to happen, because she.
Well, that's what I mean.
Thought,
she's thinking, even if I didn't testify, they haven't proven their case because I know I didn't do anything. I mean, that's the delusion.
Well, I'm not sure deluded. I think she thinks that they didn't prove their case because I'm never on tape saying that any harm could come from. How can they convict me of this? This is our longest 11:45 hours and rolling.
It's a telethon.
Yeah, but I wasn't surprised. I mean, I told you Tuesday. I thought they'd proven it on Tuesday. You took until Thursday, and Janet Misdemeanor was on the other night. Said she took until Friday until the note came up. But
the script, the script.
What about Harvey's reaction? He looked like he was expecting it.
Yeah, Harvey has that same look no matter what's going on. It's he's just numb to the whole process. I mean, look what he's seen happen. Lost his daughter for estrangement, lost his son, Rob, estranged. The other son now in prison, wife going back to prison. So, and now he's got to be thinking, is it me? Is it Wendy? Is it both of us?
Yeah, I mean, but this gives us, instead of being on 8:30 tomorrow morning, we'll be on 6. Well, it gives us time to maybe get some people in. Maybe we'll be able to get somebody who was a witness. I know you made contact. You're not going down there now Monday because it's not even going to be a Friday. It's not even going to be a Friday. But I think she's crying for herself. I mean, I think she's crying.
I think that happens a lot. I think it's disbelief and then poor me.
Yeah.
And the Markels were amazing. They've been waiting obviously for 2 years since Charlie's conviction to get this off their chest. And I got the feeling, I'd have to look back at their statements during Charlie's case, that they really felt more anger toward Donna.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that sense?
Yeah, and the statement, you caused your son to commit murder. You caused your son to kill somebody.
Because he was that son. He's the golden boy. He'll do whatever mom wants him to do.
Right, you call it your son. Now, I'd love to have Jodine on about what wires are being tickled right now, because when she gets back to now she's going to be will she be in solitary without the phone privileges for a while, because she's going to be on suicide watch.
She's definitely on suicide watch, and I wouldn't think she gets like a phone. You mean like not being able to go to the payphone?
Yeah, not being able to go to the payphone while she's.
I wouldn't think they would restrict that, because because you're there and you're monitored. It's not a time you're going to be alone.
Yeah. So again, the wires are being tickled tonight. I'm sure they're being monitored, right?
And we know those jailhouse calls, they're not a wired issue. They're all recorded.
They're all recorded, right?
So how dumb would she be to say anything on one of those calls?
Yeah. But those jurors knew what they were doing. Boy, in Florida, boy, they'd be fast, boy.
They don't mess around. Judge Everett's like, okay, what trial do we have starting tomorrow? I'm ready to go. Here we go.
Yeah, confederation. I learned a new word in terms of a conspiracy, a confederation. It's called in some states, and I think that we learned a lot about a lot of things. We certainly, I love to have Mike Easter on talking about the tickling of the wire now in terms of this specific case, right?
Yeah.
Because
you want me to reach out and see if he's around?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. He's in California, so at least he'll get this, and he's pretty good at responding, yes, no, or otherwise. So.
Right, and then also if anyone that you did reach out to, and maybe Missy, you could try to reach out to Markel. See, I'm sure there. A lot of networks are going to have them. Jurors are going to be talking. I'll guarantee you the jurors are going to be talking.
Thanks, Denise Noel.
Thanks, Denise.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And obviously to Jeff Lacoste.
Yeah, Jeff would love to have on and all. But we'll do what does that sound?
That's garage door closing. Sorry.
No, what?
Shutting down. That's my stomach. Like? That's my stomach grumbling.
It was like it was like the Buddhist the bells you see on your on your with the that are on your feed, and now you're going to have them on your Instagram and your X feed and your Facebook feed, because we miss it. Thank you very much. I have to thank all of our viewers for everybody that really stayed with us for the last couple of weeks, and for you, Michael, for going down there, and for Georgia Kaufman, who gave as I said, that the last her rebuttal, that was just from the heart. I mean, it wasn't so much a lawyer's statement as it was a Georgia Kaufman. I've been doing this for 11 years, and from my heart, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that resonated with the jurors.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. And, everything went the prosecution's way. The witnesses, the picture they painted of the defendant, and the underlying story is tragic. And I think it's not supposed to be this way, but I think it's a case in which they start to hear about the different building blocks and what happened. And they want justice for Dan Markel and for his family.
Right.
And sometimes that pushes you over the top. I'm not so sure that the jury needed a nudge with everything else they had to consider, but the sympathies for that family are very powerful.
Yeah. All right. So maybe there'll be a press conference tomorrow, maybe tonight. We'll pull everything in and try to do a look back tomorrow night. Yeah. And I think we'll have more information about how the jurors felt, but obviously I think we kind of know how they felt.
Yep. They felt like, I've heard enough. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's do some justice and move on. And I think most people think justice was served.
And the main victims again are those two grandchildren. But Mr. Markel, God bless you for talking about all the other children who are victims.
Yeah, the extended families of everybody that she touched with that master plan. Just so sad. Sad.
George is
okay,
going to
partner.
Shortly, you'll be listening to her on a different station. We'll be putting in some of her comments tomorrow when we do our wrap-up show, because we've learned that we have to be off the air because apparently our subscription only goes for 12 hours.
I never thought we'd get to that, but all right. I've been told to shut up before, but usually it's differently. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Missy. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you, everyone who followed us. as we would say. Please, before you go, hit that subscribe, like, share,
Yes.
and notify button. And tomorrow night, when we go back on at 6 o'clock with the wrap up, with bringing everything that has happened between tonight and tomorrow, and hopefully you will come back and spend time with Justice Served TV.
Yep. And until then, we are Justice Served TV. Please try to do the right thing.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.